Hello, hello. Now this is what I've been looking for.
Yeah, here it is. I posted in the
Okay.
chat.
All right, let me look.
Just kidding. Thank you, Casper. It's trying to look a little bit more put together for stream for the one time. I think I got into my writer. I think I'm in my like writer arc or something. Author arc. Trying to find some good news. Trump filed a $15 billion libel suit against the New York Times and its reporters. Four of its reporters, as he accused the newspaper of acting as a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party, making the latest in a long line of legal battles the president has initiated against news media outlets. I cannot believe that is disgusting. Gotta love it. Tired of streaming to zero? Of course, kickbots. Of course, I'm always tired of streaming to zero. Oh, absurdities. Absurdities. Alright, I'm gonna watch a debunking all 9/11 conspiracy theories so I know how to deal with people. That's all spelled wrong, I know.
I was talking with a 9/11 conspiracy theorist once, going through the usual points. Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, it was a missile that hit the Pentagon, etc. I debunked everything he brought up and could actually see his opinions start to change, so I made sure to tell him I don't hold it against anyone for believing in these conspiracies. I can see how one would come to believe the jet fuel missile theories, as they're the most commonly believed 9/11 conspiracies, next to the fourth plane being shot down. He took a long, confused pause and said, "What fourth plane?" So, this guy believed 9/11 was an inside job, but he didn't even know about United 93 and the passenger takeover.
What do you think about that one that got shot down? They've shot that Let's Roll one?
Yeah,
they shot
that down.
Yeah.
This goes to prove a commonly accepted point about conspiracy theories. A lot of people just believe them because they're fun to believe.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap.
What's more interesting, that some crazy dude killed JFK, or that it was a government conspiracy orchestrated by the CIA to gain control of the growing conflict in Vietnam? I'm not saying that all conspiracies are
Weird Al in a 9/11 conspiracy debunking? Of course.
false, but you do have to enter into them with the mindset of, am I believing this because it makes sense, or because it's more fun, because it makes me feel like I'm in a movie? Something interesting to do here is ask a friend for a random movie, then ask another friend for a random conspiracy theory. Watch that movie with a conspiracy in mind, and you'll find connections you can't believe. I did this once with The Princess Bride and chemtrails, and I was hooked when I found the connection between the contrail crystals and actor Billy Crystal.
Look who knows so much, huh?
In any major event, someone is going to come forward and throw out a conspiracy.
You know that's the date of Sandy Hook, right?
I don't know.
The ones that stick the best are the catchiest. Epstein didn't kill himself, Plandemic, and of course, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. These catchphrase conspiracy theories don't go into specifics, and that's why they catch on. You and a buddy may both believe Epstein didn't kill himself, but have wildly different ideas on how he met his fate. So that brings us to 9/11, the biggest event for conspiracy theorists since JFK.
Do you believe?
wait.
Do you believe that Osama bin Laden is dead?
I don't know.
What would it take for you to believe that he's dead?
I don't know.
When I say I'm going to disprove every 9/11 conspiracy theory, you know I don't mean every one. I won't be giving theories like the planes being holograms or Israel being behind the attacks the courtesy of even being taken seriously. I went into this project fully expecting Islamophobic emails, and it's been insane to me.
Yes, The Hobbit, the actual books are so freaking good. And yes, Gollum is a fucking... Ugh. He's, just phenomenal descriptive writing. That's all I gotta say. And character, creation. But anyways.
How many anti-Semitic emails I've gotten from people who honestly believe that no Jewish people died in the towers, or that Israeli Mossad agents planted explosives in the buildings. The conspiracies I'll be disproving are the ones I can look at and say, I get it. And that narrows it down to just 5 major theories. 1. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. 2. A missile hit the Pentagon. 3. World Trade Center 7 was a controlled demolition. 4. United 93 was shot down. And 5. Bush did 9/11. I'm saving that one for last because all the theories build off of it. I'm also going to do something risky here. I'm going to disprove these theories without ever showing you an image of 9/11. You all know what it looks like, and I think conspiracy videos are so effective because they shock you even if they don't have solid evidence. When you watch a 9/11 conspiracy video, you watch 3,000 people die over and over again, and that's going to make any viewer emotional. When you're more emotional, you're more inclined to believe the unbelievable. I'm going to be presenting this as if I was talking to you one-on-one. I only have my words, and that's just what I'm going to use.
Can fire melt steel beams?
No, it can't. It can't melt steel beams.
So
But
they're
it,
right.
it
You're wrong. It can't... I already know this.
can soften them enough to let.
Golem is a sound he makes. It's so crazy, like a Pokemon. I'm so enjoying it. I got part of a LOTR Discord discussion group, and I'm so excited because I'm basically a virgin. I've watched Fellowship and Hobbit 1, not read anything. Oh, it's so good. You're gonna enjoy. J.R.R. Tolkien is so good, so good.
Bend.
1.
Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. I remember my 7th grade science teacher storming into the classroom one day, drawing the Twin Towers on the marker board and near yelling, "Jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, but it does weaken it." I want y'all to understand this. This was around the time the conspiracy film Loose Change was a popular internet download, so obviously some student had brought it up, and being an educator of science, Miss Brown had to make sure every kid in that room was set straight. This is one of the most popular theories because it's both catchy and it makes a base level of sense. You could ignite some jet fuel over a steel beam right now, and you'd be able to see it isn't melting. The issue with that experiment is that you're not adding tons and tons of steel to that equation. Despite being hit around 17 minutes later, this is the major reason why the South Tower fell before the North Tower did. It was hit lower, and rather than being hit dead center like the North Tower, an exterior support of the frame was hit. This more devastating impact zone made the weight upon the weakened steel structure greater. The towers were a frame tube design, meaning that the building support came from the exterior frame and essential core. This design left wide open floors that utilized office space, but also led to the building's eventual collapse. The fires weakened these floors, and when they collapsed, the core lost its connection to the exterior. You can actually see each portion of the towers above the impact zones start to lean during collapse because of this. The structure is buckling in towards the weakness. It's also difficult to see through the dust cloud, but the core for both buildings remained standing for about 25 seconds after the primary collapse. The conspiracy theory of how the towers actually came down is that it was a controlled demolition, and that's because people have seen controlled demolitions before. When they look at the towers coming down, they say, hey, I've seen them do that in Vegas with explosives. A building collapsing is going to look like a building collapsing. I don't know how else to put it to you. How on earth would they have pulled off a controlled demolition anyway? The explosives would need to be close to the impact site, and if they're that close, then a plane explosion is going to set them off. The collapse would have happened the moment the plane hits. Even if the explosives were somehow spared from the initial impact, the hijackers would have had to hit the floors exactly to match up with the proposed controlled demolition zone. Did Bush call them the night before and say, hey, aim for floors 77 to 85 because we're going to try and blow the South Tower first? I suppose you could argue that explosives were placed to correspond with every possible impact zone, but the amount of covert work that would take and the evidence it would leave behind makes your theory even more unbelievable. Think beyond catchphrase conspiracies here, and you'll see this theory doesn't hold water. In conclusion, my middle school science teacher was right. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams, but it sure as hell can weaken them, and that's what happened. Each collapse begins at the impact level, and the first collapse comes from a tower that was hit with a lower, more devastating impact zone.
What do you think it could be, a missile?
I don't know, but I just want to know why there's no one video. We got to see a video. Isn't that crazy? Why am I crazy for saying, can I just see one video of the thing happening that you said happened?
Well, did you know that maybe this is not true?
2. A missile hit the Pentagon. I didn't think this was a popular theory until I launched this project, and people began to tell me I'm not a truther, but all I can say is that hole in the Pentagon didn't come from a plane. I really dislike this theory because it implies American Airlines Flight 77 didn't exist, and that its passengers were either fictitious inventions or killed elsewhere. What an incredible disgrace you're doing to the lives of those who died on that flight by pushing forward this theory. Children died on Flight 77. This is like when the Sandy Hook shooting happened and people said it was just a false flag to push gun control. The parents of those real children who were murdered sued conspiracy theorist Alex Jones for pushing this theory, but the damage was done. People still believe the government created a false flag to take away their guns because that makes them feel like they're in a movie. People believe this missile theory for 2 reasons. 1, no clear footage of the plane's impact with the Pentagon exists. There are security frames of the impact, but you can't see the plane. It's just an explosion. The obvious truth of response is it's pretty amazing that the most secure building on the planet has no footage of the plane hitting. Why do you think the Pentagon would have a high-quality camera pointed at a random side of the building? The interior of the Pentagon has to be nuts with cameras, but the exterior isn't as important with exception to the entrances. The camera that captured the explosion was a low frame rate camera for that reason. There was no apparent reason to have a camera recording constant movement in an area where nothing's expected to happen. Even if the government ensured no security camera would capture the missile, they'd have to make sure no random tourist with a camcorder didn't capture it. This is DC after all, and had a tourist been in the right place at the right time, we'd have clear footage of Flight 77's impact. Second reason behind this theory is the hole in the Pentagon. People see that impact zone in the Trade Center and say, okay, that's clearly a plane, as opposed to the Pentagon, which is just a big hole and it looks like a missile blast. Remember how people came up with the controlled demolition theory based off of what they're already familiar with? It's the same thing here. People know what missile hits on buildings look like, and that's what the Pentagon looked like. So American 77 was flying low, and it actually clipped several streetlights and a generator before it made impact. It was leaned to the left, and its right wing was hanging up when it hit. It is pointless to compare the impact zones here to the Trade Center because the Twin Towers were glass and steel, whereas the Pentagon is solid concrete with small windows. If a missile hit the Pentagon, the
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah, Casper. Yeah, got a big ass library upstairs. I love reading, so you're never gonna hear any complaints from me talking about it. Books and stuff. Once you get through them, we can chit chat some more. We can chit chat about it.
impact result we saw is probably what it would have looked like, but it's also been confirmed this is what it looks like when a plane hits. Okay, imagine Mike Tyson and a normal guy punching you at the same speed. Think of Tyson as the fuselage, and the normal guy as the wings. One of those punches is stronger and larger than the other one, despite them both moving at the same speed, so it's going to do more damage. There are photos of plane debris all around the site, and do you think government agents were planting plane shrapnel randomly throughout the Pentagon grounds to push this theory? When would they have done this? While everyone was evacuating? The entry point I see for how a lot of people start to believe the Pentagon theory is this clip.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
2.3 trillion with a T.
And they'll tell you it's pretty crazy how the part of the Pentagon that got hit was in charge of accounting.
I don't think they tell you what.
Just see if you can Google the area of the Pentagon that was hit contained the accounting offices.
Jamie, I
don't
believe
think
the
that they
dark
would
web will
tell
have
you
it.
that.
The dark web will have it, Jamie.
I feel like I read that though.
The part that got hit was actually being renovated, so in terms of casualties, the plane's impact did the least damage it could have by hitting that side. Okay, now let's go into that missing 2.3 trillion, which isn't actually missing, it's just not accounted for. That means Congress allocated funds for the government to spend, but it isn't clear what those funds were spent on. When you hear that 2.3 trillion went missing the day before 9/11, it makes it sound like Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld went to the bank and took out 2.3 trillion to walk off with. What it really means is that someone at the Department of Defense bought a coffee maker for the break room and didn't keep the receipt. I know that's simplifying trillions of dollars, but you get the point. It's not shocking to say the United States government isn't good with managing funds.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Democracy simply doesn't work.
As for the accounting section getting hit, it's the Pentagon. Something important was going to be hit. Imagine if the plane had hit the section with Rumsfeld in it. You would have had all new theories about how Rumsfeld was killed because he knew about the $2.3 trillion coffee machine receipts. There is a lot wrong with this theory, but the biggest flaw to me is that real people died on that plane, and it is so terribly offensive to pretend they didn't, because you can't see a Looney Tunes-shaped plane hole in a building.
I don't know if that's possible. See, again, I'm not an architect, but maybe it's just such a crappy design that when it catches on fire, it just collapses like that.
But fire has never turned concrete into rubble in the history of the world.
Heck yeah, my wife reads like 3 to 4 books a week. She is crazy with how much she reads. So, I never realized, because I thought I read a lot, especially when I was younger, but nope, I never knew what reading a lot looked like.
It does seem ridiculous, but I'm not smart enough to, I mean, I don't, you know what I mean?
3. World Trade Center 7 was a controlled demolition. First off, to immediately prove Rosie O'Donnell wrong, this is the Plasko building in Tehran, Iran, which collapsed after an accidental fire. Do not use her argument, because not only will you have to prove Building 7 was an inside job, but also that all these unrelated buildings like Plasko were controlled demolitions as well. Every single thing you can't explain isn't going to be explained by nanothermite, I'm sorry. The World Trade Center 7 theory is popular because there's no death guilt associated with it like the missile theory for the Pentagon. No one died in Building 7 when it collapsed. You also get to feel smart when you talk about it, because while your average Joe may have a rebuttal for the structural integrity of a building after a plane explodes inside of it, they most likely won't when asked how to explain why a third building, which was not hit by a plane, also collapsed. And that is correct. Around 7 hours after the North Tower fell, the building known as World Trade Center 7 came down as well. I'm breaking my rule and showing you 9/11 footage here because I don't know how many of you have actually seen 7 come down or even know that it existed. The World Trade Center wasn't just the 2 towers. It was an...
Yeah, she does. She's awesome. I mean, it's a good balance, you know, like, she needs anything done for her, like, anything. Even, I mean, it could be any type of chore, any type of errand that needs ran. Like, I always make sure to take the time to do that. I grill a shit ton for her, you know, do the, unironically, the trad relationship stuff, like, that kind of happens, but it's like a very fair and like equal system or distribution of work, I feel. I mean, she'd probably tell you too. Like, it's, yeah, so it's good vibes. Happy days.
Entire complex with a Marriott hotel and other financial buildings. I'll play that Warren record here and say this footage immediately drew the same controlled demolition comparison that the Twin Towers did. Unlike the towers though, there's no obvious damage. This building looks even more like the Vegas demolitions. The apparent damage-free picture you see of 7 is from the north, away from the destruction. If you were to look at the building from the side of Ground Zero, you'd see a structure that just had a combined 220 floors collapse right next to it. The same principle used to disprove the steel beam theory comes into play here. That's why it took 7 hours for Building 7 to come down. There was no direct impact zone, and therefore the steel took much longer to weaken. As the windows were destroyed on the Ground Zero side, it became very easy for fires to spread throughout the building.
You've seen the BBC reporter who is speaking on camera, and World Trade Center 7 is behind her, and she says,
Heck yeah.
World Trade Center 7 has just fallen. It has fallen, it is the 3rd building, and it's still standing. And 10 minutes later, Joe, the building fell.
Yeah.
One popular supporting point to the WTC-7 theory is that the BBC announced that it had collapsed before it actually had. The reason why this happened is because everyone expected 7 to collapse. Rescue workers actually had to leave the ground zero area because NYFD told them 7 was going to come down. As a result, BBC had their report ready to go and just jumped the gun. This isn't even that bad considering how massive the spread of disinformation was that day. Every single major news agency reported something false. Also, why would people believe the British Broadcasting Company was in on the 9/11 attacks? How massive is this conspiracy that media guys in London had advanced knowledge?
Okay, let's talk about your BBC. I have a tape of a BBC reporter broadcasting directly back to England talking about a third building has collapsed. World Trade Center Building 7 talks for 7 minutes. All the while she's talking, World Trade Center Building 7 is still standing right behind her.
If you're trying to make out the British Broadcasting Company, one of the most respected news organisations in the world, was inventing huge buildings falling over, you need to have a break, Jesse. We'll come back after the break, and we'll talk about Israel.
The more parties that are added to your conspiracy, the harder it is to believe. Anybody saying they have proof that 7 couldn't have collapsed doesn't know what they're talking about because all they have to go on is basically this video. NYFD did a structural assessment of the building 3 hours before it came down and saw the warped and weakened steel themselves. They made the call that it was coming down. Your conspiracy now involves the US government, Al-Qaeda, the BBC, the New York Fire Department, and many other organizations. Were they all on the same email list? How do you organize this? In the end, you have to ask yourself, why? Why take down 7 when you already took down the main towers and 7 would most certainly have to be raised anyway, even if it survived?
I heard that Building 7 had a lot of financial records in it. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard. Is
And
it
Ron,
NSA,
I don't know.
CIA, all the satellite dishes that were pointed at
Listen,
Epstein.
Of course.
Yes, what's up?
You called me.
Yeah, I was just calling this. I didn't know. Didn't know if you were awake yet or awake still or not.
I didn't. I just saw it and didn't answer.
Oh, okay.
But I deliberately chose not to answer the call.
Okay.
I was talking to people really on time.
You're good. You had stuff you had going on. I don't care.
Anyway, what's up?
Nothing much, man. Just hanging out.
Yeah, are you excited?
Excited for?
Well, you don't know what's coming out today?
No.
First court appearance.
Which one?
For Tyler.
Who's Tyler?
Tyler Robinson.
Oh, yes, duh. I did hear about that. Okay.
It's gonna be, I'm pretty sure it's going to be public too.
Wow.
Because it's kind of national headlines.
Right. Jesus. That'll be interesting.
You're damn. It's going to be a camera report. That's all I'm saying. It's the first first court appearance, so it won't be like a trial.
Right. It's not gonna be that crazy. Well, it'll be crazy. People like talking about it, but it's not gonna be crazy in the sense of like. It's not like much is gonna happen. It's usually just like usually that first appearance is just like bail, if remand, motions potentially.
And also covering like evidence, but the problem they're probably going to face with this is 1, protest, and 2, potential revenge reprisal killings.
Yeah, I think he's pretty well protected to stop stuff like that from occurring.
I mean, Jeffrey Epstein was meant to be protected.
No, but what? In prison? No, like he's... No, but no. The national, like, news for Epstein... nobody even cared or talked that much about Epstein until he killed himself. No one was really talking that much about him.
Well, the difference is, though, Tyler will need a lot of protection.
Okay.
But a lot of people aren't happy, and this will. I think Trump probably wants a reprisal killings. That way he can, call martial law.
Okay. Maybe.
Yeah, but honestly, I just can't wait to see what documents get pulled out.
Like what?
Well, what do you think? Social media messages, they're gonna go through his motive and stuff.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. I can't wait for that. That's definitely gonna benefit me.
Well, yeah, this is like the first part is usually setting bail, et cetera, doing the basic shit, but then it's also investigating as well.
Of course, yeah.
So we might get the first looks at to see, was Tyler Robinson a transgender influenced leftist, or was he a true patriot MAGA groper?
Probably a little bit of both.
I think it was a lot of personal grievances. That's why he did it. He wasn't too far on one side, but also wasn't too far on the other side. More in between, and personal grievances.
And then he was like, and then he was like a mentally disturbed kid on top of it, you know.
Yeah, probably influenced a little bit by Fuentes.
I think he probably was. And I cannot wait to see that come out. I will literally die laughing.
This image here will represent it immensely, right? Just flip it around. Hold on.
True, I do want the note he left as well. That's literally the quote-unquote manifesto thing.
You just flip the image around.
What do you mean flip it around?
Well, you see how one side's jumping through hurdles? Flip it around.
Wore a Trump costume in 2017, 100% MAGA. He's a grip, there's no evidence, but I can sense it. It's a right-wing false flag. Bella Ciao could be a Nazi dog whistle. His parents are MAGA. All kids follow their parents' political beliefs. Oh, true. He assassinated a right-wing left anti-fascist markings on casings. Has a trans girlfriend. The assassin was a progressive left.
Just edit the text.
Jesus.
Well, this will settle many grievances.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, by the way, I helped Casper out, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
I think that they should be able to start joining politics now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, all they had to do was email Discord.
Casper's here.
What? Where?
In the stream.
Oh, well, they couldn't, anyway, right, they couldn't join, the politics voice channels because they weren't verified with their number, so Discord basically removed the old number from the old account.
Jesus.
So now they can start hearing you, and also get berated for being a woman on politics.
Gotta love it. Bella Ciao. Oh, that's what I respond to to people on Twitter now that say retarded shit. I literally just hit them with the GIF of a Bella Ciao GIF or an ooh woo. I have no shame.
Also, also I wasn't lying about 50 grams of cocaine earlier. You know that, right?
You literally would die if you had 50 grams of cocaine.
I promise you know. Do you not know how biology works?
Do I know how what works? I'm sorry?
Biology works.
Yes, I'm well aware of how biology works, yeah.
So then people can, over many decades, can build up tolerance to certain chemicals, drugs, and even biochemical reactions.
You could spend 300 years and your tolerance would never be able to handle 50 grams.
But the human body is magic, really.
Not that magic.
You just have to know what you're doing. That's essentially it.
There's no amount of knowing what you're doing that's gonna let you survive 50 grams.
I promise you there is.
No. Casper, yell at Rotund.
Casper, don't yell at me. You owe me because I helped you get your account, verified. Yell at, point and laugh at him.
We don't know if Robinson even liked his roommate, let alone was in a romantic relationship. I don't know about you guys, but I have a roommate I didn't like. Yeah, same. I had actually 2 of them. Ended up getting matching tattoos, and now I fucking despise them, so. Yeah.
Oh, I want them to I want to hear the words, Tyler Robinson was a group influenced by right-wing politics, that he ended up assassinating someone on the basis purely of nothing more than right-wing malice associated with the groupers. And on this, I also request Congress to declare the grouper movement and Fuentes as both criminals as well as a right-wing hate organization.
No, she said no, I'm not yelling at you. You haven't done anything yet today. Respectable.
But I want to hear the judge say that Tyler Robinson was influenced by the groupers and right-wing Nick Fuentes, and that he should petition to Congress to have them declared as a threat to national security.
That would be hype.
Well, if they declared a threat to national security, that means they have to get kicked out of the White House.
I don't even know if there is any. Is there even any in the White House?
Yeah, there is some associated with various different politicians, as well as some associated with Kash Patel and Trump.
Like who?
Well, I can't remember the names. Fuentes has fuckers in the government.
I would have
He
to
has connections
see
with the
this.
government.
Not that I disbelieve you. I just want to know who.
Just Google it or ask Rocket.
Just
Because
Google
there
it.
are some.
You
Just ask
slut.
Rocket.
What the fuck?
Ask Rocket.
I'm not asking like I need proof to believe this claim. I just want to know who. I'm just curious. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for you to get proof. I'm asking you to ask Rock to point them out because I can't remember their names.
That's asking me to find proof, you slut.
Just flat, I'm not installing Factorio.
Okay.
Also, you don't know how to build machines, fucker.
I know how to what? Sorry.
What the fuck is this layout, man?
What do you mean? What's this? What?
Why is this not streamlined yet?
I literally just
Where's
started. What do you mean?
Where's the splitters?
Splitters? I don't even have them unlocked yet.
Oh, you fucking sissy.
I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm like very anal in organization.
Well, I know you're anal. You're very loose.
I hate this. There we go. Bella ciao, Bella.
No. So Casper is going to be public. It's national news. It's like something that journalists will want to cover. Like this is basically their golden once in a lifetime fucking ticket to the big time. So we're going to be seeing leaks all fucking day, and if it's not, and we're also going to fucking hear private conversations. You know. So it's something big.
Jeez.
On the 16th, what time is it for you right now? And
For
day?
me, 11:37 a.m.
What date? What date is it? The 15th, 16th?
16th.
Oh, congratulations! It's today for you then.
Based.
So if because Nebraska's pretty close to Utah, we'll probably start hearing things about it soon.
Based and blue pill. Bella ciao, Bella ciao.
According to the BBC, Charlie Kirk shooting suspect appeared to confess on Discord.
Based.
It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all this. Reads a message from an account that allegedly belongs to Robinson. Robinson has not been formally charged and is due to appear in court on Tuesday on aggravated murder and felony discharge of a firearm and obstruction of justice. He could face the death penalty. The killing of popular social media personality sparked outrage with the Democrats and Republicans accusing each other of spreading hateful rhetoric and a hunt for his killer. Utah's Governor Spencer Cox said Robinson has been arrested after confessing about Kirk's killing to his father and being persuaded to hand himself in. It's still fucking ironic, you know. Mormons, they won't turn in pedophiles, but they'll turn in murderers.
Okay.
Surrendering to a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for the good times. You've all been amazing. Thank you for everything. Reads one. Oh, where's all the media receipts? 2 p.m. Eastern Time is when there's going to be a formal announcement. How long till 2 p.m. in your time?
Wow.
How long is it till 2 p.m.?
12:40, 1:40, 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And then at 5 p.m., there should be a virtual court appearance.
Cool.
If charges are brought, that is. There will be. There most likely will be.
Wow.
So 2 p.m. is when you're going to get the first, charges, and then 5 p.m. the court appearance, virtual. But it should be. I think pretty sure it'll be televised.
I see. I see.
I mean, it's basically a reporter's golden ticket to the fucking big leagues. So I mean, they would be a dumbass not to fucking televise this.
I think it's more than just that goes into it.
All it takes is one person, as we've seen countless times, to just to leak internal shit, which is most likely what you're going to start seeing.
You see what Casper just asked you?
Yeah. Let me find it. Cash Patel.
Oh my god, kill me.
Major media's not any help. Coach. Patel. What do they want? Streaming. Let's have a look what Grok says, because Grok can help me with this. The Senate Judiciary Committee Oversight Hearing featuring... The hearing will begin at 9 a.m. ET on September 16th, 2025. The U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. is open to the public in person at the Hart Senate Building Room SH216. CBS, BBC, PBS, CNN, The Gateway Pundit, Fox News, and Associated Press. Let me, I'll just post this here. Oh, that's not it. I'll just post some of these links.
I went on a run yesterday, Bashu.
Oh, good job, fat fuck.
I literally weigh less than you. I have probably
How
a
do you know
lower
that?
BMI than you.
Then again, you've been out the military for a while.
I've been out of the military for like 3 months and I still have like a 16% BMI. Eat my ass.
You don't know anything about my BMI, you fucking cunt.
Unless you're a twink, you're probably a twink then, which is fair.
I'm not a twink, fuck you. It's already streaming right now on YouTube.
Oh shit, let's watch it.
You can find, I'll post multiple different sources. Yeah, I'll put it in your chat. Like in the actual kick chat.
Oh.
Just one more screenshot, and this SOP is fine.
Is going to continue to work to support the
political appointments.
I don't know if that's the actual, Father Robinson thing, but I think that's the actual, the Cash Patel Inquisition into him.
must reform and hold accountable. And that's no simple task.
I can barely hear it for some reason.
Important work of returning the FBI to its law
How's that?
enforcement mission.
I now know what Casper meant the other day by it being really quiet.
Is it just on computer?
This year,
I'm on my phone right now. It seems as if it seems as if like your voice over Discord is much louder and amplified compared to the actual stream itself.
Well, the actual Casper said on her phone it's good now. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what the issue is in terms of audio.
Trying to amplify it to maximum.
23,000 violent criminals. This year,
On your
FBI
stream overlay
assisted
shit,
the
try and turn it
arrest
up to
of
max if you can, like 200%.
It's all on max. Everything's max volume.
I mean, the audio capture.
The audio capture is on max. Max.
Fuck, man.
Unless I'm to have it just go through desktop audio,
15.
but that one isn't as loud.
Yeah, streamers have an extension on their browser usually.
Yeah, okay.
Get the extension, nerd.
Volume extension. Gasper says hers was just fine.
And you should be able to adjust the volume up to 500% there.
child predators.
Let me know how it is.
And 300 human traffickers. And this year, the FBI helped rescue more than 4,000 children.
I think it's just because I'm on call with you, that's
predators.
why.
FBI teams nationwide are working alongside immigration and customs
Oh, I don't even hear a
enforcement.
difference, honestly. I think it's just because I'm on
This
call with you.
teamwork has resulted in the arrest and removal of a historic number of violent criminal aliens, gang members, and child sex offenders. Those are overwhelming better records than at least.
Wait, does that sound louder?
No, in my opinion, no. I think Discord is hijacking the sound.
Okay, well then I'm gonna get off the Discord call.
Two of your past predecessors. During the Ray era at the FBI, the Bureau reallocated resources from child crimes.
Oh, it's just
to
Discord that
January
fucks
6th
me?
work.
Damn. Okay, no watching videos
Director
outside of Discord.
Patel, you've also moved agents from headquarters to field offices to better align with their law enforcement mission. Under your leadership, the FBI has apprehended several most wanted fugitives and secured the extradition of senior leaders of the Central American gangs like MS-13. Now, well...
Okay. Do you guys want to watch this right now? This is just their review of Kash Patel's performance as the FBI director. I knew about this happening. By the way, that's not the Tyler Robinson stuff. That's just Kash Patel.
Yeah, I realize that, but they're the main streams that should be covering it later, I guess.
Casper, yeah, no, it's boring. I was gonna watch it myself. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that one too. Just probably not on stream. I always have a list at the end of the night. Keeps me up till like 2. I watch all the stuff I need to catch up on, like important stuff, and then I pass the fuck out.
I usually just read the fucking summary after the event.
You're such a whore. This is why everyone's retarded. I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm sorry. Would I rather spend 14 hours listening to something go over about points multiple times, or I'd rather have it fucking summarized in fucking dot point form?
Both.
Why I prefer the easier digestible one than them using legalese to try and ask the same question 100 different ways.
Sometimes it's important.
I don't really want to hear old men speak.
Yeah, no, it's boring. Yeah, he literally said he got Robinson like 3 fucking times. It was like at least 2 times that I remember before they even had got him, which is so cringe.
Honestly, like, what the fuck is it with old people in positions of power, man? Like, we need a revamp of our judicial systems globally.
True.
So what's my power bottom up to right now?
What's your what up to right now?
You're a power bottom. What are you up to right now?
I am not a power bottom. I'm a selfless top.
Whatever you say, bottom.
I'm a selfless top. You can
I
keep
don't
being in
know, you're a
denial.
bottom.
You can keep being in denial of it. That's fine.
You're a damn bottom, admit it.
You wish.
Right. That's why you send me pictures whenever I ask.
That's never happened.
Really? So you didn't send me, in order to strike your ego, you didn't try and send me like 50 separate pictures of you, multiple of them where you were shirtless?
That's not like the context of that. I have the whole thing streamed, so we can go back through everything that was said. So if you want to like misappropriate what happened, then you can. It's fair.
You want to stroke
And then I'll
your
just
ego, it's okay.
and then I'll just pull out the receipts of what was actually going on. But that's fine.
You weren't
If we want to
streaming
lie,
at
if
that
we
time.
want to lie, that's fine. I was streaming.
No, not at that time.
I was. Yep.
No, I was watching.
I
You weren't.
was streaming. You don't know what platform I was streaming on, but I was streaming.
I checked them all.
Nope, you couldn't, because there's a 4th that you're not aware of.
What? Kick, YouTube, Twitch?
I
What?
also stream on Facebook, buddy.
Yeah, Facebook, sure.
That
How
one
many
I have to
viewers
turn
on
off
there?
separately. Don't worry about it.
And let me guess, Casper watches on there? Yeah, I'm sure.
No, Casper
on
doesn't.
Facebook. Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
I just
Live,
think
you know.
I think it's funny that I got your ass.
You didn't get my ass. Pull it up right now. Show me. Prove it.
I don't need to prove it to you. Why would I prove it? That would defeat the whole point. What the fuck?
I don't know. It seems like you got caught in a lie there.
Caught in what lie?
No, that you weren't streaming on Facebook at the time, specifically when you were sending me shirtless pictures for some reason to stroke your own ego.
That's again not what happened. But if you want to misrepresent what happened, that's fine.
I don't know. You were all giggly and shit. Like you were trying to stroke your own ego.
The whole thing is streamed. You can keep like saying that.
To try and hide the fact you're Jewish.
That is where the whole conversation started from. So it's interesting that you would misrepresent it. I don't know why you would do that. It seems a little insidious to me.
I, as a Jew, have never misrepresented a thing in my life. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Only to Congress. And allocation of federal funds. But that's different.
Okay.
Congress doesn't need to know my company's financials, so...
Alrighty then.
Oh no, I saw it, Casper. You were on camera. I saw. That's because remember I made the comments that he doxed you. Just by streaming your face.
Something like that. Alright. I'm watching videos now. We'll holler at
So
you.
you're gonna hang up now?
Yep. Holler at you later, buddy. Goodbye, goodbye. Back to my 9/11 conspiracy theory video.
Of course 7 contained financial records. It's a building in the financial district. That's an even weaker argument than the Pentagon accounting theory. I've read lots of theories on this, some, again, anti-Semitic for some reason, and none of them convince me of why the supposed conspirators would want to take this risk and possibly blow the entire operation with this additional building. World Trade Center 7 came down for the same reason as the towers. the weight of the building pushing down upon weakened steel. This steel was not weakened by a plane, but by the destruction of two 110-story buildings. This is why 7 took much longer to come down, and it's why rescue workers continue to fear that other buildings in the area were coming down as well. That BBC theory actually brings down the credibility of anyone who believes 7 was a controlled demolition, because it shows that everyone was ready for 7 to come down, not that it was some surprise demolition.
Yeah, they said that thing, the flight, the rubbish, the wreckage was scattered for miles.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way they didn't shut that down. But there's a lot of things about that day where you look back at it and you go, this is just weird.
4. Flight United 93 was shot down. For me, believing that United 93 was shot down is a disservice to those who died, similar to believing that a missile hit the Pentagon. By believing this, you're saying that those brave men and women that revolted on Flight 93 actually did nothing. This theory does come from a place of reality, as Dick Cheney did authorize the use of force to shoot down hijacked aircraft. Had United 93 been confirmed hijacked, and in the sights of armed F-16s, it would have certainly been shot down.
Any track of interest that's heading towards the major city, you will ID. If you cannot divert them away from the major cities, you are to confirm with me first, and most likely you will get clearance to shoot.
There were actually 2 F-16s sent up to find United 93, but they were both unarmed, and to take down the flight, the pilots would have had to kamikaze their own jets into United 93. The first would attempt to take out the tail, and if that failed, the second would try for the cockpit. These F-16s were still too far out at the time, and Flight 93 crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania before anyone could take action. Evidence of the passenger revolt exists from numerous phone calls and can be definitively proven to have taken place. The reason people believe this theory is because Cheney gave that order, and in their minds they think, well, he gave the order, so what would he have done if they did shoot down United 93? Would they have covered it up? The answer to that is that they would have not covered it up. A major criticism of the United States government during 9/11 is that they didn't do anything. That Bush just read My Pet Goat and waited for things to pass. Horrible as it may be, the administration would be able to point at shooting down Flight 93 and say, look, we gave that order and in the end it saved lives. Had the government done this, however, there would be an entirely different alternate timeline of theories where people would say Flight 93 was not a hijacked flight and was in fact just shot down so the government could pretend that they actually did something. The cockpit recording the passengers trying to take back the plane exists. If you believe that 93 was shot down, I want you to imagine telling one of the loved ones of those passengers that the recording of those final brave moments is fake. It's recorded by actors. Those men and women were heroes, and you want to pretend that they weren't just because your narrative has to always have the government be the bad guy. It seems like something they would do, so I'm going to say that they did it.
You know, when you have someone in your lifetime in a period of 10 years that tells you a half a dozen major lies, it becomes difficult then when they do tell you the truth. How do you know you're getting the truth?
Conspiracy theorists have no room for heroes when it goes against their agenda. The Flight 93 theory has a mountain of evidence disproving it. And if you want to say the debris field is too wide, then by all means go crash a plane in your own backyard and see what it looks like.
And that's what made me question 9/11, because when I found out Bush was going to go into Iraq, I sat back and thought, wait a minute, these 19 hijackers that they claim hit the World Trade Center, there wasn't one Iraqi among them. Well, to me, that's like Pearl Harbor. If the Japanese attack us at Pearl Harbor, well, then let's go get Korea. After all, they're Asian, too.
All of a sudden, we're attacked by Al-Qaeda, and the government is like, oh, we need to go into Iraq.
Yeah.
So, again, the government, I feel like, fuels this conspiracy by, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. What did Iraq do?
Yeah, it was exploited. They exploited the event. Now, they essentially benefited from it in that it furthered their geopolitical goals in some ways. But just because that happened, it doesn't mean that they actually did it.
Sure.
It just means they took advantage.
Have a good day, Rotund.
Yeah, I mean, if you find a wallet on the street, it doesn't mean that you stole the wallet from somebody. It just means you've just found it and you've taken it. It doesn't mean if there was a murder and there was something lying around and you take it, it doesn't mean you killed the guy. You're just exploiting the situation, and that's why.
Hell yeah, cast for you go, girl.
Things with the government.
5. Bush did 9/11. There's a real paradox to this one because the people that believe it also believe that George W. Bush is one of the most incompetent men to ever hold public office.
Our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
It's no secret W wanted to go back to Iraq and finish what his father started, to take out Saddam Hussein. Bush did 9/11 believers think that 9/11 was either plotted by or allowed to happen by the Bush administration so that they could justify involvement in the Middle East for oil and war profits. Let's go ahead and throw that plotted by theory out because hijacker preparations such as pilot training were already happening during the Clinton administration. The hijackers were real, and they crashed the planes on orders from Al-Qaeda. Humoring any alternative is almost as bad as acknowledging the hologram theories for me. As for the allowed to happen theory, why is Dick Cheney in the White House on 9/11 if they knew it was coming? The White House is a potential target, and they're going to put Cheney out in the open? Vice President Cheney is the mastermind of America's involvement in the Middle East after all, so if anyone played a hand in the inside job, it would definitely be him. People who believed it was allowed to happen can't seem to comprehend how dysfunctional the intelligence agencies were leading up to the attacks. For them, it's more believable to think that high-level people knew this was coming and chose to do nothing than it is to believe that the CIA was not sharing information with the FBI because they didn't want the FBI to take the credits. Incompetence is never a popular conspiracy theory because it's not fun. You want the Bond villain to be smart and calculating, not bumbling and childish. There are also historical precedents for this kind of thing. Operation Northwoods was a false flag operation proposed by the Department of Defense to justify war with Cuba. These proposed fake terrorist attacks included the US government sinking Cuban refugee boats, shooting down planes, and blowing up a US ship. President Kennedy rejected Operation Northwoods. And that's the thing, something this massive doesn't just appear overnight. If we're comparing Bush to 9/11 to Northwoods, we can already say it's different because Northwoods would have used US resources and manpower to execute the attacks, and as previously mentioned, the terrorists were in the States preparing on Al-Qaeda orders. If Bush allowed it to happen, that means he knew it was coming, and if he knew it was coming, how did he figure it out in the first place? Another intelligence agency would have had to have known and then told Bush, and that means they all knew it was coming and had to go along with it even though their entire job description is to stop bin Laden. There would also be a paper trail for this discovery. All we have is a memo from the month before stating bin Laden determined to strike U.S.
And I ask you whether you recall the title of that PDB.
I believe the title was Bin Laden determined to attack inside the United States. Now, the PDB, no.
In retrospect, the administration doing nothing about that memo has aged poorly, but at the time, everyone read it and said, well, of course he wants to attack us. That guy hates us. Remember how COVID-19 didn't seem serious in February, and we were making memes about how poorly Italy was handling it? And then a couple weeks later, the United States was shut down. It's kind of like that. You can look back and say the start of the pandemic should have been handled differently.
Well, it's important for folks to know that face masks are not recommended for the general public. Many more people will likely die from the flu in this country this year than will even get sick from coronavirus.
But at the time, you probably didn't think that because you hadn't experienced anything close to the scale of the coming storm. You can read tweets from Democratic politicians in February encouraging people to go out and eat. And now those same politicians are saying we should have locked down in February. Retrospect isn't a good argument. Sounding smart now doesn't help after the house burned down. When someone says Bush did 9/11, ask them to explain how. They'll most likely pause and say, I don't know man, but I'm sure he was happy he had a reason to invade Iraq. There's a whataboutism that drives conspiracy theories. Donald Trump claims Joe Biden only beat him in the 2020 election because of fake ballots and ballot purging. When it is proven this isn't the case, some supporters will still say, well, it's still something I could see the Democrats doing. They'd do anything to win. Look for consistencies in the inconsistencies. Donald Trump doesn't like losing. And in the 2016 Iowa caucus, he lost to Ted Cruz. Guess why he said he lost?
Ted Cruz didn't win Iowa, Trump tweeted. He stole it, adding either a new election should take place or Cruz results nullified.
I think distrust of the government is actually a healthy part of democracy. While shot down by President Kennedy, Operation Northwoods was a real plan that several high-ranking government officials supported. As much as this video exists to disprove 9/11 conspiracies, I also want you to realize there are people in every government in every state or nation who will lie to you for their own gain. This does not mean everything is a lie though, just that it's not unpatriotic to question things, and that's why I hold nothing against people who want to know more about 9/11, why it happened, how it happened, the things they can't explain. I hope that by having conversations like this, they are willing to understand reality, even if that means joining the majority. Mark Twain said, whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it is time to pause and reflect. And I fully live by that statement. The issue is that some people never want to be on the side of the majority because their entire personality is from being in the minority. The majority is oppression, those living in the matrix. The minority is freedom, those who can think.
True. Alright. One more. I already know all those. I already know all those conspiracy theories. I need a better one.
crazy American conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. A couple weeks ago, I made a video about the craziest conspiracy theories.
The 9/11 conspiracy theory suggests that the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks were either deliberately orchestrated by the US government or they allowed it to happen in order to justify military interventions in domestic policies. While the official account attributes the attacks to the Islamic extremist group Al-Qaeda, led by Osama bin Laden, many conspiracy theorists argue that the true story is far more complex and nefarious. These theories propose several alternative explanations, with some claiming that the US government, specifically figures within the Bush administration, were involved in a false flag operation to provoke public support for wars in the Middle East, specifically in Afghanistan and Iraq, and others believe that intelligence agencies, like the CIA, had foreknowledge of the attacks and either failed to act or intentionally ignored the threats. A key aspect of the conspiracy focuses on the collapse of the Twin Towers in the nearby World Trade Center 7 building. Theories argue that controlled demolitions and not the impact of the planes or the resulting fires caused the buildings to fall. Architects, engineers, and demolition experts are often cited by believers of this conspiracy to back up their claims. Additionally, some theorists believe that the Pentagon was not hit by a commercial plane, but by a missile, and that evidence, such as surveillance footage, was withheld. The 9/11 conspiracy theories began gaining momentum shortly after the attacks, driven by skepticism of the official 9/11 Commission report and the rapid spread of alternative explanations that rose from the internet. Films like Loose Change and websites such as 9/11 Truth also helped make these ideas popular. Despite extensive investigations debunking these claims, the theories continue to resonate with a portion of the public, often fueled by broader distrust of the government, media, and official narratives. The moon landing conspiracy theory centers on the claim that NASA faked the Apollo moon landings in 1969. According to people who believe in this theory, the US government staged the landing in order to win the space race against the Soviet Union, boost national morale, and assert technological dominance during the Cold War. They argued that the landings, specifically the Apollo 11 mission, in which Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin became the first humans to walk on the moon, were filmed on Earth, possibly in a studio. This conspiracy theory began circulating in the early 1970s, shortly after the Apollo 11 mission, and a 1974 book by Bill Kaysing called We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 Billion Swindle, is credited with popularizing the idea. Kaysing, a former employee of a NASA contractor, claimed to have inside knowledge and cited supposed inconsistencies in the moon landing footage and photographs. He argued that the US lacked the technology to safely land on the moon and return. Key arguments of moon landing hoax believers include inconsistencies in the photos and videos, such as the lack of stars in the sky, the way shadows appear, and the way that the American flag seems to wave in the airless environment of the moon. They also question why no further manned missions have occurred since Apollo 17. The theory gained traction over the decades through documentaries, books, and later the internet, and this conspiracy taps into a broader distrust of government and authority figures, and despite extensive evidence debunking this theory, including rock samples, telemetry data, and testimonies from astronauts, it remains prominent for many who believe in conspiracy theories. The JFK assassination conspiracy theory revolves around the belief that President John F. Kennedy's assassination on November 22, 1963, was not the work of a lone gunman, but rather the result of a larger, more sinister plot. The official accounts, based on the Warren Commission's investigation, concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone in shooting Kennedy from the Texas School Book Depository in Dallas, Texas. However, many believe this explanation is incomplete or a cover-up. Conspiracy theories began almost immediately after the assassination, fueled by conflicting reports and the sudden murder of Oswald by a nightclub owner, Jack Ruby, 2 days later. Skeptics question how Oswald, a relatively unknown figure, could have orchestrated the killing of such a high-profile target alone. Some theorists argue that multiple gunmen were involved, pointing to the grassy knoll as a second possible shooting location. Numerous conspiracy theories emerged, bringing in various different people and organizations into the assassination, including the CIA, the FBI, the Soviet Union, and even Kennedy's own vice president, Lyndon B. Johnson. Many believe the government covered up crucial evidence, such as medical records and surveillance footage, to conceal the true perpetrators and their motives, which range from stopping Kennedy's foreign policies to preventing his re-election. The release of the Zapruder film in 1975, showing Kennedy's head snapping backward after the fatal shot, intensified public skepticism of the official narrative. The U.S. House Select Committee on Assassinations later reinvestigated the case in the late 1970s and concluded that there was a probable conspiracy, although it it upheld much of the Warren Commission's findings. The JFK assassination conspiracy theory remains one of the most debated events in modern history, with new theories continuing to emerge and attract public interest. The flat Earth conspiracy theory is the belief that the Earth is not a globe, as commonly accepted by science, but instead is flat. Believers of this conspiracy argue that governments, space agencies, and scientists have been lying about the true shape of the Earth in a massive conspiracy, possibly for financial gain or to maintain control over the populace. According to this theory, the Earth is a flat disk with the North Pole at its center and Antarctica as an ice wall that surrounds the edges, preventing people from falling off. Although the idea of a flat Earth dates back to ancient civilizations, it was debunked by scientific discoveries, including those of the Greek philosopher Pythagoras and later astronomers like Copernicus and Galileo. The modern flat Earth theory, however, re-emerged in the mid-20th century, most notably with Samuel Robotham's book Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, which laid the groundwork for flat Earth beliefs in the modern era. The theory gained renewed attention in the 2000s with the rise of the internet, with flat Earth conventions and groups such as the Flat Earth Society contributing to its spread. Supporters point to so-called inconsistencies in photos of Earth from space, unusual flight paths, and what they consider to be faulty scientific assumptions about gravity and the horizon. Despite overwhelming evidence proving the Earth is round,
looking at the
including
inception of
satellite
their political
images,
movement.
GPS technology, and centuries of scientific research, this theory still persists on. The Illuminati conspiracy theory claims that a secretive, powerful group known as the Illuminati controls world events and governments, aiming to establish a new world order. According to believers, this hidden elite manipulates political, financial, and social systems to consolidate power, create global instability, and exert total control over humanity. The theory often alleges that influential figures, such as politicians, celebrities, and business leaders, are members of the shadowy organization. The origins of the Illuminati lie in a real historical group founded in Bavaria in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, a professor who sought to promote Enlightenment ideals of reason, secularism, and equality. However, this original Illuminati disbanded by the late 1780s due to government repression. Despite its dissolution, the myth of a secret Illuminati society persisted, particularly after being linked to other secretive organizations like the Freemasons. The modern Illuminati conspiracy began to gain traction in the 1960s and 70s, fueled by countercultural movements and books like the Illuminatis trilogy by Robert Anton Wilson and Robert Shea. In this satirical work, the Illuminati was portrayed as a global group, mixing fact and fiction in a way that captivated conspiracy theorists. Over time, the theory evolved, suggesting that the Illuminati orchestrates wars, controls the banking system, and even manipulates cultural trends, such as the entertainment industry and technology. The internet, specifically in the 1990s and 2000s, played a major role in spreading the Illuminati theory. Symbols like the all-seeing eye or the pyramid, which appear on the US dollar bill, are often cited as evidence of the Illuminati's influence. Pop culture icons have been falsely accused of being Illuminati members, reinforcing the theory's presence in modern discourse. The Freemason conspiracy theory revolves around the idea that the Freemasonry, a fraternal organization with roots in medieval guilds, is a secretive, powerful group that manipulates world events and governments from behind the scenes. The origins of Freemasonry as a conspiracy date back to the 18th century, when the organization became more public and influential in Europe and America. Initially, Freemasonry was a network of craftsmen and builders who emphasized moral teachings, personal development, and brotherhood. However, its secretive rituals, symbols, and exclusive membership sparked much suspicion. The anti-Masonic movements gained momentum in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, particularly after the disappearance of William Morgan, a man who threatened to expose the secrets of Freemasonry in 18...
I've had a family member tell me that they believe the government puts nano robots in Pepsi in gas stations, so that's why they don't buy gas station Pepsi. So yeah, I'm well aware of the crazy shit that people believe in. Holy fuck.
26, which led to widespread paranoia in the US. Conspiracy theories about Freemasons gained further prominence in the 19th century as anti-Masonic political parties formed, and later, in the 20th century, when totalitarian regimes, like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, targeted Freemasons, accusing them of being part of a global plot for domination. Freemason conspiracies often involve claims that their members hold key positions of power in government, finance, and influential institutions. Symbols associated with Freemasonry, such as the square and compass, the all-seeing eye, and pyramids, are often cited as proof of their hidden influence. Despite being a charitable organization focused on personal growth, the secrecy surrounding their meetings and rituals has allowed Freemason conspiracy theories to thrive. The Area 51 conspiracy theory is centered around the belief that the US government is hiding evidence of extraterrestrial life and advanced alien technology at a highly classified military facility in Nevada. Area 51, officially known as Groom Lake, is a remote site used by the US Air Force for testing experimental aircraft and weapons systems. The conspiracy theory alleges that, in addition to military testing, Area 51 is the storage and research hub for crashed UFOs, alien bodies, and secret extraterrestrial technology. The theory gained momentum in 1974 after the infamous Roswell incident, when a mysterious object crashed near Roswell, New Mexico. While the US military claimed it was a weather balloon, conspiracy theorists have long suspected that it was actually a UFO, and that wreckage and alien remains were transported to Area 51 for study. In the following decades, secrecy surrounding the facility fueled speculation about what was happening inside. In 1989, a man named Bob Lazar claimed he had worked on reverse engineering alien spacecraft at a facility near Area 51, further popularizing the theory. Lazar's accounts of advanced propulsion systems and extraterrestrial technology being studied by the government ignited public curiosity and cemented Area 51 as a focal point of UFO conspiracy culture. Area 51's secretive nature, restricted airspace, and heavily guarded perimeter have only added to the allure. Sightings of strange lights, unidentified flying
family
objects,
member or
and
the
unusual
robots?
aircraft.
No, they're not Mormon. They're not. They're unfortunately not.
Around the area
I'd
are
say.
often cited as evidence of extraterrestrial technology. The theory grew in popularity in the 1990s with the rise of the internet and media coverage, including TV shows like The X-Files. Despite official
Mormon
explanations
robots?
that Area 51 is used for advanced aviation testing, the mystery around it continues to fascinate conspiracy theorists who believe the government is hiding the truth about alien life. The chemtrails conspiracy theory claims that the trails of condensation left by airplanes, known as contrails, are actually chemical agents being deliberately sprayed into the atmosphere by governments or shady organizations for covert purposes. According to believers, these chemtrails are part of secretive programs involving weather modification, population control, or biological warfare. Believers of this theory think that the chemicals dispersed could include toxins, heavy metals, or other harmful substances designed to manipulate human behavior, health, or the environment. Contrails, which are the condensation trails formed when water vapor in airplane exhaust condenses into ice crystals at high altitudes, have been a common sight since the early days of aviation. However, the chemtrails conspiracy began gaining traction in the mid-1990s when people started observing contrails that lingered in the sky longer than usual, spreading out into a thin haze. Conspiracy theorists interpreted this as evidence of chemical spraying rather than a natural occurrence. The internet and social media played a significant role in popularizing this theory, and some also linked the theory to geoengineering efforts, suggesting that chemtrails are being used to combat climate change by reflecting sunlight away from the Earth, although in a harmful or unethical way. Despite numerous scientific studies and expert explanations debunking the theory, stating that contrails are a well-understood atmospheric phenomenon and that no evidence supports the presence of harmful chemicals, the chemtrail theory persists. It remains a focal point for those skeptical of government transparency, scientific consensus, and environmental policies, often overlapping with broader anti-government and anti-globalization beliefs. The reptilian elite's conspiracy theory is the belief that a race of shape-shifting reptilian aliens, or reptoids, have infiltrated human society and secretly control world governments, corporations, and other influential institutions. According to the theory, these reptilian beings can assume human form and have been manipulating global events for centuries to maintain control over humanity and establish a totalitarian world government. But the theory was popularized in the 1990s by David Icke, a British writer and former sports broadcaster, who claimed that many world leaders, including prominent figures such as the British royal family, US presidents, and other elites, are either reptilian themselves or are controlled by reptilians. Icke's work ties this conspiracy to ancient myths and legends of serpent-like creatures, as well as ideas about secretive societies and the Illuminati, suggesting that the reptilian elites are behind many of the world's conflicts, financial crises, and social issues. Believers of this theory often claim that reptilians feed on human suffering and fear, which is why they engineer wars, political turmoil, and disasters. Some even believe that the reptilian reptilians are interdimensional beings that possess advanced technology and psychic abilities, allowing them to manipulate human consciousness. Signs of their presence are found in ancient texts, cultural symbolism, and even the physical characteristic of certain people, such as cold-bloodedness or unusual behavior. The reptilian conspiracy gained momentum through the internet, which included footage of public figures whose eyes seemed to momentarily change or glitch. Despite being widely dismissed by scientists and skeptics as pure fantasy, the theory remains popular for those who believe in conspiracy theories. The Big Pharma suppressing cures conspiracy theory alleges that large pharmaceutical companies, often referred to as Big Pharma, intentionally suppress or withhold cures for diseases such as cancer, AIDS, and diabetes to maintain profits from selling treatments and medications. According to this theory, instead of providing permanent cures, pharmaceutical companies prefer to offer expensive, long-term treatments that generate continuous revenue. The theory suggests that cures either already exist or could be developed, but are being kept secret by pharmaceutical companies, governments, and regulatory agencies. Believers argue that the financial incentives for Big Pharma to suppress cures are immense, given the billions of dollars made each year from chronic illness treatments. They believe that a one-time cure would not be as profitable as lifetime dependency on medications, which keeps patients reliant on drugs and treatments that manage symptoms rather than eliminate the disease. Some conspiracy theorists even claim that researchers who discover potential cures are silenced, discredited, or forced to stop their work. This theory gained popularity in the late 20th century, fueled by growing distrust of large corporations and government institutions. High-profile controversies, such as cases where pharmaceutical companies have been fined for unethical practices, have deepened public suspicion. Additionally, the rise of the internet and social media allowed theorists to spread their ideas more widely, often highlighting anecdotal stories of alternative medicine practitioners who claim to have been suppressed by the medical establishments. Critics of the theory argue that there is no credible evidence supporting the claim that cures are being deliberately hidden, and they emphasize that scientific research is peer-reviewed and subject to public scrutiny, with breakthroughs in medicine, such as vaccines and new treatments, being widely shared. However, the theory persists, often overlapping with broader skepticism of corporate power, government oversight, and the healthcare industry's motives. The Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy theory revolves around the belief that Epstein, a wealthy financier and convicted sex offender, was part of a vast, powerful network that included elite individuals involving in illegal activities such as child trafficking and sexual exploitation. Epstein was arrested in 2019 on federal charges of sex trafficking minors, and his death in a New York jail, ruled as suicide, fueled widespread speculation that he was murdered to prevent him from revealing damaging information about his influential associates. The conspiracy theory gained traction due to the high-profile nature of Epstein's connections, which included politicians, business leaders, and royalty. Some of the key figures linked to Epstein include Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Donald Trump, and many more. Many theorists argue that Epstein possessed compromising information on these individuals and others, leading to his supposed silencing. The abrupt nature of his death, the failure of security cameras at his cell, and inconsistencies in the official investigation created much speculation. This theory really took off after his death on August 10, 2019, when the phrase "Epstein didn't kill himself" trended on social media. The theory rapidly spread across many social media platforms, driven by memes and viral posts that question the official narrative. Theories range from the involvement of powerful politicians to intelligence agencies covering up a blackmail operation. The Epstein case became symbolic of distrust in institutions, reinforcing beliefs that powerful people operate with impunity, shielded from legal consequences. The lack of accountability for Epstein's accomplices and the secrecy around his wealth and criminal activities helped sustain the conspiracy, which remains widely discussed even after official investigations closed. Theories persist about the extent of Epstein's criminal empire and the true cause of his death. The vaccines cause autism conspiracy theory claims that vaccines, particularly the MMR vaccine, are linked to the development of autism in children. This theory stems from a now discredited 1998 study led by British doctor Andrew Wakefield, who suggested that there may be a link between these two things. Despite numerous scientific studies refuting this claim, the conspiracy persists and has influenced public perceptions of vaccine safety. The theory gained traction when Wakefield's study was widely publicized, sparking fears among parents. The media coverage amplified the findings, despite the lack of evidence. In 2010, Wakefield was stripped of his medical license after it was revealed that his research was fraudulent, ethically compromised, and funded by groups pursuing lawsuits against vaccine manufacturers. His sample size was small, and no following research has validated his claims. Nonetheless, the damage was done, and anti-vaccine movements embraced the theory, with even high-profile celebrities promoting the idea, furthering its reach. Social media also played a significant significant role in the spread of the conspiracy, as online forums and groups created echo chambers where vaccine misinformation thrived. The theory resonated with some parents, seeking an explanation for the rising autism diagnosis rates, despite the fact that these increases are largely attributed to better diagnostic practices and awareness. The reluctance to vaccinate, spurred by this belief, has led to outbreaks of preventable diseases, such as measles, in communities with low vaccination rates. The theory remains a significant public health concern as it undermines confidence in vaccines, which are one of the most effective tools for preventing disease. Despite overwhelming scientific consensus debunking the link, the belief continues to influence vaccine hesitancy. The Pizzagate conspiracy theory emerged in 2016, falsely claiming that a child trafficking ring involving high-profile politicians, including members of the Democratic Party, was being operated out of a Washington, D.C. pizzeria called Comet Ping Pong. The theory originated from hacked emails of John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, which were released by WikiLeaks. Conspiracy theorists, particularly on platforms like 4chan and Reddit, misinterpreted and speculated about references to pizza and other foods in the emails, claiming they were coded language for pedophilia and human trafficking. This theory was fueled by social media, where it was spread by many who opposed Hillary Clinton during the 2016 election, including far-right figures like Alex Jones. It linked the Democratic Party, Clinton, and other elites to an underground pedophile ring, tapping into broader fears and existing conspiracy narratives about the corruption of powerful figures. The theory spread widely, despite a complete lack of evidence, and rapidly gained popularity through viral posts. The conspiracy reached its peak when a man named Edgar Madison Welch drove from North Carolina to the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria and fired a rifle inside the establishment in December 2016, attempting to rescue children he believed were being held captive. No evidence of any criminal activity was found, and Welch was arrested. Although thoroughly debunked, the Pizzagate conspiracy theory laid the groundwork for later conspiracy movements like QAnon, which similarly allege widespread elite corruption involving pedophilia. Pizzagate remains significant as an example of how disinformation can spiral into real-world violence and public belief, demonstrating the dangers of viral conspiracy theories in the digital age. The QAnon conspiracy theory is the belief that global elites, including politicians, celebrities, and business leaders, are involved in child trafficking, satanic rituals, and other forms of corruption. Central to the theory is the idea that Donald Trump was working to dismantle the group and expose their crimes. QAnon emerged in 2017 when an anonymous figure...
These are the group of people, the real crazy ones at the Capitol, that weren't super organized, but they were there, that were fucking insane. They are the QAnon folk, in case you were wondering. So Jan 6, the real crazy people, this is them. This is them.
Known as Q, began posting cryptic messages, which were known as Q drops, on the online forum 4chan, claiming to be a high-ranking government insider with knowledge of this hidden war between Trump and the deep state. The conspiracy theory gained rapid popularity online, initially appealing to far-right and anti-establishment communities. Q's vague and coded messages invited followers to decode them, creating a sense of participation in uncovering the supposed truth. Followers believe in the Storm, a prophesized event where Trump will arrest and expose the members of this secretive group, leading to their downfall. Despite Trump's exit from office, the theory has evolved, with believers adjusting their narratives. This theory's popularity surged during the COVID-19 pandemic, as lockdowns and uncertainty fueled online engagement with conspiracies. QAnon also tapped into pre-existing conspiracy theories, including Pizzagate, and amplified fears about elite corruption and child exploitation. The movement has had real-world consequences, with some followers engaging in violent acts, most notably the January 6, 2021 U.S. Capitol insurrection. Although Q has stopped posting, the conspiracy theory continues to thrive among certain communities. It has been debunked repeatedly by fact-checkers, but its followers remain committed, often seeing New World events as evidence of the hidden war they believe in. The COVID-19 hoax conspiracy theory is the belief that the global pandemic, which began in late 2019, was either exaggerated or entirely fabricated by governments, media, and powerful elites to control populations, infringe on civil liberties, or advance hidden agendas. Some versions of the theory claim that the virus itself is fake, while others argue that it exists, but its severity was deliberately overstated. Central to the conspiracy are ideas that lockdowns, mask mandates, and vaccines were tools of mass manipulation designed to create fear and compliance. Skeptics of the virus pointed to inconsistencies in information, such as changing guidelines from health officials, as evidence of a cover-up. Theories varied widely, with some claiming the virus was a plot to implement authoritarian control, others suggesting it was a ruse to introduce mass vaccination programs or digital tracking through microchips. Influential figures, including some celebrities and political commentators, promoted these ideas, helping to amplify them on social media platforms. The conspiracy theory thrived due to the fear, confusion, and uncertainty surrounding the pandemic. Additionally, the pandemic intersected with existing anti-government and anti-vaccine movements, drawing in people already distrustful of institutions. The COVID-19 hoax narratives has had dangerous real-world consequences, leading to widespread resistance to public health measures, vaccine hesitancy, and even violence against health officials. Though thoroughly debunked by experts and backed by overwhelming evidence of the virus's impact, the conspiracy persists among certain groups who view the pandemic as part of a broader scheme to strip away freedoms and impose control on society. Thank you very much for watching this video, and if you learned something, make sure to leave a like, comment down below your thoughts on any of the conspiracies I discussed, and subscribe if you would like to see a part 2 or more videos like this one. Thank you again, and goodbye.
Yowza. Good times. Alright.
There's a cover-up that's about to happen here.
This is Situation Room. I read Kennedy.
Does this guy believe this?
The assassination of a president, and then a scramble by the US government to hide information from its people.
So much information was hid from the American public.
Tell me.
How many shots were fired? 3?
The question of who shot JFK and why has riveted America since that horrifying day 60 years ago. But over time, it's become clear that the FBI and CIA kept information hidden, not just from the public, but from the commission in charge of investigating the assassination. This has fueled an understandable doubt in the official account, including, by the way, Lyndon B. Johnson, the president who took JFK's place. Congress even came out in the 80s saying that this was probably a conspiracy. And the public ran wild with this. They came up with hundreds of suspects of who could have been involved in the assassination. Theories like this thrive when government authorities aren't transparent with their people. So let me show you how this happened. Let me explain the official story and why that story has been hit with a wave of doubt over the decades. And explain that unlike a lot of conspiracy theories, doubting the official story here isn't as crazy as you might think.
It is crazy. It is more crazy than you might think.
This was a turning point in American history. People all of a sudden decided, I'm not sure they're telling us the truth.
People loved John Kennedy. He was this good-looking guy who was always hanging out with his beautiful family, and he just seemed to instill a sense of confidence in people. Kennedy rode this positive perception up the ranks of American politics to become the 35th president. This was in the early 60s, when America was in a giant time of transition.
Well, this is a revolution, of course, that is sweeping our country now.
The US was the global superpower, and was locked in a Cold War with another empire a world away. So JFK walks into the presidency to find his military and intelligence leaders causing a lot of trouble around the world. They had become very comfortable with dangerous secrets. They were funding wars, they were overthrowing governments in faraway countries, they were assassinating leaders that threatened American interests, and they were doing most of this totally in secret. By the way, if you want to know more about those CIA shenanigans, go watch the video where we map all the US coups. Anyway, JFK walks in and sees this as too much. He wants to rein in these spy and military leaders from what he sees as an abuse of American power. He ended up firing and demoting a bunch of these leaders, a lot of these intel and military guys who were plotting and executing covert operations around the world. And he continued to pursue, like, his ideal of world peace. He chose diplomacy over violence. When nuclear-armed missiles were found in Cuba, he slowed down the momentum towards a full-scale presence in Vietnam, and he shut down several of these covert operations that were being planned by the leaders around him. This caused great tension between JFK and America's military and spy leadership. All of this context is important when we look back on that day in November 1963.
Friday morning, 11:37. The president's jet lands at the Dallas airport.
President Kennedy and the Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson arrived to Dallas for a speech that the president was to give. He got in this open-top limousine with his wife Jackie and the Texas Governor John Connally, along with his wife Nellie. They rode through these streets, downtown Dallas lined with cheering spectators. And then gunshots rang out.
Kennedy apparently shot in head. Blood was on his head.
The shots hit the president in the neck and head, also wounding Governor Connally. The president was rushed to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead.
Yowza!
And very often you'll find a zipper hidden in the arm.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You'll excuse the fact that I'm out of breath, but President Kennedy and Governor John Connally have been cut down by assassins' bullets in downtown Dallas. The president has rushed to Parkland Hospital.
Within hours of the assassination, the prime suspect became this 24-year-old former Marine, a self-declared communist who had renounced his American citizenship and moved to the Soviet Union, where he then fell disenchanted with life in Russia and moved back to the US, eventually ending up on the 6th story of this building in Dallas where he worked and where he was on that morning in November where he aimed a rifle and shot the president. His name was Lee Harvey Oswald. And after these shots rang out, he fled. While on the run, he shot and killed a Dallas police officer before hiding in a movie theater and then eventually being arrested at around 2:15 p.m. that day.
I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir.
There was to be a trial, and Oswald planned to plead not guilty, claiming the whole thing was actually a setup.
I'm just a patsy.
Patsy, which is like an old-timey term for like the fall guy, the one who was set up. That same day, the vice president, Lyndon B. Johnson, was rushed back to the presidential plane and sworn in as the new president of the United States before taking off and heading back to Washington. At the same time, the FBI, the top investigatory body in our country, descends onto Dallas. And very quickly, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, who's a big part of the story, he comes to a conclusion as to what happened. This is before any investigation had really gone forth. And Hoover decides that Oswald absolutely was the one who did it. He was a communist sympathizer, he was a frustrated misfit, and crucially, he acted alone. There was no one else. Here's a phone call between Hoover and the new president, LBJ.
There's no question but that he is the man. Now, the fingerprints and things we have.
I'd like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any.
But luckily we have a justice system, and we would find what the facts actually say. Oswald was going to stand trial, where the evidence could be thoroughly examined, where the country could see for themselves who actually shot their president, and get closure on this horrifying event, where whoever did it could actually be brought to justice. But that never happened. 2 days after the assassination, while Oswald was being transferred from police headquarters to the county jail, a nightclub owner named Jack Ruby jumped out in front of the crowd of police officers and news reporters and shot Oswald. He was quickly rushed to the hospital, where he died soon after. The same hospital where President Kennedy had died just 48 hours earlier.
Lee Oswald has been shot.
I think he got what he deserved if he's the one that did it.
It is difficult to say how long it will take for the full realization of what happened to really sink in.
With Oswald dead, there could be no trial, no real sense of justice. This left the government investigators, the FBI mostly, with the opportunity to really own the narrative of what happened. The very next day, the Deputy Attorney General sends a memo to the White House, stressing that the public must be satisfied with this explanation that Oswald acted alone. He didn't have co-conspirators that were still at large. This had to be the story, and I'll explain why in a sec. This memo also included some wisdom and kind of a foreshadow of what was going to happen over the next several decades, where the memo urges the White House to release as much information as possible to the public, so as to avoid public speculation. Just remember that advice, release the information to avoid public speculation. It's kind of the most important part of the story. We have these recently released phone recordings between the FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, and the new president, LBJ. And we see in this phone call that the FBI actually didn't want a thorough investigation.
I think it'd be very, very bad to have a rash of investigation. It'd be a three-ring circus. Well, the only way we can stop them is probably to appoint a high-level one to evaluate your report that I can select out of the government and tell the House and Senate not to go ahead with the investigation. Yes.
LBJ creates this group called the Warren Commission. And you can see in these phone calls, he was asking the FBI director who should be on the commission.
What do you think about Allen Dulles? I think he would be a good man.
Wait, did you catch that? Allen Dulles. He was the former director of the CIA. He's one of the guys that JFK fired after he tried to overthrow the Cuban government. And now he's about to be appointed to the committee investigating Kennedy's assassination. This did nothing to instill trust in the commission.
The new president appointed a commission of 7 prominent Americans to investigate the whole affair.
The special commission will have before it all evidence uncovered by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and all information available in the agency of the federal government.
The Warren Commission was given just 10 months to investigate this situation using the evidence that was mostly provided to them by the FBI. They produced this report, which essentially confirms the conclusion that J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, had come to in the hours and days following the assassination. That on November 22nd, the shots fired that killed the president and wounded the governor were fired by one guy, Lee Harvey Oswald. The report stresses that he acted alone. They say it very definitively. He, nor the person who killed him 2 days later, Jack Ruby, were a part of any conspiracy, domestic or foreign. All of the shots came solely from the 6th floor of this building. And crucially, there were only 3 shots fired, 3 bullets.
How many shots were fired? 3. Any of them fired at me? No, there was all 3 at the president. All 3 at the president, and we have them.
The report says that the first bullet likely missed the car completely, but that the second one did something very interesting. It first hit the president in the back and then exited his chest. It then entered through the governor's back, went through his rib, and then exited through his chest. But it wasn't done yet. It then entered his wrist, shattering the wrist bone, and then exited the wrist, and went partially into the governor's leg. Whoa. Okay, it's quite the journey for one bullet. Oh, and the bullet in question, which just apparently made 7 wounds, supposedly looked like this, which some ballistic experts have said looks a little too pristine for a bullet that allegedly just went through 2 human bodies. And then of course the third bullet, according to the Warren Commission, was the one that delivered the fatal headshot to the president. This was the explanation that the Warren Commission came up with to explain all of the wounds that were found on the victims. All of this damage had to be done with just 3 bullets. And why just 3 bullets? Again, ask J. Edgar Hoover right after the assassination.
On that floor, we found the 3 empty shells that had been fired.
They only found 3 shells up on that 6th floor. So if all of this damage was done with more than 3 bullets, that would mean that there had to be more than one shooter. A conspiracy. But there couldn't be a conspiracy. Hoover had adopted this line of thinking right after the assassination. This assumption that it was just one guy. And that line of thinking endured into the Warren Commission. A commission that Hoover himself helped the president assemble. In the end, the commission used a lot of cherry-picked evidence provided to them by the FBI that supported their already drawn conclusions. And in the process, they turned any focus away from exploring all the possibilities, including the possibility of a conspiracy. The report focuses almost entirely on one guy, Lee Harvey Oswald, and his 3 bullets.
Who killed John F. Kennedy? The commission answers unequivocally, Lee Harvey Oswald. Was Oswald a member of a conspiracy? The commission answers, he acted alone.
They ignored witnesses that contradicted their stories. They ignored or modified the signed reports from surgeons and doctors who worked with President Kennedy immediately after he arrived to the hospital that said that the wounds in the president's neck chest area looked like they came in from the front, meaning not from this building that was behind the president. In other words, the FBI and the Warren Commission ignored the advice from that memo that admonished the government to release all of the facts. In my mind, this was the biggest mistake and the root of all the conspiracy theories that exist today. The question I had in all of this is why? Why not do a proper investigation that explores the possibility that this was done by a group of conspirators instead of just one guy? For me, the answer to this question has a lot to do with the greatest fears that the American government and people were facing in the early 1960s. First, we have to remember that 1960s America was right in the heart of the Cold War, a time of constant vigilance, of fear of nuclear apocalypse, of extreme tension between these two superpowers. If this assassination was seen as an attempt to topple the government, or even worse, if it had been organized by the Soviet Union or its fellow communist regime in Cuba, that would create a sense of panic among the American public. It would be a very different situation than a 24-year-old communist sympathizer acting alone. A believed conspiracy would also create pressure from the American public to strike back, which could lead to an escalation with another nuclear-armed nation. Oh, and the CIA also had an incentive to keep an investigation from being too widespread. At the time, they were secretly conducting all of these operations to assassinate Cuba's leader, Fidel Castro. This was a big deal, and it was a big secret at the time. Any deep investigation into possible conspiracy with Cuba might reveal that the CIA is trying to assassinate Fidel Castro, which would not be good for the CIA. So one way to read all of this, the memos, the rushed conclusion, the emphasis on Oswald acting alone, the need for there to only be 3 bullets, you can see this as a bunch of government officials scrambling to keep the American public calm, to make sure that pandemonium doesn't break out, all while reducing the possibility of geopolitical escalation with the Soviet Union. You can see this in some of these phone calls, where the new president is deeply worried about keeping the American people united around a simplified narrative of what happened. He's worried that if alternative theories get out, it could threaten our entire system. So their tactic for doing this was to hijack the narrative, to suppress and influence the investigation, and make it very simple. Oswald did it. That's it. Here's the problem though. Eventually, people will do the math and realize that the government has been keeping the full picture from them. And that's exactly what happens next. So the Warren Commission files its report with the official story of what happened. But soon after they do so, members of the Warren Commission themselves come out and say they don't actually believe the story that the Warren Commission just put out, especially when it comes to the key assertion that 1 bullet was responsible for causing 7 wounds.
I could not convince myself that the same bullet struck both of them. You mean that you yourself weren't convinced about the single bullet theory? No, I wasn't convinced.
Governor Connolly, the one who was sitting in front of JFK, and the one who was supposedly shot by that 1 single bullet, he disagreed with the story.
I understand there's some question in the minds of the experts about whether or not we could both have been hit with the same bullet. I just don't happen to believe that.
Even the new president, LBJ, wasn't totally convinced. I mean, he was kind of secretive about it, but he eventually did come out and tell a reporter from The Atlantic that he thought that this was a conspiracy, that it was Cuba retaliating against the US for all of these CIA attempts to assassinate their leader. This was not good for the Warren Commission and their story. Then, 12 years after the assassination, this full uncut version of a strip of film that shows the assassination of JFK, it finally airs on national TV.
It's the film shot by the Dallas dress manufacturer Abraham Zapruder, and it's the execution of President Kennedy.
This was the first time that Americans could see solid visual evidence of this event. But why hadn't it been released earlier? To some, this film contradicted the official account from the Warren Commission. And it sparked this new demand for real answers from a government that kept behaving like it was hiding something. All of this is coinciding with a time in American history where Americans are losing faith in the federal government. You just see this massive, nosedive. All of the CIA's covert operations are starting to come to light. The country is mired in this endless war in Vietnam. The president's people were just found spying on their political opponents in a hotel in DC. The government has not earned our trust at this point. So people are like, it wouldn't be a far stretch that the government was also behind the assassination of JFK. This was furthered by the suspicious assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.
Dr. Martin Luther King, the apostle of nonviolence in the civil rights movement, has been shot to death in Memphis, Tennessee.
This was all too much, and the people wanted answers. So in a shining moment of redemption of our democracy, Congress responded by forming a committee that reopened the investigations into these two assassinations, JFK and MLK. This committee did a real investigation. They actually were earnest about this, and they confirmed what a lot of Americans were already feeling, which is that the Warren Commission's investigation didn't sufficiently look into the possibilities of a conspiracy. They say it point blank. They were way too fixated on their assumptions that it had to FBI agent even testified that he was ordered by his superiors to destroy evidence, in this case a letter that Oswald had written to the FBI.
And he handed it to me and he said, "Oswald's dead now, there can be no trial. Here, get rid of this."
Why was the FBI asking its agents to destroy evidence? The committee concluded that it was a, quote, high probability that it was two gunmen that fired at JFK and that it was probably a conspiracy. That's what it says. But they stopped short of trying to determine who that other gunman was or who had organized the conspiracy. And then they once again make the recommendation that all of the information on this topic be made public.
Isn't it time for the American people to at least know what happened at 12:30 p.m. in Dallas, Texas on November 22nd, 1963?
Quick caveat, the committee's conclusion that the assassination was probably a conspiracy relied heavily on one piece of evidence, which was the sound recording from that day, where you can hear gunshots and you hear more than three, and it kind of inferred that there were like multiple shooters. This evidence was later challenged and kind of debunked by the FBI, but also a different research facility that basically said this sound recording wasn't even gunshots. It wasn't even recorded during the time of the assassination. But to me, the whole conspiracy thing was not actually the most important part of this committee's report. The most important part was that they confirmed that the Warren Commission had been cherry-picking evidence and hiding stuff from the American people. After the Congressional Committee confirmed to the American people that the FBI and the CIA had been hiding evidence, the conspiracy theories rose up once again, culminating in this movie in the early 90s that paints an alternative picture of what could have happened here. A shadowy government conspiracy to kill the president, or at least a conspiracy to cover up the real story.
Oswald, Ruby, Cuba, the mafia. Keeps them guessing like some kind of parlor game, prevents them from asking the most important question, why? Why was Kennedy killed? Who benefited? Who has the power to cover it up?
The film was largely conjecture, kind of based on some elements of truth. And some might argue that it was irresponsibly misleading to like show the American public like, hey, the government killed the president. But hey, in a world where the government isn't being clear and forthright to the American people, this film felt like a response. Maybe the government was hiding the truth. Maybe the government did do it, or maybe they're just covering something up. We don't know because they haven't released information. This was a popular movie and people latched on to the theories presented in this film.
The notion that there were more than one set of shooters, the way that it's presented physically in this movie is highly convincing.
Public pressure got so intense that Congress finally decided to do what they should have done in the 60s, which is force all of these agencies to release all of the information. So in 1992, Congress passes this law that would lay the foundation for releasing all of the documents related to the assassination by October 2017. That was the deadline. They assembled a committee and gave them several years to go through all of the documents and re-examine the official account and prepare these documents for release to the public. We actually talked to the chairman of that committee.
I was nominated by President Clinton to chair the Assassination Records Review Board.
In the process of going over all of this documentation, this review board found some more inconsistencies and discrepancies and instances of potential cover-up. Like the autopsy. There's an entire video I could make about just the autopsy and the missing brain and all of this. But the crux of it is that what the doctors and surgeons saw moments after the president was shot, they recorded and they wrote down, but then what the official autopsy record actually looked like when it was released was something very different. The way the wounds were described, where the wounds were, what the brain looked like, all of this stuff had been changed or modified. The photos themselves had potentially been changed. And then the brain itself literally went missing. It's unaccounted for. So anyway, that's an entire rabbit hole that you can go down if you want to. Releasing all these records also revealed that the CIA and FBI had been keeping tabs on Oswald's whereabouts, which maybe makes sense because he was a Soviet sympathizer, but why didn't we know that before? We learned that the Secret Service had destroyed documents, the original motorcade route sheets that they had, the surveillance tapes from that day, they had destroyed them.
Now, we found those documents in the hands of another agency, so ultimately there was no harm.
Judge Thunheim said that, yes, they got a lot of documents, but a lot of stuff was still missing. There was one guy at the CIA who took control of the investigation a couple weeks after the assassination, and all of his records are just unaccounted for.
Now, did he destroy them all? Maybe. I don't know. There's no real record of that. So you still have that previously destroyed issue.
In total, they finally released 5 million documents by 2017. Basically everything, except for a few thousand documents that the CIA still refuses to release. Why? Guys, come on. You can find this whole trove of JFK documents on the National Archives website. We'll put a link in the description. Okay, but here's the craziest part of all of this. Even after 5 million documents were released to the American public, to a public that was like hungry for like conspiracy, still there is no solid smoking gun evidence in any of this that points to a conspiracy, that points to anyone other than Lee Harvey Oswald as the person who assassinated the president by himself, acting on his own. Now, the evidence may exist somewhere, but it's been destroyed or whatever. The point is, the government could have released these 5 million documents in the 60s. Like, they could have done this back when people wanted it, back when they should have, and it wouldn't have changed their official story, and it would have satiated an American public that was skeptical of their government. At this point, though, I think it's too late. The feeling that the government was hiding something has now sunk deep into the American psyche. We all kind of are like, the JFK assassination, yeah, something was up there. I'm not really sure they're ever going to regain our trust on this one because of how much hiding of information there was throughout all of these decades. So, on the internet, all around, from people who are actually pretty credible, you have alternative explanations that abound. Maybe it was LBJ who planned it so that he could be president. Or what I believe is perhaps the most feasible theory, which is that some rogue faction in the CIA wanted to take out JFK because JFK was against what the CIA was up to. He was shutting down their covert operations. And then there's, of course, the idea that Cuba did it. I mean, that's what LBJ, the president after JFK, thought. Like, he was like, it was probably Cuba because we've been trying to assassinate their leader. The point is that because of the information vacuum left by the CIA and the FBI holding back evidence from the American people, people started to look at the evidence they did have and grasp at any evidence they could find for conspiracy. They started connecting the dots of the witnesses who met mysterious or suspicious deaths. Many theorists will fixate on this mysterious man holding an umbrella in this video on a sunny day, maybe giving the signal to a second shooter. It's all very tantalizing, and some of it is actually very valid as like leads for further investigation. But despite a lot of really fishy stuff, I have not seen any solid evidence that proves an alternative story to the one that was told to us back in the 60s, that Lee Harvey Oswald was the guy who did it and he acted alone. I think it's very plausible that there could be some conspiracy. I think we will never know because we simply don't have the evidence. One thing I do know for certain, though, is that the moment this investigation turned into an effort to stifle information and influence the facts towards one conclusion, it laid the foundation for the public to turn this into a cesspool of speculation. Again, I keep going back to that feeling of being lied to by your government. It's very potent. It sticks with you. It creates fertile ground for conspiracy theories of all kinds to sprout. Because when you feel like you're being lied to by your own democracy, by your own leaders, no matter the reason or justification, it makes you feel like you're on your own, like no one's got your back, and that you are the one who needs to find the real truth. And to me, it's that space that the most enduring conspiracy theories find their footing.
True.
Have you ever committed any act of violence in your life? No.
No. Me? No. I could never. It's funny. No. No. Why is it so funny I'm saying no? Yeah, I was never a big believer in the... Ooh, actually, yes, I do want to see the J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance. I want to see this.
We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain. Why are we doing? Oh, cringe! Stop it! I don't want to. Stop like dragging this man's corpse through your fucking social media shit.
Here momentarily at the University of South. Because throughout voting.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Is this guy Irish? What am I listening to bagpipes for? It might have been, actually.
From my office in the White House complex.
You found the place for truth, the voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hey, everybody. JD Vance here, live from my office in the White House complex and filling in for somebody who cannot be filled in for, but I'm going to try to do my best. My dear friend, the great Charlie Kirk. The last several days have been extremely hard for our country. They've been hard for me, hard for my family, hard for the countless people in this building who knew and loved Charlie Kirk. And of course, they've been hardest most of all for his darling wife, Erica, and their 2 beautiful children. The thing is, every single person in this building, we owe something to Charlie. He was a joyful warrior for our country. He loved America. He devoted himself tirelessly to making our country a better place. He was a critical part of getting Donald Trump elected as president, getting me elected as vice president. And so much of our success over the last 7 months is due to his efforts, his staffing, his support, and his friendship. I don't think that I'm alone in saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hostile places and inspire younger generations to have courage. One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people how to speak. He didn't just teach people what to say. He didn't just teach people they could actually speak their mind on campus. He created a whole social network for an entire generation of young people. I know people who met their husband, who met their wife, who met the best man at their wedding at a TPUSA event. Because as you guys all know, it's not just about speaking our mind, it's about making friends along the way and creating that support network that won an election and that staffed the current federal government. I owe so much to Charlie. I've had friends reach out in just the last couple of days who sent me messages, screenshots that they exchanged with Charlie in the run-up to me getting selected by the president as his vice presidential running mate. And it's such an honor to have people show me that Charlie said, we want JD to be the VP nominee. And I just had a conversation with the president, and I think things are actually going well. I think he's actually going to choose JD Vance. Do you know what it means to me that such a good guy, such a good friend, such a lion and visionary of our movement was advocating for me? So I wanted to use this show today to advocate for Charlie, to talk about him, to talk about what kind of a guy he was, to talk about what kind of a man he was, what kind of a husband and father he was, and to take people, most of them from inside the administration, but some of them from without, who knew Charlie best, and to talk about what he meant to them, what he meant to this administration, and what he meant to the conservative movement. Now, I was very honored a couple of days ago on September the 11th, 2025, to fly out to Utah, where Charlie was shot and killed, to meet his wife, to meet his mom and his dad, his sister, all just incredible people who didn't deserve to have this happen to them. And I was also honored to be able to take Charlie's remains from Utah to Arizona. It was an amazing, amazing thing. It was heartbreaking, and it was sad, and it was terrible. But what an honor it was for me and my family to be welcomed in to the Kirk Inner Circle at their moment of grief. There are a few things that I want to talk about just from that moment. First of all, when I first met Erica, his lovely wife, and such an incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw her remarks after Charlie died. If you haven't, I would encourage you to go and see them, because you see this raw grief and incredible courage all in the same moment. And that's what we need right now. We need to grieve, but we also need this courage in this moment more than we've ever needed it. She gave me a hug, and she was heartbroken, as of course she would be. And she said that she loved him so much. And I said, Erica, he loved you so much. He died way too young, but he died a happy man because of you, because of the family that you gave him, because of the home and the life that you guys had built together. And we sat for about an hour and we talked about Charlie. And, you know, in these moments, you don't know what to say. I'm a person who literally speaks for a living, and I had no idea what to say. And I didn't try to console her, because how can you console a person who just lost a loving husband and father? But we just talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie Kirk who he was. And she said something to me that I will never forget. My wife was there. It was just me and my wife on my side, and then a lot of people from the Turning Point's family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And she said to me that Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean-spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things that I'm a pretty good husband, but I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, even the good ones, we're sometimes imperfect. And I took from that moment that I needed to be a better husband, and I needed to be a better father. Because of all these moments that I shared just in the last few days, the books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them before bed, I just realized that all of these moments that I get to have, Charlie is not able to have them anymore. And Charlie's kids and his beautiful wife are not able to have them anymore. And maybe the best way that I can contribute and the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband that I can be, to be the kind of husband to my wife that he was to his. You know, we talked all the time about the most important thing you could do is not vote for a particular candidate. It was to become, if you were a young man, a husband and a father. He talked about the joy that came from fatherhood, the joy that came from raising a family and being part of their growth and their development and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friend, is to be the very best at that most important job that I can be. But that's not the only way that I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly that looks like. It's important, and Erica asked me this, to make sure that his movement, the movement that Charlie started, has to keep going. We have to build upon it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind and to speak the truth. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why do we do this? Of course, we do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials of the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy in that way. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice. And importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity.
You're so fucking gross, JD Vance. I just want you to understand you are the most disgusting, vile, reprehensible piece of shit person. Oh my god, you're so fucking disgusting. Oh, you're so fucking vile. Ugh. Okay. Okay.
Real unity that can only come when we tell the truth and everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day without being cut down by a murderer's gun. We're going to talk about all of those things with friends of Charlie, with people in the administration, with people that he knew. You know, on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked about how he'd want to be remembered if he died. His answer, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith, and that was Charlie. And in this dark moment for our country, I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord, and to be bold in how we glorify him. To be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show he created going and hearing from some of the people who were so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
It's so disgusting. I hope you guys understand how actually fucking disgusted I am to watch this. This is so fucking vile.
Time out. Let me ask a question about Pete Hegseth. Would you rather have a warfighter or a bureaucrat run the United States military?
I would rather have somebody that doesn't have a history of alcoholism. I'd rather have somebody that...
Get fucked!
If there's a shooting at a synagogue, it is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If it is a shooting of a Republican politician, it is very likely to be a trans Antifa Marxist shooter.
That is just not true. We don't know what this.
How many trans Antifa? What?
This kid is.
We do know this kid was of the left. We do know that.
We do know what?
That this kid was of the political left. That is according to contemporaneous reporting from The Guardian as well as Tablet Magazine today.
It's 2 days out. We don't know shit, Ben.
But
we don't know shit. They never do. The internet is undefeated in getting it wrong to begin with.
It's not about the internet. That's about the actual reporting by mainstream accepted. The Guardian is not a right-wing
Here's
news
what
outlet.
Here's what we heard. Here's what I was told so far, and I'll tell you what was wrong. First, I heard he's a registered Republican. Not true. Okay. Then he was a donor to Trump. Not true. His father works in the sheriff's office. Not true. There was a picture of him wearing a pro-Trump shirt. Not true. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not true. We don't know what he is.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now, I agree when you write on a bullet, what did he write on the bullet?
Catch this fascist, which is also a gamer thing.
Okay, but now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the Groypers, yes. I mean, so that would...
You're sure he's...
Ooh, this is a rough one for Ben, because Ben also fucking hates Groypers, and Groypers fucking hate Ben Shapiro, because he's Jewish and Israeli. Or no, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I just pulled a racism. He's not Israeli, but he's Jewish and he supports Israel, is what I meant to say. I'm sorry, Ben, my brave American.
Not that.
But I still think he'd rather pin it on the left than Groyper people.
I'm not sure that he's not that.
A minute ago you were sure what he was.
Hold on. No, hold on. Okay, because I've been...
You were.
True. The article claiming Tyler Robinson was a leftist was retracted. This is, and again, it's hard, because a lot of you guys aren't part of this like internet culture stuff. When people say certain things, they assume certain things, but it might not be the case at all. So like even reading the quotes from this, I was like, okay, we'll wait for more to come out. But like this person saying, in a phone interview on Friday, someone who said they were friends, apparently this has been retracted, but someone who said they were friends with Robinson in high school who wanted to remain anonymous said that the suspect was pretty left on everything and was the only member of his family that was really leftist. The rest of his family was very hard Republican, the friend said. When people say statements like this, you need more information about it, because depending on the communities you're in, there are things that you can say where it comes off as leftist, depending on the community, but it's not at all. So for instance, if his parents were like neocons, like traditional conservative types, especially if they weren't bought into the Trump stuff. And then this kid was growing up on like the populist right. He would be, for instance, like incredibly anti-hawkish, anti-foreign intervention, which to some people can come off in the older world as like a dovish, like Democrat view. Not saying that's necessarily what happened. I don't know why I hedge like this all the time. Retards that don't want to hear me speak don't want to hear it anyway. But like, it would have been interesting for this to state more what were like actual concrete political beliefs, or why would you assume this or think this. But apparently, this article was updated on September 12th, 2025 to remove quotes after the verified source who attended high school with Tyler Robinson said after publication they could not accurately remember details of their relationship. Good one. I live in the shooter's hometown. This anonymous friend is literally my coworker. What? He came to work today bragging about how he lied his ass off in this interview for the memes, then bragged some more when this was published, told me he never even talked to the kid. I called the Guardian complaints hotline and left a voicemail after I found out, LOL, that I caused this retraction. I'll have to ask him if he had a change of heart later in the day or something. Sure you do. I'll post a pic in the morning. Here's proof. Wait, what? Pine View High School 2014. Was this the high school he went to? Is this enough proof? You could just be a guy that went to the high school, but I went to the same high school as him, albeit 7 years earlier. I know exactly where his house is. Why would I lie? Why would you lie? He's 100% trolling. I mean, he posted a yearbook thing. According to Reuters, Tyler Robinson was living at his parents' home at the time of Charlie Kirk's assassination, but according to Brooke Singman at Fox News, Tyler was living with a transgender roommate. Roommate or girlfriend? See, that there's no point. Again, I understand. I get the breaking news thing. It's fun. It's exciting. Obviously, I have high viewership, my money. But God, it's so worthless. What is this? After Kirk's killing, suspect joked that his doppelganger did it. Before he was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson sent friends messages showing that he was closely following news about the killing. The day after Charlie Kirk was killed, an acquaintance of Tyler Robinson's posed a question to him in a group chat. The FBI just released 2 grainy surveillance images of a skinny young man in a cap and sunglasses walking in a stairwell on the Utah Valley University campus, and it asked for the public's help in identifying the suspect. Tagging Mr. Robinson's username on Discord, a messaging platform, the acquaintance attached the images and wrote, "Where you at?" with a skull emoji. Oh, God. Suggesting that Mr. Robinson, 22, looked like the man being sought. Mr. Robinson replied within a minute. His doppelganger, he wrote, was trying to get me in trouble. Tyler killed Charlie, another user wrote, apparently in jest. That was on Thursday afternoon around 1 p.m. local time. It was not until later that night, nearly 34 hours after the shooting, that Mr. Robinson was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination of Mr. Kirk. The Discord messages were the clearest glimpse yet of the suspect's demeanor in the hours after the killing. They were shared with the New York Times by someone who knew Mr. Robinson in high school and has kept up with him in the group chat, not the group chat, which includes about 20 people. That means it was a Discord server. But said he had not seen Mr. Robinson in person for several years. He spoke on the condition that his name not be used, fearing harassment for being an acquaintance of the suspect. Does the Times have like internet savvy people going through this Discord? I feel like you could find the ideology so fast if you just knew if you knew what you were actually reading or looking for. After Mr. Robinson joked that the gunman was his look-alike, another user suggested that the group could turn Mr. Robinson in and get the $100K reward that the FBI was offering. Only if I get a cut, he responded. Whatever you do, don't go to McDonald's anytime soon. Kind of crazy how they're just like memeing after killing somebody. Jesus. Mr. Robinson agreed and offered a supposed joke of his own writing. Better also get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have lying around. When another user suggested that the killing of Mr. Kirk would lead President Trump to send the National Guard to Utah, the suspect replied, "In a red state? Nah, clearly the shooter was from California." Before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, the suspect sent messages that suggested he was closely following the news. I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes, he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room.
Recognized his son as the person of interest, and when asked, he fessed up to it. Sources say Tyler actually threatened suicide, saying he'd rather kill himself, which led the dad to call up his minister, who happened to be a U.S. Marshal. Robinson later surrendered and was booked into jail. The jail, 250 miles from the crime scene. That's right, the guy made it all the way home. So how'd he do it? New video shows Robinson leaving his sniper's nest and jumping off the roof. After that, he dumped his gun in the woods and hopped in a gray Dodge Challenger and drove 4 hours home. The governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, says the family did the right thing by turning their son in. Robinson's believed to have acted alone, but he left a hefty trail of evidence. Investigators found messages that he sent to his roommate.
These photos consisted of various messages stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message.
People keep saying Obama was the one who divided the country. Is there any truth to that claim? I don't remember him ever being divisive. This is delusion from the right. But you need to listen. You need to listen to their media. When you were listening to like Rush Limbaugh all the day, every single day you were hearing about these people were commies, they were socialists, they were trying to destroy the country. Every single day you got this fed to you from all forms of conservative media. So that's why you get the feeling that Obama was like crazy, divisive or whatever. Keep in mind that those same horrible healthcare pushes, the same horrible healthcare changes that Obama made, that Trump came into office to try to repeal and replace, are the ones that now Trump defends and says, those were his idea. The pre-existing condition stuff, he's not going to get rid of that because they're popular now. So
It's referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel.
We now know more about the engravings on the shell casings. Listen.
Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO.
Bella Ciao is an anti-Nazi song from Italy. 3 down arrows is an anti-fascist symbol that's now associated with Antifa, and it's also a video game code for calling in a big bomb. Hey fascist, catch, well, he's calling Charlie a fascist and telling him to catch.
Anti-Nazi? Didn't Italians, did they have their own fascists? I'm trying to remember if that was the case or not, but maybe not.
A bullet. And the bulges, OWO, is sexual role-playing slang used by furry fanatics. So who is this guy, this Robinson guy? He comes from a normal household, raised Mormon, parents are Republican. His father's in construction, and they live in a 6-bedroom home in Utah. He grew up hunting, which explains why he was a good shot. And academically, he was a straight-A student who got a college scholarship. But he dropped out of college after 1 semester, went back to live at home.
Oh no, he should have stayed in college. Oh no, college would have unradicalized him.
And enrolled in a trade school, looking to become an electrician. A family member said he wasn't political until recently, when something snapped.
The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had.
Why, who didn't like them? The family or the kid?
Incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate.
They? Does he mean him? Is he using the singular they? Maybe I don't know. Maybe they're just the family's tyrant.
And spreading hate.
One of Robinson's friends spoke to The Guardian and said he was...
Wait, can somebody link me that full press conference?
...really leftist. Pretty left on everything, quote unquote. They said he became an extremist, started ranting and raving. Robinson apparently spent too much time online. His shell casings had internet slang, and he dressed up as memes for Halloween.
Oh, it's in the news now, right?
Robinson spent hours and hours alone staring at a screen. A Christian kid in a conservative household raised by a loving mom and dad in Utah, not surrounded by radical leftists, but gets radicalized into fighting fascists online.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. Fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
This is one issue you have to get into here, and nobody will address this, I guess. Fuck them, because everybody's a coward, including the fucking mainstream left-leaning losers. And I brought this up on my debate last night. We need to have a discussion on the factual claims on both sides, okay? If a person comes into your house and they're a rapist, and somebody says, hey, that guy's a rapist, and then another guy comes into the house who's not a rapist, and someone says, hey, that's a rapist, you can't say, bro, you can't just call, when you call this guy and this guy a rapist, it's bad. You can't do that. It's like, well, hold on. It might be accurate in one of these cases. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anybody should go kill anybody. It doesn't necessarily excuse any political violence. But I'm just saying that we should be able to evaluate the factualness of both of these claims, no? Now, of course, Fox News wouldn't agree, obviously, that Trump is an authoritarian, even though he obviously and clearly is, and they clearly and obviously support it. But
what kicking the out of fascism looks like.
Donald Trump is a fascist.
Trump is a fascist dictator.
As a fascist dictator.
Fascist chaos.
Fascist.
This is also deeply unserious because, one, Trump has literally called Kamala fascist multiple times, and Biden. And two, they use communist all the time when they talk about the left. They've been doing it for 2 decades, okay?
Regime. Look, are they a threat to democracy? Yes. Are they going to take our rights away? Yes. Are they going to put people's lives in danger? Yes.
These are all things that the Republicans constantly say about the Democrats, of course. So this is all unserious, right?
Are they going to endanger the planet by not dealing with climate change? Yes.
So how did America confront fascism in World War II? We went to war. The message is, these men are dangerous fascists. Be a hero. Take them out.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists, led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
All of them.
And today, Democrat senators have declared war again.
We're in a war right now to save this country. And so you have...
And now, all of the political jargon, now all of it is to be seen as literal. Now all of it is literally calling for violence, literally calling for death. Ignore the fact that Trump said you need to fight like hell to take your country back, and immediately after, people went to the Capitol and insurrected, right? That wasn't Trump's fault. That wasn't... you can't draw a direct link from that, even though you literally can draw a direct link everywhere through that. Now all of it is incredibly literal. What is this?
Anyway, who are you and why are you here?
I'm Ann Williams. I'm here supporting Obama.
Tell me about your health care situation.
We are an example of somebody. My husband and I have 6 children. We
have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
Whatever is necessary to save the country? That's a call to arms.
What? Whatever is necessary to save your...
In order to save the country.
Whatever is necessary to save the country? That's a call to arms.
When Trump says you're going to lose your country if you don't fight like... What does that mean then? That's not a call to arms? What? Destiny, you've been saying the right needs to turn down the temperature. Agreed. It's kind of a cesspool at the moment. Honest take, do you think Kirk would have done that if some other right-toward was shot? He constantly advocated nonviolence. Would you want, say, Hassan or Vosh to turn down the temp if you got shot? Not to put that evil energy out there or anything. What I want... I mean, I would want... I don't want anybody to turn the temperature down. I want the temperature to turn down, right? So that's the goal. So what we want to find is what are effective ways to turn the temperature down, okay? Well, the way to turn the temperature down is to find the party that is raising the temperature and to tell them to stop, okay? Vosh and Hassan, I mean, if one of their followers killed me, then I guess I would say fuck them. But like, generally right now, the Donald Trump shit is crazy. Like, there is an argument to be made that if Biden or Kamala had won the election, that Charlie Kirk wouldn't have gotten shot, just because politics was pretty boring in the 4 years where Biden was president. We weren't seeing tweets every single fucking day. We weren't seeing truths every single fucking day. There wasn't a new scam, a new scandal, a new just insane shit happening. Even with 2 wars, arguably, that started or advanced, it just wasn't as crazy as the daily fucking insanity of the fucking Trump party. So, whatever. Members of our America's Mayor Live team have lost sleep over the murder of Charlie Kirk. The truth is, some of us refused to just get over it or to get through it. We were angry. We were beyond livid. As Matt Walsh said, we aren't interested in a kumbaya moment right now. One productive outlet we found is working to peacefully expose the vile, hateful teachers and educators who are openly celebrating murder. These people responsible for educating you are beyond the pale. Expose them all. The very future of our country is on the line. Where is their sense of humanity? Mass doxing. This guy is disbarred, by the way, for a crime that he should have been tried and probably hanged for, treason, 100 billion trillion %. But go for it. Go off, King.
It's time we rise. Careful what you wish for.
easy on you. I really wanted to make you look bad. I could. You hate.
Is this real or is this like a pre-made video? Oh my god. There's no way, dude.
I'm tired of all you liberal snowflake.
There's no shot.
Hey everybody, my name is.
I have a hard time when I'm on Instagram. I'm pulling like autism reels and I can't tell if how many are ironic or not. It's impossible to tell. Someone in Kika said, how are people framing your take of Dems should withhold their fire hose until DJT also helps with a fire hose as you're trying to start a fight? They don't believe that. Don't believe them when they say that. They don't believe it. They don't believe it. You need to put yourself in the other person's shoes and imagine how you would act if you had the feelings that you think that they do. And then when you realize that that is not synergizing, then you'll be closer to understanding what's going on, right? Just on a personal level, as somebody that I think I've met him a couple times, I don't think we talked that much. And then he's obviously in my field. Watching Charlie Kirk get assassinated is kind of crazy because I imagine that happening to me it feels uncomfortable. Pretty easy to get killed at basically any event. Doesn't feel good. I would like there to not be a chance of that happening to me in the future. Doesn't feel good. Wouldn't like that. When I see the other side and that their go-to is civil war, civil war, civil war, it makes me think that they're not very concerned about safety or something else is at play there. Something different is functioning there if that's your go-to. That's all I would say. I don't know. Something different is operating under the hood there.
I've never committed treason.
Okay, quick. I got like 2 minutes because I got a bunch of shit and I'm debating it in like 30 minutes. What's up?
No worries. It's going to be fast. It's actually relevant to what you were just talking about. I've been doing some thinking on it, and I think whenever you think about their state of mind, one of the reasons why they're like so angry right now, why they're so upset and wanting revenge, is because this is them seeing like consequences for their actions politically, and to them politics isn't supposed to be that, right? Like
I totally disagree. I don't think they view themselves as having done anything bad at all. I think that's the bigger problem.
No. Consequences not as in consequences of them doing something bad. Consequences is just like there being actual tangible response to their politics. They're used to saying we're going to do whatever we want politically and nothing comes back on us, right? We can close the border. We can do all
agree
these
with
things.
that 1 trillion %. Yes. Yeah.
Right. And so what's happening is we're seeing them say, no, guys, you don't understand. Politics is supposed to be a game. This isn't supposed to matter. You shouldn't kill us because this doesn't matter, guys.
But then these are the same people who walk around with the phrases, the Second Amendment exists to protect us from tyranny so we can fight back, or the blood of democracy, or the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of, the patriot or whatever, like all the, it's like,
But whenever they say that, that's not political to them. They're not speaking political. They're not making a political statement when they say that. They don't view those as political statements. Not really.
No.
Like Tectone was saying, like White Lives Matter. That weird
I saw
tweet
that.
that he did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I bet if you seriously confronted him, he'd be like, that's not a political statement. He wouldn't view that as a political statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's talking about what he believes actually impacts his life, and to him, politics doesn't impact his life. And so the one of the reasons why they're so mad is they're seeing someone being impacted by their politics and going, I can't believe that someone's politics could actually impact their life. Meanwhile, whenever Democrats get assassinated, Democrats have that awareness, they understand it, and it's why whenever they got assassinated, there wasn't calls for blood, there was calls for peace.
Sure.
Right? Because Democrats understand that fundamentally already. And then like last thing on this as well, whenever we're looking at the way that God, I'm just trying to think about how to phrase this. Because, by the way, great restraint on your part to not say something that would get you banned from everything. Because, man, I've had to delete so many posts in chat before typing them in, some of this stuff. Whenever Republicans are out there saying, like, there's only...
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your messages, Casper. Surely looking for rope right now. Also just got back. What did I miss? The Kirk tears. Politics is a game. Literally the guy I was talking with last night wanted to win, not fucking have a complex discussion. Yeah, it is just a game, unfortunately. I also have a meeting. One more work meeting for the day. 8 minutes long. 2 p.m. CST, and then I'll be back to streaming. I'll just go on my break scene. Oh my gosh, sorry for the yawns. And I'll just go back to my break scene after that, and then, but when I go to do that, and then I'll be back. No worries. Sweet. Yeah, don't you get some moderation to do in the Princess chat? Fair enough. And that's the sassy Casper that I always heard about. Oh yeah. Alright, well I'm gonna hop in this call. We'll talk to you in a bit, Cass. Goodbye, goodbye. Hello, hello. Hey, hey. Hoo hoo.
What's up? Destiny got banned on Twitch.
He's already been banned off Twitch. What do you mean?
No, he was permanently banned off Twitch.
Oh, okay, and?
Basically, Elon Musk and a bunch of conservatives they colluded to get him completely banned off Twitch. Because he was unbanned on Twitch for a while.
No, he wasn't. What are you talking about? That's just not true.
Nah, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do, because I watched Destiny. How would I not? How would I? Of course, he's been like.
I was hoping you would have fell for the bait.
Yeah, so I just don't understand the meme.
He got banned in 2022.
I know he got banned way back when. I figured this was a meme.
Any info?
I'm sorry, anyway.
You would have the info.
The info of what? Destiny. I figured he was just memeing.
Apparently, these are the so people in Nick Soroto is talking about this. Apparently, this is the messages. It's a transcript.
It's a what?
That's a transcript of him and his trans lover.
How do we know this is a trans lover?
It's an alleged partial chat log between Tyler Robinson and his trans lover Lance Luna Twix.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll just wait till like we get actual official reporting on this. This looks just so sketch.
Yeah, that's what everyone's saying on Twitter for some reason.
Everyone on Twitter's retarded. Everyone on Twitter thought all kinds of retarded, stupid shit. And then we're spreading false shit immediately after this happens, so I'm fine. I'm good.
The Utah County District Attorney just revealed Charlie Kirk's killer Tyler Robinson. I'm confirmed Tyler became more left and more gay and trans rights oriented over recent years. Bullshit. There's no evidence for that claim. Twitter is fucking crazy.
You know what's even more crazy is the Republicans in governors and senators and House of Representative members calling for people to get in trouble for their speech. That is like that is not like I've heard hate speech get used. That term. It's like, oh, we don't have laws against hate speech. But they're trying to I think the thought is to want to legislate it.
Oh, I'm going to read this post from someone, right? Did the FBI ever tell us who Trump shooter was communicating with, but somehow they know every detail about who Tyler Robinson was talking to? It's pretty strange, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking hypocritical.
Well, it's more so, I mean, with this image, yeah, who was Trump's shooter talking to? Who was he talking to,
They don't care. They unironically don't give a shit. I don't know why you would ask me that. Is it this the... Sorry, I've actually got a lot of work finally for my job. Oh, baby, a triple.
Oh, and also I'm just gonna post some photos that were deleted from his mother's Facebook. That she deleted really quickly after the entire event.
Oh yeah, all these got scrubbed. People know.
I know, but the interesting thing is, he was clearly a liberal. Liberals don't typically, dress and act like him.
Hunting, fishing, yeah, pretty crazy.
Hunting, fishing, shooting fucking high-powered rifles, holding their fucking degree.
Well, holding the degree's probably okay. Also, that doesn't look like him. That looks like his younger brother, the second photo.
Yeah, but why would they delete that? That's the question.
Happy 16th birthday to Austin. He's a leather-working gun tote. That's the younger brother. Why would you bring him up?
Yeah. But why would she delete that if he is not connected?
It's her little brother. It's his little brother.
Yeah, but why would she delete that off the Facebook?
They're probably deleting everything off the Facebook. They're probably getting harassed.
Yeah, that could be true.
Jesus. What's your Tesla thing there, buddy? Is this your phone? Oh, this is probably stuff you just found on the internet, huh?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's stuff for Twitter, man.
Thought it
What do
was
you
you
mean, mine?
personally. that had
What?
discovered that. That's why I was asking.
Discovered what? I'm confused.
The Facebook photo stuff, you nerd.
No, knuckle dragger.
Hey, how am I supposed to know?
But those screenshots come from the charging document, apparently.
Whoa.
But people are shoving these things around. Like, if you take a look at this can't be fucking. They can't be real with this shit. Read the date of these communications. The first one.
Yes.
That's the first one right
Okay,
there.
police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to the police. On September 10th, 2022, the roommate received...
They cannot be serious.
Who put this shit out? Who's so retarded as to post this? Is this just some random fucking Twitter fucking photo?
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out where that image comes from.
This has to be a meme.
Yeah, but apparently it's floating around, like, heavily right now. Apparently this is
Oh my god, if it was floating heavily around that the earth was flat and there was people speculating on it, I would laugh and mock them and call them retarded.
I don't know. These things seem fabricated. Here's the indictment. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming straight from the indictment. Yeah, these don't seem real. Like, these are fabricated, because surely they could produce actual screenshots from the fucking phone, couldn't they?
Yeah, you'd think they would, or it would be submitted into evidence.
Yeah, but somehow they've just got transcripts. Transcripts aren't shit. You know, it's easily fabricated. Yeah, they're also they are seeking the death penalty. I'm gonna say I'm gonna say until they provide actual physical fucking evidence, I'm gonna say this is all fabricated shit.
Yeah, where did this even come from? Who gave this?
A Utah attorney named Jeff Gray, Utah County, an attorney for the state.
Also, the roommate is a wild fucking... This just doesn't even look real.
So he's directly from the New York Times.
I believe it's from the New York Times, but it's retarded the way it's like put together.
Like, surely they would provide an affidavit of actual fucking screenshots, communications. I mean, fuck me. If it was some other hyper of killing, if someone tried shooting Trump, like, again, they would most likely produce the fucking text messages trying to paint them as a liberal. But it seems like they're just producing a transcript saying, look at this. See, this text here, this here shows that he did it. We can't show you the evidence, of course. We want to provide an impartial jury. But see, this is what he said. He said, this is what I said he said, It's like, it's something smells fishy with this. It's like they want to just throw him away and be done with it really fast. And one thing today also in one of the images alone, right? What type of assassin talks about their fucking 2000? Talks about what's the fact they got a $2,000 scope.
I don't know, man. I'll just read this shit like on stream. I'm good. I know I'm streaming right now, but I have work to do. Like work, Elizabeth, how's it going? How's it going, Cootie Patootie?
So Tyler's username on Discord was Zealous Monkey, Money Key 55095.
Nice.
Like, look at this. They can provide this shit. Uvu. What the fuck is an Uvu? Hold on. That. Oh yeah, university. Yeah. Here's just some of the screenshots apparently that are now floating around because of this. They're apparently from the killer. I don't trust RT News, but that's where it's coming from apparently.
RT is Russia Today. I would rather kill myself
Yeah.
than believe anything coming up from them.
Yeah, but they're for some reason RT's covering it.
This is from 2020, like the.
Yeah, that's what it's.
2019.
They're messages of him from different dates. It looks like.
Okay. This has to be like one of the most famous Discord accounts ever, if this is real. It didn't work. Double check the username is correct. I tried adding it.
Oh, that's.
Is that gonna get me?
Them.
Do you think I'll get in trouble for adding them? Trying to?
I mean, he's not going to add you back.
Dang it.
He's in. I mean, the FBI, maybe the FBI agent involved might add you.
Be like, what the fuck? No, it seems like that user is gone been scraped off of Discord.
Yeah, Discord would have shut it down.
I'm waiting until my fucking work sends me some shit that I need to do, but they haven't sent me it. Base Jew, we gotta meet in person, dog. If you really are the rich oligarch you say you are, I'd love to meet you, you head ass.
Why do you want to meet me, boy? You gonna suck my cock?
No, why do you always have to make it homoerotic? Just be cool to meet you.
I want to go homoerotic with you, man.
Well, if you want to be homoerotic with me, there's a price. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just saying, like, it'd be cool if we met up, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe you don't think that is cool. Which is unfortunate and very gay of you. Unless you genuinely believe I'm gonna, like, try to rape you, why wouldn't you want to meet up?
I mean, I don't know. Those soft liberal hands.
Oh my god. Why do you keep memeing? Why do you keep deflecting?
Yeah, I do that.
I can tell. Master deflecting. You're almost as good as at deflecting as the original, like, FBI investigatory body that was put in charge of figuring out how John F. Kennedy died. Get it? Rar,
Yeah.
rar, rar.
Just looking into this stuff before I go to sleep. It's 5:30. It's 6. Oh fuck! It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Jesus.
What do you have to do tomorrow? Get some shit going on?
Yeah, a little bit.
When are you busy? When are you ever busy outside of just chilling?
Well, you contact me in off hours, right? Normally.
I normally contact you when I'm awake. Actually, usually the entire time I'm awake until you get off.
And you figure I'm 17 hours ahead of you.
And?
So you when you contact me normally, I'm not doing anything.
So it just works out perfectly for me to have an Australian friend.
Yes.
It would work out easier having a friend from America who worked as little as I did, but could sustain their life. Alright, nerd. Well, let me know when you wake up. Give me a ring or something.
Yeah, sweet. But let me know if they actually show anything.
Actually show me what?
Any fucking actual evidence.
Oh, of the roommate shit? Yeah, I got you.
I want to see any damn fucking evidence involving Tyler or anything, Like, prove me wrong, this guy's not a grouper.
True, I've yet to see anything.
Yeah, watch the groupers latch onto this fucking fake, all this bullshit and trying to say, look, see, he was transgender.
As if that matters to groupers.
Yeah, but they're gonna try and latch onto, meme warfare.
Oh, yeah. Damn. The RPG is crazy.
The Law 7.
Literally. Alright. We'll talk to you when you wake up, nerd. Give me a ring or something. Frickin' base you. Always coming at it.
In 1948. Yeah, we need to look at the last like 20 years, bro.
Always.
Last 20 years, the left has been doing a lot of fucking political violence.
Just
last 20
years.
years.
What is the average fucking right winger exposure to data? Like, are you guys? Do you guys deal with data?
Can you guys tone
You
down
do
the rhetoric?
understand
Right?
that.
Let's tone
Balian, I don't think they operate in the real world.
Political parties actually switch, right? They did switch. You do understand this.
Okay, Chuck Norris, real quick, two things. We linked other analyses that were not just from 1948, that were more recent, but you guys rejected them. Not saying you personally, but at least Dadu and Drew rejected them because they said, oh, I can't view the raw data for that analysis. So then we found another one that also had the raw data and posted that for you. If you have any contention with the data, go look at the fucking data and tell me what the contention is.
I'm not contending.
gives a
I'm
fuck
just
about
saying
data
that
on
it's
Discord.
literally from 1970 to 2020. That's fucking 50 years, bro. You
Okay,
can't
so
look at that and get a full grasp on what's going on because
He just
people
ignored
actually
everything I said.
switched. People switched.
Yeah, to be clear, so you've read the study that he's referring to and made sure that they didn't overweight, pre-1950 data? Like you've done that and made sure that they didn't take your critique into account?
Did you major in statistics?
And even if that's your critique,
No.
Chuck Norris, are you able to explain why that's a valid critique that actually would discredit that data?
Yeah, because
And that
the
methodology?
parties have literally switched, and the Democratic Party, even of say 30 years ago, is nothing compared to the Democratic Party now.
Right.
There's actually
I
a
agree
lot of
with you.
study.
Make sure they don't take this into account.
So we have to look at the data because the far left have become more prominent in say the last 15 to 20 years.
Then in the 60s,
You wouldn't go back to like the 70s and say we have a full scope on what's going on today, because people literally, these parties have switched so much and changed so much that we can't look at that data from like the 70s.
So when do you want to start the clock?
You want to say that right wingers
Chuck Norris, when do you want to start the clock? When do you want to start the clock, Chuck Norris?
I told you 15 to 20 years ago.
Trump, then you ain't black. Okay?
So like
I think 2001.
You think
I mean, even more than
2000 to 2001 moving on would be good for you?
Sure.
Based. All right, let me find
I can't speak for Chuck, but sure.
Can we
We've
at
already
least
posted
look at
those. I can repost them for you, but we did ones that were more recent, and they literally said, "Oh, I don't like that one. I can't do the raw data." That was literally their cope last time.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to cite their data in the fucking study. You can't have a study without citing your data. Like, what the fuck? Hello? They post the study that they refuted and that you couldn't provide the data for, and I'll find the fucking data.
Dude, everyone knows that there's like a large part of the left that went unhinged.
I found the one.
It's not even up for debate.
I don't care about random Twitter retards on the internet.
Yeah,
But this chart you just linked is an article, dude. This isn't even raw data.
The one that was a study from PSAS that was like more recent, I linked the source for the raw data, but you had to make an account. So then they were like, "Oh, I'm not looking at it. You have to make an account."
I need someone on the left to address the YouGov poll that shows a drastic difference in acceptance for political violence. The more liberal you get, the more you accept it. The more conservative you get, the less you accept it.
YouGov poll. What should I search? YouGov poll.
It's right inside chat. Side chat.
Appreciate it.
Is it the one?
The more young and liberal you are, the more likely you are to support political violence. The more conservative you are, the less likely you are.
Wait, I think that's probably whoa, pause. That probably has to do with just the age.
The Europeans would call the Black Bloc, which basically is Antifa. Ever since then, there has been more
what is the
political
yapping?
violence
I
on
think
the left because they literally have went far left, and they're justifying using force because you're punching a Nazi. I mean, you're punching a fascist.
You're just incorrect.
You're shooting a fascist, and then everybody gets clumped into.
Are any of you like an early 2000s Republican conservative? Yes or
justifies in their like.
Oh, I'm muted.
Like crazy fucking brains. It is justified to actually shoot a fucking Nazi, and everybody's a Nazi who doesn't support me.
Yeah, it is.
Which is literally the most fascist thing ever. But okay.
They consistently redefine terms
I'm leaving this
walk
one.
their way to violence, and like the left does that way more than the right.
It's just tribalist.
Sorry, I gotta leave. I'm trying to create. Casper can join now. Yay! Invite. I realized that I was like, wait a minute, no one's responding. They're just wrong. They really think. Oh, do they really believe that political violence is mainly perpetrated by right wingers? Wait. Alright. If you want to join Casper, here you go. This is my room. You can't get cucked and muted by random right wingers that like to piss and shit and cry and moan. Sorry, what's up?
You added me.
Hey, heck yeah. I didn't realize that it was a little baby back bitch right winger that was in charge of that room. I joined a buddy of mine who was in there.
America first, it's gonna be fucking conservatives, fuck.
conservatives.
I'm on
what?
board with the whole taking back the goddamn flag and saying that, you know, calling ourselves patriots and stuff like that. I'm so over them being able to take away our pride in the country that we actually love and want to uphold its beliefs, you know, like democracy and stuff.
That's why I bully them and I call them
over it.
un-American.
They are un-American. They don't like it here.
Nope, they don't. They don't want anything to. They don't have any care of like preserving what America actually is. They have like this weird delusion and fantasy in their mind of what America is that doesn't comport with reality. That's how I would look at that.
I'm trying to find.
Until we ostracize them from society, we're not gonna make any actual progress in repairing the very real fissures that exist.
Unless by some miracle when Trump dies because he's old, FBI, when he goes, that Vance somehow goes for unity. But I feel like he's too deep inside of Heritage Foundation to do that.
He's pretty cooked too. I really don't like Vance.
I don't either, for woman reasons.
Of course.
But, you know. I don't like him either because he has no fucking riz as a politician.
True. What's up, the ghost?
I am the only ghost allowed.
Hello, ghost? What's up?
What's up, ghost?
What's up?
Nothing much, man. You're a minor? You're a fucking child? Jesus.
17.
Yeah, you're a child.
How old are you?
25.
God damn.
Yeah, that's how I feel hearing that you're 17.
No, I know your back is aching. I feel bad for you.
Okay. How does it feel being like a child?
How does it feel having your back ache for the rest of your life?
My back's probably a lot better than yours is. Probably my hairline is too. Probably like everything about me is better.
You realize 18 is the pinnacle of youth, right?
Technically, you're incorrect, but that's okay. Very, very literally, it's not.
That's what back is.
Very literally, I'm pretty sure for males, it's like 25 is when you reach your like prime.
You're 25. Bro, you're 25 and you're the embodiment of the nerd emoji. You still haven't changed after high school. That's crazy, bro. Like you're old as shit and you're still doing this. That's crazy. And on Discord. That's insane.
Do you not have like a father in your life? Just out of curiosity, just like guy to guy.
Yeah, see, bro, it's one of those white dudes who says this weird ass shit at lunch, bro. Oh my god, bro, get off Discord.
Do you not have like a good male role model in your life to help you like separate like the internet from like real life?
White dudes that once always like said that cringy ass shit and thought those were good comebacks, bro. Get off Discord.
I'm just no, it's not an insult.
I don't know why you're talking. You're legally mandated to go to daycare still, so why are you still talking?
Okay, first of all, slut, you're an old ass whore, and you're fucking like past fertility, so shut the.
Alright, I'm done with that guy. He is so fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Hey, don't call him that. What do you do?
He's retarded. I would just point out what I see, you know?
But dude, you can't use the arser like that, because that offends people that are actually retarded.
Arian, you're actually also retarded, sorry.
I promise you the retards in the room do not care.
Right.
Aw, Casper, I like your makeup.
We can say retard, nigger, spick, beaner, cracker.
Oh
it don't
my
matter.
gosh, what the hell?
Well, I can't have that. I'm streaming. Sorry. And also, I'm pretty sure it's against TOS, so you can't be doing that.
Yeah,
and also you can't be
TOS.
doing it because it's fucking weird. So, yeah.
Yeah, dude, just kick everyone out. Anyways.
I didn't kick him out. He left.
Killmate's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday? Yes, it is Tuesday.
Do you guys support Charlie Kirk?
No.
Oh man, how do you feel about the assassination?
It's not good. People probably shouldn't be dying for political violence.
Yeah, I agree. That's why he's a hero as a martyr.
No, he's not a hero. Don't get it twisted. He's not a hero.
Wait, what? What do you mean, dude?
Why would he be a hero?
Murderers aren't heroes.
Because, dude, he literally helps a lot of these young people towards, you know, right-wing politics.
Well, I would see that as evil.
Being anti-abortion.
Well, I would
That's
see that
evil?
as evil. Yeah, for sure.
So you're all about human lives and, you know, going against death of humans. You're telling me it's evil to convince young people that abortion's bad and you shouldn't murder innocent people and babies?
I don't think they're innocent. I don't think they're people in the way that you think they're people.
So you believe you're not taking another person's life? You don't call that murder?
I think that aborting a fetus is not killing a person. Yeah, that is correct.
So you think a person with a beeping heart after 28 days isn't a live human being?
Just having a heartbeat does not make you a human. No.
Well, no. According to like biology, right? Not philosophy. That's what makes someone living.
My dog has a heartbeat.
I don't.
Is he a human?
Yeah, just being alive isn't enough for me to give something moral consideration.
No, your dog isn't a human.
Oh, but that's what you just said. It has a heartbeat, so it's a human. My dog has a heartbeat.
But no. Are you okay?
No, if you're gonna enact in bad faith and not understand anything about science, then or biology, then like I can too. So I just matching energy here.
Okay? Listen, I don't know if you're trolling or like this is a gotcha moment. You're trying to prove something else here. Something that's like something like a tinfoil
I said
theory.
my piece already. If you're gonna argue in bad faith, then I'm gonna match the energy. Considering you have no stake in any of this argument whatsoever, your body is not affected whatsoever in this conversation. I don't understand why you're talking about it.
Okay, so you believe
especially talking up your ass about it.
Okay, so when you believe doctors say life starts at conception, they're not talking about humans. They're just talking about like elephants.
Life start. Hey, do you think when I'm saying the whole argument I'm making is when do we give it more? When is there moral consideration to be given? I don't think it's at conception.
I know. No, this person literally believes in something entirely different. This person now is telling me that even if life starts at conception, it's still not a human. This person gave it a comparison of a dog.
Life that's given to
plants. Gave a comparison of a dog.
So am I murdering plants when I go and cut my grass?
Ma'am, a fetus and a dog, they're different species.
You're talking about biological life. You're talking about the exact same term as when it's talked about plants. So you want to rephrase your
we're talking about a fetus, ma'am. We're talking about a fetus, not a plants, right? I just assumed you knew that fetuses were humans.
The same exact term that's used for plants, dogs, everything else. So
I'm not using that for plants, dogs, and everyone else. Matter of fact, the dog's heartbeat don't even start it.
When it says life begins at conception, the exact same
in relation
term
to
is used
what?
when it's used asexually.
In relation to which species?
So you want to rephrase it or use a different
in relation to which?
A different metric here?
I didn't say life starts at conception.
Because we're never
said life starts at conception.
You're never gonna get across your statement at all. Whatever you're trying to say.
This is why women should not be. I said life starts at conception for human beings. Obviously, that's what 90% of biologists say. I don't care what you say. You're a Discord person. You disagree with science. Sure, that's your opinion. But factually speaking, facts don't care about your feelings. You can compare dogs and giraffes and animals to fetuses all you want, but facts don't care about your feelings. That's such a horrible argument.
Ew, why would you use a Ben Shapiro gotcha from like 2015?
That's just a red herring.
Let's grow up. Jesus. Okay, I think we understand the implication behind why you say that, unless you just have like unless you have the semantic understanding of like a retarded 4-year-old, then I think you understand the implication behind using that expression.
Is this a response to my argument? Or
I haven't even been arguing with you. I'm just pointing out that like you're doing weird semantic
so you
games.
just admit you're being fallacious, and you're just ad homing me. Okay, got
it. True. And I won the argument. Nope, I won the debate. Nope, because you actually initially you had engaged in a level 3. Ad hom, and then you railroaded. So in that case, I won the debate.
Which ad hom?
You already had engaged in fallacious railroading and steamrolling and straw manning. So actually, I won the debate.
What? How's that an ad hom? You just said different fallacies.
He is rage baiting the shit out you, and you're getting rage baited.
Dude, I'm not rage baiting. I'm just trying to understand. There's no way to.
Nope. Actually, nope. You did engage. You did engage in a level 5 fallacy.
You're not the one rage baiting. You're being rage baited by him.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, unironically, it's probably not even rage-based. It's just a typical Democrat. They think like this unironically. Like their
No,
brains.
no. I didn't. You know. Oh, now you just engaged in a slippery slope. You know, the appeal to nature you just engaged in as well before you led into that slippery
Dude,
slope.
they're only
Oh
saying
my God, why do you
this
keep doing
because
appeals to authority? Why do you keep doing appeals to authority? Huh? Huh?
which
Huh?
appeal to authority
Why,
did I
why do you
give?
keep
Who
engaging
did I
in
appeal
appeals to?
to?
Oh my God, now you want to
engaging
engage
with
in
them? This is
anecdotal. Oh
obviously
my
rage
gosh.
baiting you. Come on now.
I just asked you a question. How's that anecdotal? What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
gosh, the appeal to authority is just nonstop. He just can't
Dude,
help
I
himself.
like how you're like giving this little bit of what you're doing right now because you couldn't answer because I just embarrassed your friend here, Casper, who believes that a freaking dog was relative to a fetus. Like that's just I would never ever ever
Because you were using the
speak on anything if I said that.
No, I'm just bullying you
Now,
because.
anyway, barbarian.
You
If you
just
actually
compared a
want to have
dog
a
to a
conversation,
fetus.
here's the thing. No, you're gonna let me finish. You're gonna let me finish because if you actually want to have a conversation about abortion, abortion's never gonna stop. Now,
You
if
lost
you're
your
gonna talk about
credibility as soon as you
legality,
said
the
something
safe
like that.
abortions are going to stop. The illegal, unsafe ones where people overdose on medicine or do the fucking the hook with the.
How does that justify murder? I don't get what your point is. Yeah, that's heinous.
No,
That's
it's going to
heinous.
happen. So if you
That's
want to
literally
actually have a
heinous.
conversation about how to stop abortions from happening,
Ma'am, we're not debating whether or not, sir, ma'am, we're not debating whether or not of like the idea of access to abortion. That's not the debate. That's not the point. The point is if it's murder or not. Now you're arguing something entirely different from what we're talking about.
because it doesn't matter. It depends on what you believe.
It doesn't matter. So murder doesn't matter.
What you believe,
So taking another innocent person's life doesn't matter. You heard it here, folks.
Not everyone's going
Average
to agree.
Democrat. They don't care about humans.
That I found only had about what 3,000 American adults.
You should look at the sample. You should look at the sample.
Every single fucking American citizen, let alone anybody in the world. So if you want to go ahead and like stop and have an actual conversation, because it doesn't matter if abortion is murder or not to your belief.
Okay, you should look at the sample when life starts to conception. I think that's the sample.
But I don't think that we give. I don't think we afford it immoral consideration just because it's life.
I know Democrats don't care about morality. You don't have to establish.
I'm literally no, but we're talking about it. Me and you are talking about that.
Yeah, you're a Democrat. You're a leftist. You're a bio-Marxist.
I'm not a Marxist, thank you.
So you disagree with Casper? Okay, awesome. So you guys have different political views on this. Okay, awesome.
Isn't it crazy? People can have differing political views. It's wild.
Oh no, so you disagree?
Do you think that everyone on the left is just this homogenous like caricature where we all have like the exact same lockstep like opinions and views on everything?
I believe that most leftists are pro-abortion, pro-murder. Yes,
I disagree that it's murder. Well, I can like articulate how I disagree.
Okay, so you agree
with
Casper. Okay, so you guys don't even differentiate in views of abortion. You guys still believe it's murder. Okay,
you haven't even explained why just because it's.
Pointing out the flaws.
If life starts a conception.
No, I don't care about. No.
It can. It's murder by definition.
No, it's not murder by definition because there's certain things that are alive that we don't grant moral consideration. So why the fuck would it matter if you kill it or not?
What?
Do we grant? Do we?
What makes it living? What makes it living? What makes it living? What makes a human live? What makes a human that's considered a living human being according to biology? Are you losing your mind or something?
You do realize this is not a biological argument. This is not the argument. This is not the debate we're having right now.
Arm, does that make it not a human because it was born without arms?
I'm not making
eyes?
The only argument that I'm making for is when I'm not embarrassing. You can keep like yapping, but the point that I'm making is
more embarrassing.
What's more embarrassing? Yeah, like you just
calm down.
Are you good? Are you ready to like go back and forth, Arian? Or are you just
projecting? Are you good? Stop projecting, dude. You seriously have a mental illness. Stop screaming.
Are you good? You ready to talk?
I'm ready when you're ready. When you stop screaming, yeah. I'm ready when you stop freaking screaming.
I'm curious, Arian, in like the real world, like when you're just like going about your average everyday, when you go about your average everyday life, are you capable of like maintaining and like having like social interactions? Like, are you capable of that like in the real world outside of like the internet? Because I don't feel like I've ever spoken to somebody in real life that talked and acted in the way you talk. Like, it is like childish, I'm like 17 years old like behavior. This is not like how real adults communicate with each other in the real world. That's what I would have to say to that. Thank fucking God.
Bye. got banned.
He did.
Damn. Alright, cool. Anyway, I don't mind having the abortion topic. I don't even mind people who have opposing views. I'm just saying I'm so sick of the whole, like, life begins at conception bullshit, because it's like, that's not going to help anything of anyone or get a resolution for anyone.
True.
Ever.
And well,
Everyone's going to have different opinions of where life begins and where the viable fetus ends up, and I'm really getting sick of men talking about it like they know anything.
Well, I think at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is, like, if we're talking about legislating, should be when do we grant, I guess, a fetus moral consideration. That's when it really matters. That's the only thing that really matters in a conversation like that. But whatever.
Exactly.
But he wanted to.
Because at that point, like, a missed period with a, you know, or a miscarriage is considered murder by some states at this point. So it really irritates me. It's like you're not thinking of the whole situation here, or even taking the mother into account as a person.
Yep, there are states that legislate to criminalize it for people even going to other states to acquire that form of healthcare, which is wild. Or there's like chilling effects on doctors when it comes to how they deal with like birth care, to where there's times they make decisions that can cause the mother to die because there's already been a chilling effect put on them to not give them accurate care or like the proper care they would need because they're scared of being legally held accountable for doing an abortion or carrying out an abortion when it wasn't. Well, there's no way. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know if I need to hash this out with you, but.
No, you can. I don't mind listening.
Okay, so in some states, there's been doctors that have not given women the proper care they needed in terms of there's times where there's like abortions are medically necessary in order to preserve the life of the mother. I think it's an ectopic pregnancy where I think that's the type. I forgot the exact terminology, but basically the fetus is gonna. I think it has like less than a 1% survival rate, and the mother is going to guaranteed die if they try to, or if they give birth, right? If it's not like properly aborted and removed from the body, um, you know, ASAP pronto, right? As soon as possible. So
yeah, no,
there's states though that will prosecute doctors if they can't like. It's like the burden of proof's on the doctor to prove 100%. They'll like be put before like review boards, and if there's like a different medical opinion that says, well, technically there's a chance the fetus could have survived, then the doctors will get fucking they'll lose their like license to practice. So it causes there to be a chilling effect on doctors because then they're like nervous to like carry out these procedures that are like necessary for the mother to live. There's a very very low probability of the baby surviving, and yeah, it's just not good for people's like for healthcare outcomes. It's just not good in general. But people are, but like, hey, life starts at conception, so we gotta protect that at all fucking costs, regardless of the implications of that. Anyways.
No, I was seeing if any of the other dudes in the chat were gonna chime in or not.
Most people don't want to do the abortion stuff because it's frankly kind of tiring and frankly kind of people are pretty in the sand on it. Yeah, they've drawn their lines for the most part.
No, I was raising my voice for a couple reasons. I said this in chat is because I got a new fan in my office, and it's really loud, and I don't know if you're getting the background noise, so I was raising my voice a bit extra
oh, you're fine.
on purpose to overcompensate. Sorry, what was that?
Are you talking on Discord in your office?
My Discord office?
No, are you talking on Discord in your office?
Yes.
How miserable is your job?
The job that I have here in this office, I really, really like, actually.
if you really like, then why you on Discord rotting your brain away?
Running my brain away?
Yeah.
Running it, like it's like it's
Rotting.
running, like running down the street. Oh, rotting. Okay. Because I want to. I don't feel like I'm rotting my brain away. I don't mind having conversations with people, even people I disagree with.
Yeah, you're still at the beginning of the letter. Never mind.
Sorry, what was that?
Nothing.
No, you can say it.
No, it's not gonna get anywhere.
The gotcha just didn't work, huh? Didn't get the answer you wanted to continue along the dialogue tree you were hoping to go down?
Why are you assuming things that never happened, dog? Chill out.
That was by definition. That was by definition what I was saying. Was assuming what the intent behind what you were saying.
What I was saying is that you're gonna get there someday.
What a weird thing to say.
Where?
Well, how is it weird?
Super weird. What makes you think that there's like where's this get there?
Nah, cause like you're.
What is it? What's the there? What's the there?
Lamone Addy, you're acting like I'm sexually harassing her or something.
What?
I was just
That's just you, dog.
Yeah, no, that's you. You're acting like this. You're basically like trying to rage bait me or something.
Wait, what? I don't think the implication behind what I said was sexually harassing. But okay.
Yeah,
to be fair, I don't think you're sexually harassing me, so...
True.
Anyway,
I don't think I'll ever do that.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Anyway,
It's good. Probably shouldn't sexually harass women. Good job, man.
Yeah. I feel like that's bare minimum, but you'll get a gold star for that too. Good job.
You forget your antipsychotics this morning? The voices in your head getting a little too loud?
No, stop projecting.
Just pointing out what I see, man. I love that projection is like the ultimate like go-to insult when it's real funny.
Sure.
Like when I say, "Man, you must really like to take dicks in your ass like every single night." Like, oh, why are you projecting? It's like,
that
no,
sounds very specific though.
I'm just pointing out like more than likely what you don't like.
Why do you bring up this specific thing about penis in the in the anal?
Well, it'd be the penis in your asshole. Just like I also really enjoy fucking your mother every night, you know? Like you enjoy getting fucked in the ass and I enjoy fucking your mom.
You're basically like going to the path of like insulting people. I didn't
Oh, no, it's not to insult you. I'm just pointing out like the obvious.
No,
it's not an insult.
The obvious is that you're not getting enough pussy. That's the thing.
The thing is, getting fucked in the ass wouldn't be an insult, like in any context. Like most people don't think of that as an insult. Only people.
Why are you crashing over nothing? Like my question is simple as that. Why are you crashing out?
Crashing out? Oh no! Oh my gosh! You're so right, Arbiter. You're so right. You're so right. I'm crashing out. Oh no! Oh no! I'm crashing out. Casper, be careful. I'm crashing out. I might crash out too hard. Oh no.
No, and then play more video games. What a problem.
Oh.
Maybe read a book. Oh no.
I feel sorry for you guys.
Oh please keep feeling sorry for me.
Am I supposed to laugh?
Oh, it like turns me on when people fuck, I forgot what you said. It was something retarded.
I don't even understand what's the whole point of this thing.
True.
So why'd you come in here then? What's the point then?
I'm doing something in the background.
Awesome. You just came here to lurk?
You're so brave.
Oh, no, I don't think there's anything to lurk. I just saw the Charlie Kirk thing and I assumed that I would be basically doing some tests while listening to people crashing out against each other about Jews or something.
You're so brave.
What?
You're so brave.
Okay.
Just wanted you to know.
Sure.
God, you're so brave and you're such a big, strong man.
Okay.
Oh, Llama, do you want me to send you the court docs?
Yeah, I saw them. I'm gonna have to read them on stream after I get done working. I got a bunch of work given to me. Sorry, I was trying so not to laugh when I said that. Because the only reason why people find that to be insulting, um, like describing them doing sexual acts that are like homoerotic in nature, the only reason why they find it to be insulting is because they like hate gay people, or they do not. They think of it as like a bad
lesser.
as a bad thing, right? So it's the only
Yeah.
reason why you'd ever find that to be insulting.
That's why you're gay was like the main insult for the longest time.
True. But when you say that to them, they get very offended because they don't want to be called gay.
Or get complimented by another dude, which, by the way, y'all gotta fix. You guys need to compliment each other more.
Guys
like,
need
legit,
to.
though.
I always
Yeah.
I always compliment my homies when I see them in person. And then like I
feel
give them like one quick stroke, you know, and then we keep it pushing.
I feel bad for you guys because you'll never get to experience drunk girl bathroom, like a bar or something. And I just feel bad. I'm like, oh, you guys will never experience that.
Hey, I have most of my IRL friends are left leaning that are my age, so there's compliments. Guys that aren't like super insecure about their sexuality.
Those are the most fun guys to be around, though, because you can make hella jokes, and then you can like go to girl things, like you can go to brunch and stuff, and like you can go do all these like supposedly gal activities, and it's like you guys are missing out. You guys don't have to just sit and watch football. It's fine if you do like football, but you don't like have to do it. If you don't want to, if you'd rather go see a musical, like a play or something, like shit, you should be able to.
True.
Instead of being called, the F word.
Without being called the F slur.
Guys are missing out.
True.
Did you just change shirts?
I
I
did.
feel like you were wearing a different shirt today.
I did. I changed it earlier. I wanted something that was a little bit cooler fabric. Oh my god, okay. Thanks for the follow.
Hello, Samantha.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Just realized I'm like a gremlin facing my other side of my desk.
It just looks like you're doing work. You need streaming work.
True.
Streaming work. How are you, Samantha? What's going on?
What's up, Samantha? Hello. I can just
blah blah blah.
Hey, what's going on?
This is a lot of words.
Lord Joe.
Yes.
What's up, man?
And a crime scene investigation. Fire charger.
Yes. It is.
Okay, the second. My dog's dreaming. Okay, the second cartridge said "Hey fascist, catch" with the arrow symbols, not "Hey fascist," and then another one that said "Catch" arrow symbols.
Yeah, it was a.
It is kind of crazy that people are trying to say he's a Groiper because he dresses like a Slav in like 2018.
I mean, he technically could have been a Groiper. For all we know, we still haven't gotten the full logs leaked yet.
I mean, he would be a very weird right winger. He'd be like even weirder than like most Groipers.
Groipers have an extensive history of being weird as fuck.
Well, no, you have to be even weirder. You have to go into like the Adam Waffen, like satanic levels of just absolute pervertedness.
I think that happens in those communities.
But if your Adam levels are weird, then you would kill Charlie Kirk because you would have said something like he's a Zionist or something, you know.
Like, that's just not the
what if the
lingo.
stuff got leaked? What if the stuff gets leaked and he unironically said shit like that?
I mean, but granted, we have a good amount of messages. I mean,
Not enough, obviously.
I mean, good enough to say that. I'd say that's probably not like. There's a 95% chance, dude, which is general leftist. Like, he didn't like Charlie Kirk speaking out against gay people and being trans.
True. We'll have to find out where his main media consumption diet was.
To be fair, we don't even know that with most shooters. To be fair,
it's not hard to find
Yeah,
that out.
He probably watched CNN, which is why he went and shot the fucking guy.
There's no way a guy that was willing to do that was just watching CNN. What the fuck?
Well, no, he was watching CNN. On the side, he was watching the Young Turks. Probably on Twitch, he was like a tier 3 sub to Hassan or something.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I am a raging liberal, and I can't even tell you the last time I watched CNN. Unironically.
No, well, only old people watch CNN.
That's
Actually,
like
the only people that watch CNN are people in airport bars.
Very milquetoast liberals watch CNN and old people.
Yes.
Not extremists. They just don't.
I mean, if you catch a liberal saying, I got radicalized by CNN, it's kind of like that movie, Glorious Bastards, where you have the three fingers up,
True.
Well, to be fair, I did. Well, to be fair, I actually did get radicalized by CNN, but I'm not a liberal.
What would be the? How'd you get radicalized?
Well, I kept seeing like a whole bunch of like when they would report on crime, specifically.
Well, then how's that radicalization?
Oh, well, no, I just realized like how much crime like really is like, like just how much crime is in the United States, who's doing it, like who's the victim and like who's really suffering because of it all, and like that's what radicalized.
Well, just looking at news reporting wouldn't let you wouldn't be able to come to that conclusion off of that.
But it pushed me into like, I keep seeing all of this crime, and I keep seeing like, oh well, it's always like the perpetrators always, they have something in common.
Well,
they have
cumulatively, white Americans commit the most crime. If you want to look at cumulative.
Well, to be fair, it's almost as if they are the majority, admittedly, so you would expect like.
So you just see a lot of white people committing crime, and it kind of gets to you. Kind of got to you.
Well, no. To be fair, when you say something like cumulatively, right? You're talking about like pure numerics.
I'm looking at cumulatively,
about,
like the majority of it.
Like I said, you're talking about like pure numerics here.
Pure numerics.
The thing that, like, was
wait,
really,
no.
The thing that was like really interesting. Well, no, something that was really interesting to me was like, not just like, oh wow, I see like a lot of white people committing crime, but I was like, wow, white people make up like.
Oh, so you did look into statistics. You didn't actually just take it from the news.
Yeah, after the fact. Well, no. At first, I used my brain. I was like, wow, I'm seeing a lot less white people than I think I should, and a lot more of like other kinds of people that I don't think I should be seeing. Given like I'm pretty sure white people, like obviously it's been going down, but they've made up like 60.
Do you acknowledge that the reason why African Americans commit higher crime per capita than any other race is due to systemic inequalities and structural inequalities that have existed in America for decades?
But do they
or is that just all like memes and jokes and like haha?
Well, the question is though.
No, Lord Joe, just a second. I want him to respond to it.
If the inequalities don't exist anymore, why do they still commit crime?
Who says that the inequalities don't exist anymore?
Are you saying that like black people don't have the same rights as everybody else?
Do you think that rights alone determines whether or not there's inequalities?
I'm pretty sure that's by the basis of which all people in America are equal.
Well then, how come if you look across the board when it comes to sentencing, that black people get harsher sentencing for like the same crimes?
Well, okay,
as white people, for example, do you think they have the same rights? They went through the same court process. How is that the case? Just curious, Anti.
Because black people are also more likely to be repeat offenders, which means that they get increased sentences.
Oh, so it's like a structural system of like inequality and violence where they just keep getting pushed through the system.
I don't think that's inherently what that implies. I think that implies that they're just
committing more
that's
the argument I'm making. So, no. If they commit the same crimes, the same amount of crimes, the same severity of crime as a white person, they get a harsher sentence. That is just factually correct. On average, they do.
I think if someone's more likely to be a repeat offender, I think that means that they just objectively speaking, that means they commit more crime if they're more likely to be a repeat offender.
If there is a white person and a black person on average in America that have committed the same amount of crimes in their individual life, they have the same severity in crime that they committed in their individual life, and they both get tried for a similar crime or the same crime, it's similar, the same, whatever. There's different areas, different laws
Are you saying the black
apply.
person's gonna get a higher sentence?
Yes, on average they get harsher punishments. Of course, that's what I just said. If you want, do you dispute
okay,
that?
well, you're saying on average, right? What I want to say is averages are like a funny number, because if black people
no,
are
when
more
you
likely to be repeat
if
offenders,
all of that is compared, if you weigh everything,
so
yes.
So then I want you, if there's like a source where all things equalized, black people still get harsher sentences.
Yes.
What, according to what?
Do you want me to pull up the FBI statistics for you? Do you think that why would I just lie about this?
So the FBI did a study where they said all things equalized, black people
yes,
get
I'll pull it up for you, buddy.
sentences.
I'll pull it up for you. I'll link it your way.
I guess here's the other question too. They probably do charge differently based on the nature of a murder.
Nope. Nope. If you compare if you weigh it all, so it's all the same, equivalent across the board.
Can I at least
No. Your point that you're making has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
It does.
It doesn't.
Absolutely
okay,
does.
make your
No,
point. Make your point. Make your point. Make your point.
Okay. I think they probably charge the crime differently if it's a domestic offense versus a guy on a street offense, right? That's the real question. How much of the murders?
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope. Domestic, white and black. Non-domestic, white or black. Whatever crime it is, if white person commits the same crime as the black person, on average, the white person gets a harsher sentence. I don't know why you keep trying to
a harsher sentence. Okay.
Yes, on average, yes. I'm pulling it up for you.
Okay. Oh.
I don't. Okay. Like I said, if I read it and that's what it says, I'll admit I'm wrong, and I'll think about it for a minute. I'll come back at you with something else, but.
I know, because then it's just moving. It's just pivoting. It's like once I knock off one of the legs, you'll still.
Then I'll say, okay, I admit that was wrong, but right. And then I'll rewind to a previous point in the argument before that, and I'll just be like, okay, we can continue from this point where I hadn't made that point and I wasn't wrong.
Yeah, what do you want?
Is it also possible that you see this pattern in countries in which are not the United States and the countries in which don't even have historically slavery or any oppression towards blacks whatsoever, like they just came into the country?
I don't really care about other countries. I just care about the U.S.
Well, but I mean, you would also, if you're talking about black people committing more crime, then it would be valid to say that, well, if black people in other countries, like people of African origin, did commit more crime in other countries, then that would be a valid point to bring up if that is your argument. Yes.
No, it has nothing to do with the United States and the way we deal with crime. Are you sitting here? Are you suggesting to me that all black people are all the same genetically everywhere else?
Well, are people that are race realists say that like Europeans in general are less prone to violent crimes? Like, is that the proponent? If that's so, then they would also say that black people in other countries, you would see them commit more crimes because they would say it's a genetic thing from Africans, right? That's usually what they would say. If it's
that would be that. Well, it's not a genetic thing. It's a wild.
Well, no,
wild
but if
statement.
you're arguing it's a genetic thing, then
I never argued it was a genetic thing. They're arguing it's a genetic thing.
Just to be clear, Lord Joe, that's a bad argument because if you talk specifically about in Europe or in America,
quick thing, pause this. I just linked in this quick thing. I'm sorry, I'll let you guys go after I'm done with this. I just linked in the side chat that study for you anti-wokers, and Keith Stone, I just want you to know that I'm going to bend your mom over and absolutely fuck the ever-living shit out of her tonight. You will have a sibling when I'm done, just so you know.
What did Keith do?
Oh, he's just retarded. I've talked to him before. Sorry, get back to what you guys are saying.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm reading it. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm going to look at key findings.
Well, if you're saying that only black people are, like, if people of African descent are not violent elsewhere, then you are just saying that there is something magical in the American soil that inherently makes it so that they are more violent here.
No, the reason why they commit crimes at a higher rate is due to the structural and systemic like system of oppression that has existed for them up until the Civil Rights Act, and then even after the Civil Rights Act there was still structural inequalities and systems in place like harsher sentencings for similar crimes, as you can see by the study I linked in the chat. So of course if your group, like if your group on as a whole is being constantly like subjugated into this like lower socioeconomic like standing, like of course like, and then the culture like builds around that and that group, then of course yeah, like they're probably going to commit crime at a higher rate.
Well, yeah, but okay, but
not to
here's the
excuse
problem,
it or say it's like okay, but like that's just why it is.
Okay, but here's the problem though, Llama.
Yeah,
if
what's
we
the
are
problem?
arguing that that is not the case, then why do, like, if you didn't have, let's just say, like, the devil's advocate in this situation, okay? If you're saying, or not you, but if you were to say that blacks don't commit higher crime because of social economic issues, then what would the answer be? You know, what are you left with for explanation?
Everything I already just laid out.
No, I said not socioeconomic. Socioeconomic, right?
You would have to look at the socioeconomic. What would be the?
No,
there's
I
no
understand.
There's no genetic argument when we already have the socioeconomic information to like show what's the causal
But
link.
we're arguing that it's not socioeconomic, right?
Yeah, well, you'd have to substantiate why your argument is better than mine.
Okay, well, that's the other point. In other countries, you do see that they tend to be more violent and more impulsive when it comes to conflicts, too. You would see that in different countries.
Well, okay, link that in the side chat where in every country black people commit crimes at a higher rate than whatever the other racial groups are.
Sure. As soon as I am done finishing this goal in Rocket League. But I think Anti-Woker would probably have something on file. You know, he has one of them racist books with all the race stats, you know? It's like 40 terabytes.
Look, I'm reading this study, and I don't think it says anything about like equalizing. I don't see anything in here about like equalized for all variables. Blacks receive harsher sentences than whites on average. But what I do see is I don't see a lot of like implied or outright stated equalization in any of their studies. But I do see what they're saying is black people are more likely, so on less harsh offenses, they're more likely to receive like a few extra years than a white person. And in the context of like deciding whether or not a case is gonna like be punished with incarceration, then they're much more likely to be incarcerated. And to that, I would say the nature of, and this isn't even just a black thing, I would say the nature of crimes that are committed by people who are in poverty, typically just like they tend to end more violently.
Nope.
Not
nope.
always, but
Depending on
to.
literally taking the crimes, the same crimes. If you look at the aggregated data of crime, like let's say it's petty theft, white person committing petty theft, black person committing petty theft. On average, the black person will get a worse punishment for that charge of petty theft, conviction of petty theft, than the white person. It's just like this is bored out like in all of our like crime like data, like sentencing like data we have
what
in
I'm
America.
saying is that like I'm saying is like I think the black, like when the black person commits petty theft and the white person commits petty theft, I think that like the white person, they're more likely to run up on you and like grab your purse or something and run away. And I think the black person is more likely to be like
no, we're not talking about
you, be violent.
No, we're not talking about like extra charges on top of it, dog. I don't know why you keep having to try to conflate this point.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. So when you're charged with a crime, right? You don't just get one sentence for that crime in the United States. Typically, the way it works.
Yeah, you get multiple different sentences. Yes, I understand how crime works. Yes.
There's the minimum sentence, but it can also go over that according to like the juror or judge discretion. Like
that is correct. That's the problem that's the thing that we've noticed is that there's a weird trend that black people get harsher sentences on average for the same crimes, same severity of crimes as white people.
And what I'm saying is I think the reason is because when
implicit bias. That's probably the main reason.
No. I don't think that's true. I think the reason is because when a black person commits a crime, there's more likely to be some kind of other factor that pushes people into wanting to like incarcerate them for a longer period of time.
I'm telling
right?
you,
Like I said,
the
maybe,
same
like maybe they were
exact
more violent than the white
crimes.
person.
There's no extra enhancer. Like, we're not
No, it's
looking
the same charge.
all
That
of
doesn't mean
it.
it's
The
the same
same
crime.
charge, no enhancers. They
Wait, no.
still get
The same,
harsher
the same.
sentencing.
Wait, the same charge and the same crime. Like that's not the same thing, right? Because like I can get a petty theft charge and you can get a petty theft charge, and we could have gone about that petty theft in two completely different ways and still get charged for the same crime.
If they,
And what I'm
hey, you know what's
and all
crazy?
I'm
You know what's
saying
crazy?
is,
That you're so
and all I'm
incompetent
saying
in
is,
being able to like have this conversation. I'm telling you, when they weigh it, whether the way in which they commit the crimes, all the accessory charges, all the enhancement charges, you weigh all that shit
I'm
out.
not
Black
talking about
people
extra
still get
charges.
harsher sentencing.
No,
The
I'm
way
not
in which
talking
they
about
commit the
extra
crime, that
charges.
all gets factored into it. Why do you think that? Do you think I'm just like pulling shit out of my ass that I haven't looked at this shit before? You don't
Look, and
think
I
you don't
don't
think I
think
didn't go down
I don't
the
think
little cringe right
this
wing rabbit
data.
hole once in my
Look,
life?
look, your study, all it does is it looks at people who have the same charges, no enhancers, and it
Holy
says,
shit,
okay,
isn't
look,
that wild?
when it's a, when it's
So
a,
you're the whole
yeah,
argument you're making
when
would
it's
be a
a,
different
well, no,
argument.
well, no, it's not because
It is.
all
It
I'm
is. It is.
saying is, look, they didn't assault the person when they did the petty theft, but they went about it in a more violent or rugged manner, which means okay, now the jurors are saying, okay, look, now we're looking for a harsher sentence. That's all I'm saying. Look,
No,
that
no,
doesn't
you're
mean that
so
there's an
wrong.
enhancer.
There's no more violent or a meaner way in which they committed the crime. We're looking at the same exact charge, the same exact way in which they committed the crime. Everything is the same. Everything is the same.
Do you acknowledge that, which by the way, it doesn't say that the way they did the crime was the same thing. There's no way you can control for that.
You
Okay,
can
because you don't have access.
100% control. What do you mean you can't control for that?
Okay, look, unless you are literally scanning over like all of the literally all of the case details.
All of the
this study
data,
isn't
yes,
talking
all the
about.
details behind crimes gets recorded. I don't know how you're trying so hard to like delineate this.
This study's talking about incarceration
You're trying
rates.
so hard to delineate it. You're trying so hard.
Dude, you're being really dishonest about what the study shows because all the about what it talks about.
It's not just that study that I would cite to. That's not the only study I'd cite to. That's just one of the many. Do you want all of them? Do you want all of them?
Off this study.
Do you want all of them? I'm just curious.
Look. I asked you for a source. This is the source you provided, so I'm.
That's one of
arguing
them.
with you
Yes,
based
that's
on
correct.
This source, right?
Oh, you want to argue just off that source?
So is there an issue with me arguing off the basis of this source when you make an argument that you weren't making before? Because when you said black people when black people commit the same crime they get a harsher sentence, that isn't what this study shows. It just shows that when they are charged with the same crime with no enhancers, that they tend to get a higher rate of incarceration and maybe a few extra years. But that's not this. But we're not talking about the same thing, right? When you say they're doing the crime the same way, you do realize that if I commit first degree murder and you commit first degree murder, I could have gone about it like a completely different fucking way than you, and we can get the same charge, and we can both have no enhancers. But we can also still get two very vastly different sentences based on the details.
I would love for you to prove to me where in the data for crimes that are committed that they have like way harsher that black people on average commit it like at a more violent, harsher rate that would call for these harsher sentences. I would love for you to show me that.
Do you agree? Well, I don't. There's no like direct statistical study.
So then why the fuck would you believe that? Then why would that be your explanation?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay,
right?
please do.
Because I think that behavior is like not completely, but I think that to some extent you can ascribe behavior to like biological circumstance.
I'm done with the race realism. Talk to you later.
No, that's not race realism.
It is. I'm moving on. I'm moving on, Casper. I'm not listening to Groypers. I want to move on with my life. Alright, just a sec. Oh, sorry about that. Just had a call come through for work.
All good.
Wait, was Lord Joe giving race realist vibes? I felt like he was too. The other guy with the Nick Fuentes PFP was definitely trying to make like a sophisticated race realist argument, and I just could care less to do that right now.
I don't know. He's still in here, muted, and doing something with statistics.
He was doing the thing where if we look in other countries where blacks are just so violent and disgusting in other countries, we know that it is a biological thing. It has nothing to do with the structural systemic inequalities that exist. I'm assuming that's what it was. Okay, Lord Joe, you can go.
It doesn't say what country it is. It doesn't say.
No, it's the UK. What the UK does is that their gov.uk, or actually no, specifically their Office of National Statistics, they give out Excel sheets. So I just pulled out an Excel sheet, and this is. So they don't do it by perpetrator, they do it by victim, but generally the way crime works is that 90% of murders are within your own ethnicity. So you can generally dictate that. Then again, it's a very big Excel sheet. I probably have not just looked through it yet. But I think to the point we were talking about before, we were talking about if you were to go with it was not socioeconomic, then what is it? Then you would see the phenomenon outside the U.S., in which I brought an example, which is outside the U.S.
No, but
This just says that it's the ethnic appearance of the victim. It doesn't say who the perpetrator was.
Well, yeah, but then the implication is like, again,
there is no you're just implicating out of your butt though, because then you don't know who the murderer is. It just says the victim. You can extrapolate whatever you want from this chart.
When you look at, because the UK doesn't give crime of the perpetrator, they give crime of the victim, and so usually it's within both. Like in the US too, most murders in the US are 90% within their own ethnic group, if not 95%. Right? You hardly ever see crimes leave ethnic groups, so. Sometimes you do, but that's very rare in those.
God, I can't wait until we're all. I can't wait till.
Then it's white on white crime versus black on black crime, then, which means that black people do substantially less.
No, he's going to bring up the argument that black people actually are very low of the population. They're actually way lower of the population than what the crime that they are committing. So by that case,
what he's saying is if you're fighting, within your race, then it's just white on white crime that does 65% of it. Black on black crime is 17% of it. Or 90% of 65% and 90% of 17%.
Well, generally this is a way, because every murder has a murderer usually, and I will say that 65% of white victims are 65% of murder victims are white in the UK compared to 81% of the population. 17% of like the black population and I got it streamed too. So 4% of the, and this is England and Wales, which is what the chart's based off of, but 4% of the population in England and Wales is black, and yet they represent 17%.
See, I told you he was about to do the cringe.
That literally means nothing though to what you literally just said of like in the UK, according to you, 90% of it is within their own demographics, so it's just white on white crime versus black on black crime. There's no here.
Casper, I'm just explaining how you can use the ethnicity of the victim to also describe the ethnicity because again, in the UK, they do not give the ethnicity of the perpetrator. We're the one country that kind of does that. We're very unique about that. Us in Denmark. Generally,
and how can you speak on what? And how can you speak with any conviction that it's black on white crime or white on black crime? I don't understand how you can even talk about that.
Because when you look at the countries that do give the race of the perpetrator and race of the victim, when they give both, most tend to be within their own ethnicity. So like most white crime.
Okay, so it's white on white crime. So 65% of this is white on white crime.
Well, no. It's no. Well, 65. That's 65% of all murders. Right? 65%.
Okay, so 90% of 65% is white on white crime, and it's 90% of 17%, which is black on black crime. If we're talking about the 90% of you do murder of your own demographic. So I don't understand.
Well, the point being is that, again, is to perpetuate that you see black homicide be higher in a country that is not the United States, which means that blacks being a higher proportion of criminal activity is not a uniquely American situation. You kind of see it outside the U.S. too.
But that chart shows nothing. So if you have a chart that shows something like that, we can talk about it. Other than that, your chart's kind of useless. It just proves white on white crime, according to your own information.
I'm not. What do you mean white on white crime? I'm not saying black people kill white people. I'm saying that we're talking about blacks committing crimes regardless of who it is. We're just explaining why you can extrapolate sort of the race of the perpetrator by victim of the perpetrator.
I would never grant the extrapolation there, though.
Yeah,
even if I provided evidence to be able to do that.
Well, then that wouldn't be an extrapolation at that point. You'd be providing evidence to show.
Well, let me provide evidence then.
Sweet.
Yes.
That's what I asked for at the beginning.
Because I thought you had said that UK doesn't provide that data.
They don't, but you can base it off the U.S.
Oh no, I don't believe in extrapolations. That would be. You just be correlating.
You just said that's not.
Well, then what are you supposed to do when a country doesn't give out the ethnicity of the perpetrator, but they give out race of the victim?
Find a different country.
Tell your government to get good.
Well, that's the British government. The American government does it, but then
we'll find another. Well, the reason why in America, those, the structural and systemic issues that are underpin a lot of those issues, yeah.
But you're saying it's only in America.
I didn't say it was only in America. I'm saying that is what's going on in America.
Well, but then what's happening elsewhere that has?
I don't really care about what's happening elsewhere. I care about the U.S.
We don't exist in a vacuum.
America exists in a vacuum.
We're not unique. We're not.
When it comes to our crime, we wouldn't look to how other countries. We wouldn't look at other countries and their crime to determine how we feel about populations in America and then our crime.
We absolutely would.
Give me an example.
We'd absolutely look towards, like, for example, Europe has a larger. So when the occasional Islamic attack happens in Europe, we don't have that large of a Muslim population in the U.S., but there's a case where some may get radicalized, and so some may take action, and so you can extrapolate sort of how those communities respond.
That would be racial profiling. You can't do that.
I'm talking about communities responding to an attack. I'm not talking about.
Are you talking about an attack that already happened in the U.S. or preventing a potential future attack?
We're talking about being able to prevent an attack or figure out.
How would we do that?
Well, basically, you would see sort of the support because in the.
Oh, deport them? So racially profile them, even though they haven't committed any crimes?
You're making assumptions about me. I'm just saying.
I'm waiting for you to give me an answer then.
Am I talking about how to get, or am I just talking about the fact we can look at other countries? Like, you can look at other countries for our situation because we're all humans, first and foremost, and we generally operate pretty similarly to each other.
You're trying so hard. I appreciate it. You are trying very, very hard to make this weird, broad, general argument for like why all black people are the same, even in other countries, because of some biological imperative. Well, at least you're trying to like provide a claim to show that can be accurate in terms of crime. So yes, by definition, that's what you're trying to do.
What I'm saying is there's a higher chance. That's not. I'm not.
Propensity due to some like biological imperative that's outside of the structural inequalities that potentially could underpin the issues in a certain country like the U.S. Correct?
Well, it's not to deny the social issue, but it is to say that could be a factor in it.
So then why would you ever bring it up, though, like in a serious debate, other than to obfuscate onto like some point of like genetic differences that underpin
because it's a factor that you can't exactly ignore at times.
But why the fuck would you, even if that, let's say it even was true, why would you even bring it up? Do you think that, so then your response to me saying, hey, we have some like actual huge issues like systemically and structurally in terms of like black people getting harsher sentencing, which leads to like the perpetration of like them being continuously put in a lower socioeconomic class because there's less fathers in the home, and if you look, not having a father in the home is like the #1 indicator of like your life being fucked on average. Higher chance of committing crimes coming from a single mother family household, higher chance of dropping out of high school, higher chance of going to prison, higher chance of being homeless, higher chance of being a drug addict. All these things you're saying, well, the biological part of it's like where it's actually the big issue.
No, I'm saying it's also a factor. Everything you say.
No. I think the socioeconomic. Let's say there even is a biological factor. It is super fucking insignificant when you look at the the structural inequality and factors that exist.
Well, I'd say it's about 70% social, 30% genetic.
So I don't give a fuck about the genetic.
But you're not caring about 30% of the issue. I care about 100% of the issue.
No, you are hyper fixating on 30% of the issue.
I'm not hyper fixating.
Are you a scientist, brother? Are you a scientist, a geneticist? Do you know, do you
I am
understand
not a
DNA?
genetic scientist, are you?
Have you studying those DNA parts to say something like that?
No, I'm not that autistic.
Then why the fuck do you bring that up if you don't know shit about it?
Well, are you a sociologist? Are you majoring in social phenomenon? Then why bring up social issues? Why bring up issues that you don't? You're not.
I'm not making this argument. I don't know why you.
Oh well, that's Shrine. That's Shrine. He's making a appeal to authority. You know.
No, I'm legitimately ask you if you understand the science of the genome.
Do you understand the specific psychological conditions that come up during poverty, or that come up like?
Yes, yes, I do.
That I know. That I know.
Oh no, you're just saying there's a phenomenon. You don't know the specific psychological phenomenon that's occurring.
No. That's not, okay. Let me rephrase my question. On what metric? How did you measure that it is 30% genetics? How did you do that?
True.
That is me ballparking because I am not an expert.
Why would you ballpark on something that requires specificity?
This is a Discord conversation. Does it require specificity?
I think so. If you're making that claim, for sure.
I think you cooked him, bro.
He cooked you.
That's crazy. So like, but then again, why do you see it higher in other countries?
Hold on.
Are you? Well, you can say that the UK can have socioeconomic problems too, but you just, I'm not an expert in it, so I don't want to have a conversation in it. If that's your stance, I understand that.
No, you can have a conversation in it, regardless of being an expert or not. What?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, Shine is the one that said I'm not looking to the genetics, and I don't know the specific genes, so therefore.
No, I'm just asking, how do you measure it? Like, what did you look into the genes to make that assessment? That's just I want to understand. I'm with you, brother.
Or rather,
explain me.
Well, Shrine, here's the problem, okay? The extrapolation is rather from a process of elimination. If it is not socioeconomic, if
I've already demonstrated that it's socioeconomic, though.
No, but I said if part of it is not socioeconomic and it is seen across lines, regardless.
Well, you'd have to provide evidence in other countries, right?
I think I tried.
You didn't, though.
But then you shut it down. I tried to, but then it was shut down because, well, you can't make, just because, ethnicity.
You're doing a logical leap, though, to make that evidence comport with your argument. It is, though. It is a logical leap. Is it not?
When you say that, like you want to feel like your genes are superior or something? Because they're not.
Well, it's to say that it's trying to say that basically there are factors beyond socioeconomic that plays into a person's life.
Okay. Okay, let me explain to you how genes work. So, 1% of the population of the world is smart. Only one tiny percent, less than 1%. The rest of us are all retards. Here's your statistics. Okay. And you and me, we're part of that 99%. All right? Only a tiny minority that are like more than 130 or 40 IQs. And you're not part of it. Okay? You got that? You're not part of it.
So what does that have to do with anything?
I'm explaining you how genes works. Like the true statistics. Like you say 30%.
Well,
No.
What?
It's 99% for the 1% that got the good genes and now that are super smart.
What is?
You understand? And the rest of us are all fucking dumb.
Okay, what point are you making?
Okay. I'm making the point of you tried to make.
No,
but with clear numbers.
Genetics are also. Listen, there are people that I will admit there are people that are race realists that say that genes are 100% deterministic. I don't think they're 100% deterministic. They're still environmental factors, but they're deterministic enough to have an impact within society. Like, as in...
You can't know that, though, because there's no perfect control.
Well, if there...
You would need a control group, right? What's the control group we've seen where black people still, on average, commit a higher rate of crime when when there's like all other factors are perfectly accounted
and that's
for?
the problem. You're never gonna have. It's kind of like microplastics. There's no one without microplastics in them. So how would you know what the control is without microplastics? That's kind of the problem, isn't it?
What'd you just say with microplastics?
You can't do a study on microplastics because there's no control for someone with no microplastics. Like, for example, right?
Well, I'm not making an argument with like about microplastics.
No,
I don't even know if that's accurate what you're saying. I mean, I have no way to even combat that.
No, the point being though is that
no, but I don't know if what you're saying is even accurate right now. Like if that's even the case where you couldn't like control for that.
Well, the point being though is that you're right in that you can't have a control, but you can still get things from as good of a control as you can get. There are some things you can't help but not have a control for. It's like, well, get someone that's not in society. Well, you can't control for that, because everyone's in a society,
Well, it would be I mean, what about societies where black people that have like fairly decent socioeconomic standing, like they're like first world countries where it's a majority black population? Does that exist anywhere in the world?
No, it doesn't.
So then, I mean, how could you ever know then? It's just like I don't know why you'd ever come to a conclusion like that.
30%. That's what he said.
30% is crazy. Like, how could you know? You never even seen a country or a society, like, obviously within a country where that is like a first world modern country with like a majority population of black people to even determine that like if they still commit crimes at that I guess higher rate due to their genetics.
Yeah, honestly, if 30% was a correct number and you were right, like I'd be for the concentration camps at this point.
Jesus,
that's crazy.
No, that's you, Shrine. That's
no.
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
glad that
this
is not true. I'm just glad that this is not true. Like imagine, just imagine if it was true.
If it was true, then you just put more consideration into the fact that we're sort of a result of our parents and grandparents and so on and so forth, right? Like just some aspect, like there are some things that might come to us naturally, It's like and it's not to say that all black people are violent. It just means there's a higher propensity, which violence is still rare amongst the community. It's just they're more likely to commit it, and since
Bro, do you like have you looked at history? The amount of genocide that we initiated
between everyone, yeah.
So is that because of our genes?
Part of that,
30% of it is because of that.
30%.
Yeah. Well, are you describing a phenomenon that's institutional, or are you describing a phenomenon that's within individuals, right? Like, is genocide something that it was done by the population? Was it a populist genocide, or was it like a ordered from
all kinds of shit? Oh, we did all kinds of shit. You name it, we did it.
No, I understand.
Do you?
Yeah. Yeah, bad shit happens. Yeah, there's margin for that, and bad shit happens. I'm not saying it's absolute. I think a lot of people get caught up in absolutes.
Nah, brother. Human nature is violent. We're all violent, right? And through progress and civilization, we try to contain this violence as a group. We're less and less violent as time passes. Do you agree with that?
Well, we have cycles, that's for sure.
And like violence can solve problems, Like let's say you're part of the mafia and you have a problem and you make the guy disappear, right? Problem solved. Would you put that on the gene or on the brain of the boss mafia?
Well, we're not talking about like you murdered because of genes. I think we're talking about in a situation, you're basically there's a die that rolls, right? Like in the random individual, not you, but just random individual too. They could be anybody, right? So we don't know this person, but basically his response to an irritant stimuli, there is a probability that the response is like either nonchalant, de-escalating, or escalation, right? So there's like degrees of a response to a situation, and basically some people, when that die is rolled, a lot of times they're calm and de-escalating, but others, they
so
they escalate, right?
a man from the hood will slap you, and
No,
someone with a upper class will not slap you. Is that what you're saying?
what I'm saying is
Is
that
that what I understand?
there is a slightly higher chance you'll be slapped in the hood than you would in a wealthy area.
Some boys in the hood.
Well, and you put that on the genes, on the 30%.
Well,
That's the
no, I put 30% of that on the gene. As in,
without having like any concrete definitive proof of this, just kind of logical leaps and speculations is how you got there.
Lord, have you seen the
correlation?
American education? Have you seen the American education system?
I am an American. I'm a Southern. I'm actually in Alabama.
Yeah. What do you
I'm
think
in
of
the
the
worst
American?
places.
What do you think of the American education system?
It's a daycare it's a daycare so that adults don't have to worry about their children.
I agree with you. Don't you think that plays a big role in uh, the violence of a population or the retardation?
I think that's true in suburban schools. The other problem, though, is there's a lot of schools where like there's bigger problems than that, which is that even the kids that are like trying to learn shit and they don't even care about the work. Like that is a problem in the inner city and a lot of that socioeconomic too.
Inner city.
Like
it happens everywhere, dog. I don't know what to tell you. It's not just
like the scale in which it happens though. Like I do this
per
as an
capita
inner
in which it happens. Is that what we're looking at?
Listen, I'm just telling you, this is entire. I'm gonna go personal.
We're talking about I don't care about your personal anecdotes. We're talking about aggregation of data for populations in the hundreds of millions. Why the fuck would your personal opinion have any bearing on this conversation?
It would be more accurate to say there are some blighted inner city schools, not all some of the best performing schools are in inner cities, but like gentrified areas, but even narrow it down.
Based.
You know what I think, Lord? I think you need to let go of some of your friends. I think you're smarter than that. I don't think you believe what you're saying.
I agree.
I'm not being told this. I don't even watch people, I'm not even like
some of your Discord friends. Straight up.
I don't have Discord friends. Like I'm not out here talking.
Maybe that's the problem. You need friends.
True.
I can be your friends.
Well, no,
True.
I have in real life friends that actually go and hang out and drink with.
You want white friends?
No, I have some black friends too. I have no problem with that.
No way. You tell them that
all my white friends.
You have black friends. Wait, hold on. You have black friends, and you discuss this shit with them.
Yeah.
You tell them about this 30% shit. What do they say?
No, they say, yeah, no, I get it. Like, honestly, they hate
they hate it.
They hate. They'll go out there and they'll just say they hate niggas,
Oh.
Like.
Oh yeah, sure. We
no,
all
I'm not
hate violent
kidding.
people.
No, I know, but like.
there was wiggers too. There was wiggers.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. No, I know them, But no, it's like honestly, there's black guys that I known that would get pissed at you if you didn't call them the N-word. Like if you knew them, right? They'd get pissed at you if you didn't call them the hardy you are.
Whoa.
Yeah, so like,
yeah,
I mean, I'm in the South though, I don't know if anyone else is in the South, but like, we just have a dichotomy down here,
I mean, I have a bunch of friends from the South. I have a bunch of friends from the South that are black, and I've known them for like 6 years, and I've yet to have that experience, so it must just be a your area type of a deal.
Well, I guess it's also the group I hang out with, but it's like, I mean, I just think.
I honestly don't even know if you have black friends, just the way you talk about it.
No, trust me. One of my buddies I knew, he was I mean, he was in West
I
Side.
knew before he was out at night past curfew.
No, there's no curfew.
When he was out at when he was out after sunset, you know.
We don't even have sundown towns anymore. Like that's crazy.
We played basketball.
Oh, bro, that's crazy. Nah, but like he nah, but listen, like they were like truly in like the hood and shit, you know, like they would get in fucking shootouts with the guys that come over. They'd be on the roof all night.
You sound like his real name's Clarence guy, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm not just some rando loser on. I have a 9 to 5. I go out working. I deal with a lot of inner city schools, a lot of government. You know, I see how these government institutions work on the inside. It's like, yeah.
Holy shit! There are still sundown towns being operated to this day.
Where in Wisconsin?
Oh yeah, it's big. It's big here in the South.
Here in the South, I bet you're from like Houston or something and saying, "Oh, I'm from the South. I'm from Houston."
Zinc, Arkansas.
Or from worse, Atlanta. That's the worst offense.
I consider Atlanta the South.
You don't consider Georgia to be the South?
No, Atlanta is not Georgia. I don't think. No, Atlanta is not Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, Atlanta's not in
City
Georgia.
of cultural, like southern cultural
Atlanta
marks
is
that
in
hit in
Georgia,
Atlanta.
but Atlanta is not Georgia.
True, you're so right, King.
That's like saying
you're right. You're so right. You're so right, King. The capital of Georgia is not a part of Georgia. You're so right, King.
Yeah, it's filled with fucking white Yankees.
You're so right, King. You're so smart.
Atlanta is not full of white Yankees. Atlanta is very.
Do you apply that same logic to Austin? Is Austin not a part of Texas?
Well, you see, but the black people in Atlanta have always like been in Georgia. The white people in Atlanta come from everywhere else, you know.
So you don't think Atlanta's a part of Georgia because it's mainly white people there?
If you ask a lot of people in the South, no, they would say that Atlanta's not Georgia. They would say that Atlanta's not.
Why? Because there's a lot of white people there, right?
No, well, because there's a lot of white Yankees there.
You do realize that 46.9, according to like the last census that was taken. Oh my God, you're so retarded. 46.9% of the of the entire population of Georgia is black or African American, which is the majority race in Atlanta.
Mama, I think he's trying to make a point maybe about gentrification, but doesn't know how to meet it.
Well, but how do you gentrify the suburbs?
But like the majority of Atlanta is black, though.
No,
even
the
I
majority
knew
of
that.
Atlanta. Well, are you talking about greater metro, or are you talking about just the city?
Of Atlanta, Georgia as a whole. I mean, there might be different suburbs there where there's like a higher propensity of there being more blacks than whites or whites than black, depending on where you're at. That usually is what happens in big metropolitan areas, sure. But like as a whole, there's more black people there.
What does this have to do with me bitching about the white people there? Can I bitch about white people for once? Like, can I bitch about white Yankees?
No, because you're just wrong.
No.
How am I wrong about the type of white people in Atlanta, Georgia?
No position to argue.
There
if you understand
is,
the
in my opinion, a lot more people and transplants coming from the north and the west to Texas and Austin and Houston than there is going to Atlanta. As someone
Oh yeah, there's a lot more heading to Austin, but Austin isn't even like southern geographically, not even like people-wise. It's kind of more just Texan.
Okay.
Well, Austin is Texan.
Please go talk to anybody outside of Austin Metro and in the Hill Country. Please go tell them they're not country.
Well, yeah, but here's the problem though. At that, like Texas is not fully southern.
They are still in the Austin County limits, so they are still counted. Travis County is still Greater Austin or Travis Lake.
What? No, okay.
Damn, you just got destroyed.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, like the South is blurred in Texas.
No,
you have the Rio Grande Valley.
It's not really. It's pretty culturally south all across Texas. Even the Mexicans are pretty southern. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the Mexicana, they have sort of that southern old colonial Mexican heritage, So that's when you get into San Antonio, right? So like
that's more than San Antonio. That's way more than San Antonio. More than South Texas.
Valley,
everywhere. It's also in East Texas. It's also in North Texas. I would say in North Texas, there's just as many Mexicans as there is white people up there, especially in the Dallas area.
Yeah, but the Rio Grande culture is different than the Mexican culture
This
further
guy's also the
north.
person without having any proof believes that 30% of the reason
Yeah,
why
the
black
valley has
people
a
commit
different
crimes
culture,
is
but it's
because
still an
they're
overall
black.
southern culture. I wouldn't say that me being from the Gulf Coast is like being from the valley, but we definitely share the same identity as being Texan first and being a southerner.
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna show this
exactly.
meme to
That's the
try
thing with
statistic from
Texas.
the whitest
It's just that
community.
I
Texas.
feel like I really don't understand why we're taking your opinion seriously. You don't sound like you are from even remotely south. You sound like you are from the Midwestern cornfields, brother.
No, I'm
True.
from
Base, that's
No,
where I'm
listen,
from.
I
Let's
grew up.
go.
No, listen, I grew up with parents
You're probably
that
from
thought
Iowa,
that.
you
No
fuck.
Bucky's, just
No,
Menards.
listen, I grew up with parents that thought that
Orange bag
having
in
a
the worst
southern
way.
dialect
Hey.
what made you sound illiterate.
Nebraska's
Okay?
alright. The corn
had it
state's
like shunned
good.
out of me to like have a southern dialect. I still have it, but it's mostly been shunned out.
I don't believe you. I think you're
What
capping.
do you mean?
Yeah, because that's a learned self-hatred from being online, and I understand that because I did that. That's not something from people around here. That's
If
a learned
you
self-hatred.
were a true Southerner, you'd have a Bucky's T-shirt. Cam up and
True.
show us all your...
I live in Nebraska, and even I have a Bucky's t-shirt. I bet you live like in North
Buc-ee's
Dakota.
Is not like Bucky's is more of a like we like Bucky's, but Bucky's is more of a Texan thing. Okay. See, I'm a southerner.
Yeah, but there's one in every southern state now, literally.
No,
At least
there
one in every
is,
southern
but
state.
True.
you know. But
this guy's not a true southerner. He's just role playing it. Maybe he's like sexualized southern
playing
people.
the southern dialect a lot more, but I'm not because I don't need to.
He's probably fetishized you all.
Y'all, you all, yeah.
I learned how to speak Southern from the Dolly Parton School of Slick Talking.
No, but I was born and raised in Alabama. I mean, hell, even I know there's a rattlesnake rodeo in Opp, Alabama? I know that. No one else outside of Alabama would know that.
I was raised under shade.
I think you're just capping.
Where do you think I'm from then? If I'm not from
Midwest, that's the vibe I get.
Midwest.
Either the Midwest or maybe like the Rust Belt. It's a vibe I get from you.
Oh yeah, you know what? Rust Belt is a real hit. That's a real hit in my opinion. That's a real good.
Give me a question that proves I'm like what would I be able to answer?
Dox your license or your birth certificate, and then I'll believe you.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
That's crazy.
Hello.
Are we talking about gun control?
No.
Nope. We're talking about how we're all gonna run a train on your mom tonight. Oh fuck.
So I want to talk about what?
You want to talk about gun control?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. What's your piece?
All right, hear me out. All right. I think we should expand gun buybacks.
Yikes! No.
Why not?
Why don't we just have like better like restrictive like gun buying laws to where you have to have like more thorough evaluations, like maybe a more thorough like mental health checkup in order to purchase and own firearms. You have to do some sort of like gun safety training class in order to purchase or own firearms. That needs to be like retaken every
I don't really understand
3 to 5
the
years.
concept of a gun buyback. If anything, to me, the people that are not going to offend are going to be the ones that are going to be giving up their guns first. I don't know.
True, I don't want to do a gun buyback specifically for that reason, and also just doing better like training, like people learning how to like maintain a firearm and like safely like operate it will help curb so much of the fucking like gun deaths that occur in America. Like you'll never get it down to zero, but like you'll help be able to significantly curb it down, which I think is what's important.
Alright, let's get a gun store. Majority of guns that are used to commit crimes are stolen ones, right?
Yep, which is why there'd be
Yeah,
harsher
so are those
penalties for
going to be
people who
selling
don't.
them back necessarily? No, not in my opinion.
If we do what Llama says, because Llama's onto something, the mass guns used in mass shootings or school shootings were.
Yeah, you're cutting out kind of bad, man.
Hey, your mic is fucked.
I was saying.
I work
sorry,
at a gun
70,
store, and
73%.
right now,
Okay, let him say what he's saying. What's up?
Yeah, I'll be very short. 73% of guns, 73% of the guns used in mass shootings were legally procured. That just means that the gun safety was not being adhered to, because getting your kids into your guns is a violation of your own gun safety. So getting educated gun users so that they get a safe, they get a lock and key, to keep their gun away from unloaded, keep the bullets away from children, out of sight from children. That would greatly reduce. It won't eliminate, but it'll greatly reduce gun deaths. I think, and Utah doesn't have any of that.
True.
Charlie Kirk got shot.
I mean, there's no amount of gun laws that would have prevented Charlie Kirk's death, or gun control laws that would have prevented it, but um, broadly, gun restrictions or good gun laws would help to prevent a lot of the deaths that occur. And that's like, because you're never going to get it down to zero. Australia, unironically, still has people die to gun related deaths there. It's going to happen. You'll never get it down to zero. Where kind of the Pandora's box has been open. It's just going to happen. It's unfortunate. It's just, I don't know, curbing it, I think, is probably something we should do. I don't know how most people would be against that.
When they say improving the background check apparatus, like what kind of solutions like are you thinking of?
I'm not a legislator, but
Criminal
if I had
background.
to, yeah, maybe whatever it would take. I don't know, like whatever
Do you
the.
remember there was this like wafted idea there, I forget which exact shooting it was, but like they started to waft this idea about having like your whatever, like they would like expand like mental health checks and stuff like that, and then like
Mhm.
you would get something that's like on your actual government issued ID or like state ID that like shows like, hey, like you're of right mind, or like it could be like a scale too. So like if you were like an at-risk person, it would like lessen your likelihood that like a gun store owner like decides to sell you a gun. You have like a red dot as opposed to a blue dot or something like that. Like what do you think about that?
I mean, something like that. I could see the arguments against it, but I could see like the benefit of that. I don't know. At the end of the day, when it comes to like um, gun deaths in America, where I feel like a lot of this stuff is like easily preventable just by like forcing people to like get properly educated on like on how to maintain like own like and safely secure and store your firearms and all that stuff. I think it's worth it, regardless of like how that makes people feel, or if there's a potentiality for there to be some negative effects on people's rights to own and bear firearms. Like, I'm okay with that. Rights aren't unlimited and infinite. We have gun restrictions on people who obviously like commit felonies. There's lots of restrictions we put in place. So I think that taking more steps forward and curbing it would be good. And then
Hot
once we
take
find
at
that line where it's not going to really bring the
so
number down much more of the crime, then we just stop putting new laws into place. But okay, sorry.
hot take, yeah, we definitely just still have guns like are legal to because there's too many in circulation to outright like outlaw it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So I work in a gun store, and I
Based.
know a lot of things inside out. And first of all, buybacks do not work. I'm telling you that right now because we buy it back from the police department and we resell it. Okay,
Well, I mean,
and we do that all the time.
I'm not gonna. Okay. I'm a big pro gun guy. 6 years in the army. I've looked at a lot of like the gun stuff across the world. But gun buyback program, like a mandated forced one in America, would significantly reduce the amount of gun crime in America. Like, by definition, it would. It just would. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't propose it, but it would work. I don't know what the. It would for sure curb the amount of gun deaths.
You said
I
earlier something
mean,
like it might reduce like the amount of like just trivially because like less people are gonna own those guns. But you're also saying something like you know, bad people who like need the guns to like do crimes or whatever would be the ones that hold on to them in the end. So it would be like a net negative.
It's a
No?
net negative. I mean, that could be the perspective that it's a net negative, but there will be less gun death in America on average. So, I mean, that would be a positive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not that I want there to be a gun buyback thing. I'm not for that personally, but I don't know. I don't know.
Buybacks would prevent like
But I don't want that, so I wouldn't ever argue for a gun buyback.
people who are like complicit with gun
mm-mm.
buybacks. Do you think these people would be more or less likely to commit crimes in the absence of them? Like I feel like these people are probably like being adherent to like to me seems to signal like some adherence or concordance with law, like some like good intention, etc. Like I feel like these
the
are the
majority
people
of people
that.
do commit. The majority of people aren't committing crimes.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, then we're also taking like a sliver of the population here, like of the people that own guns. You know what percentage? So we're saying like the most gun owners are in fact like law abiding, and that's fair, right? But what I'm suggesting is that in the case of buybacks, like we'd be limiting like gun deaths by like taking it away from people that would otherwise be responsible, but it's just mandated, so they're just following suit. So I just think like, what does that make? It opens the door for like somebody like break into a house, for instance. Like, yeah, I sold my gun. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, like my
Well,
family
guns
is
aren't
fucked
even
or
that.
whatever.
Yeah, sure, but again, uh, the majority of people aren't committing crimes, and I think that I think if you remove guns, all the people who don't commit crimes, all the people who accidentally kill and shoot people, all the good intentioned people who don't commit crimes that their guns get used for actual crimes, there'll be less of those guns circulating. So if you don't like the idea that only criminals are in law enforcement are capable of wielding, I'm not again. I'm not for gun buybacks. I wouldn't want that in America. But like, it's like making the argument. Well, you do realize that if they made the speeding limit everywhere in the United States 30 miles an hour, regardless of what road you're on, that there would be people that would still speed and they still would get into accidents and hurt and harm people. It's like, yeah, but like there would be less traffic accidents across the board everywhere. Like we wouldn't be able to dispute that. It's the same argument, I think. It's the gun buyback thing.
Yeah.
That's what I would say to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the problem with like gun policy discourse is that it's always like conceptually like reflective of like the most recent atrocity. So like if like the recent like gun atrocity was like done by some like disgruntled person with like a manifesto, then people start like bumbling about how background checks need to be expanded and how we need to be like cleaning like mental health better and stuff like this. Uh,
I agree. We should do that.
but then if it's the case like this like story goes viral of like I don't know like a kid just like in his house accidentally like shoots himself in the mouth because like they got their dad's, and then it's just like yeah like okay now like we should be focusing on, so it's like we never really look at it like with like a broad policy application. We always just like kind of knee jerk policy in the public discourse based on like the most recent shit that happened.
Yeah, which is unfortunate that that happens. Americans need things to be viscerally apparent in a way that relates to them before they care about it, or that happens to them directly.
Yeah, true. That boy Charlie was leaking, bro. It's like a fucking geyser. People were like saying it was
That shit was
AI.
wild.
Have you guys seen the texto that have been released?
I have not.
The texts?
Yeah, the between the killer and the
No.
mate.
What does it say?
I don't even know if that shit's been confirmed yet. I mean, I know it was in the court
Yeah,
docs,
yeah,
but
yeah.
this is all like discovery stuff. This stuff can still be like refuted by the. We haven't heard any of the counters from the opposing counsel yet.
The guy from the FBI read it.
Do you know what I just said?
No, I did not get it. Sorry.
Sorry. That evidence is what the prosecution is putting forth. Like you do like when it comes to prosecuting and like defending yourself in court, you wouldn't just look at like one side to determine what's true and not true about it, right?
Okay.
Because that could be misleading information. So you gotta wait until the case is like gone a little bit further.
Guys, I killed that guy. Fuck him.
The guy who killed him definitely didn't sound like you. I just have a funny feeling.
Basically, from what I saw, those texts look like it was made by ChatGPT.
Yeah, it did it did look strange the way those texts looked to me too, which is why I'm gonna wait until opposing counsel, the Tyler Robinson's counsel, I want to see their counter argument or motion or whatever.
So I'm obviously gonna be on the left side of things. I'm a little bit biased, but I definitely got weirded out by the way that information was coming out from the time that the shooting occurred and all the way through next preceding couple days where there was this. We got him, J.K.
Yeah,
Yo,
multiple
no, no, we
times from
really
Cash
got him. It's
Patel
not
was
up,
wild.
J.K. Yeah, it was like this is a little bit messy. Like, granted, like you want to like swiftly like quell the public's like fear and like worry that like an active shooter is like around or whatever, right?
Who pulled
But I
it
mean,
off like
like,
that?
but you have to be careful how you word things. Now, somebody did rightfully point out that like that he did use the term suspect, right? Um, but like saying that you have the suspect is different from saying that you have a suspect. Because I feel like if you in custody, it's like, okay, yeah, we have somebody that we think might have done it or whatever, but nothing is sure in stone. You know what I mean? But he
True.
was saying it like it was like the
It was
thank you speech. He
confirmed.
was saying it like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like it's confirmed that we have the suspect in custody. I want to thank all the authorities, and then he had to like, never mind, y'all. Like,
Yeah, it was weird as
that's
fuck what he was doing.
super fucking awkward. Second thing, why is it cool that like, you know, details about the ammunition and weapons and stuff like that was like mass spread and like welcomed by like Steven Crowder as like the what in what world would Steven Crowder saying that he has like an insider at the ATF or whatever, like that like got something on his table and like he's just gonna show it to like a this that
Could you
seems like
imagine
super
Trump going on
weird.
Fox and could you imagine not okay, could you imagine Biden going on like CNN's version of Fox and Friends and like being all chummy and like it's just so fucking disturbing the level of like oh my god, they just Republicans wish that that existed on the left. That
My boy,
outwardly and brazen
It's
like
just been
my
divided.
boy,
violation of
my boy
norms.
my boy Trump literally got on Fox Friends like, well, I can't say, I say I think a lot because I don't want to get sued. None of us want to get sued, right? But I think with a high degree of certainty, we got him. At least that's what
Oh
I'm
my
being
god, that's
told.
exactly how he says it too.
Yeah, yeah. I
Jesus.
think I think it was somebody close to him. At least that's what I'm hearing. They went to dinner with him, and I think at least he was very political at dinner.
Kill me.
Bro, we're living in the end times right now.
The end times? No, don't say that.
Not the end times.
Don't say
This is
that.
Destiny has to chill, bro. Yeah,
Not the
Destiny has zero chill. This dude has to chill every time somebody gets shot. Now he's just gonna be like, no, 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 I refuse. It's the funniest shit ever, man.
Which one?
Um, So when the guy died at the attempted assassination of Trump or whatever, Piers got him on the show. Was like, "Yo, you want to disavow this violence?" He's like, "No, I refuse because Republicans are ratcheting up the temperature of political discourse, and I will not sit here and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Democrats have been doing this for a decade, while Republicans can just call for violence and call for war, civil war, and call for this and call for that, and we just let them do it. So you know what? I'm not disavowing. I'm not." And then you know how Piers Morgan is like, God, the humanity, the lack of humanity. You can't even sit here and say you feel
Wait,
bad
who are you
about
talking
it
about?
because
I'm just
so about
curious.
Destiny, yeah.
Who's
Piers
Destiny?
Morgan,
What do
Destiny
you mean,
is
who
a
is Destiny?
he's a
Yeah,
leftist
who's
streamer.
the Oh,
He's like
leftist.
a leftist streamer turned political like commentator, whatever.
I'm a big like David Pakman, Tyler Brian Cohen fan.
Yeah, so
That's who I
kind of
get
the
my
same vein.
I'm just kidding. I know who Destiny is. I was just memeing.
Yeah, kind of the
How you
same
doing?
vein, right? But yeah, like so yeah, he had that reaction back then or whatever, and people slammed him. Oh, you celebrated when somebody died, blah 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 blah. Right? And then now this time, this shit's happening or whatever else. And he's like, well, if you're like a fucking hate mongering MAGAite or whatever, you fuck around and find out. Like I'm not gonna sit here and bemoan this dude's death or whatever while you guys are out here saying like. You're begging for political violence when his wife like fucking 48 hours after his death is like out here making calls to violence and shit saying that there's something coming and you guys aren't ready for it and like
True, it is insidious language too. It's you want to talk about ratcheting it up and yeah, I have no care to like condemn any of it myself. I think that political violence isn't good. It shouldn't happen in America, and that's pretty much where I leave that.
I think we have to condemn it no matter what. I don't agree with Destiny here, and part of the reason
Nah,
is
I
because I
disagree.
think I think if we don't condemn it, then Republicans can interpret it freely because they just interpret it freely anyway.
Yeah, regardless if you condemn it or not, though, Republicans are gonna still feel as though that everyone, like, there's, like, literally, you could have every single fucking Democrat on the internet, every single lawmaker, every single person in Congress, every single pundit, news media apparatus, and they will find some random fuck retard, like, they'll literally point to like a conservative who's like trolling on a quote unquote leftist account and point to him, showing that it is all the left that is not condemning this. They do want political violence. They are celebrating this. Hence, why whenever they quote tweet it, they have to quote tweet an account that has like 3 fucking followers. So I don't believe that if everyone on the left just disavowed it, that it would all be magically okay. Because obviously they don't give a shit if the left disavows it. They don't care. They don't care.
Yeah, because remember, like, all the elected officials have been coming out, at least on the Democrat side of things or whatever, and saying like political violence is wrong, no matter if you disagree, blah blah blah. They've been saying all the right things, but like you have people on the right quite literally saying this is the liberal started, this is the Democrat war. They want a Democrat war, and they're gonna get a Democrat war. Like they're still ready to come out guns blazing. It doesn't fucking matter like what attitudes we take, you know. But I'm somebody who's of the opinion like I don't want to stoke flames. I don't want to like aggress. I don't want to essentially like provoke, you know, because I think you take like something that's like belligerently fucking ignorant and you know you push the button, and you know that's my thing. So I'm just like, okay, I'll play nice sufficiently enough to where like, you know, I'm not giving any like face value reason to do anything bad, but I just want the story of the Democrats to be when all this fucked up shit was happening, we didn't call it to violence. That's all.
No, if the calls of violence are gonna keep happening, I'll be prepared at my place with my weapons, and I'll be chilling. That's all I gotta say to that.
I'm gonna see if I can. I'll be back a little bit later.
All right. All right, I got rid of him, Casper.
Okay,
those guys
cool,
were
thank
weird
you.
as shit. What the fuck was I looking at?
I don't know.
That's the definition of being like terminally online in a very unhealthy way.
Yeah, both. I don't even. The BDSM community already condemned that shit, and I don't even know where that's from necessarily. So like, I don't fuck with it.
I love BDS. No, I'm just kidding. Not. Oh, fuck. My wife is a huge smut enjoyer.
So you get to be the experimental. Hey babe, well I don't know like what she calls you, but like, hey babe, like I want to try something out real quick. I want to see the mechanics of this what I just read in my book.
Nope, she's very vanilla.
Okay.
She's very vanilla
Fair
in
enough.
terms of that stuff, but like, I read my first smut book. I read one smut book because of her, just because I wanted to know what type of book she was reading, what it was like, blah blah blah, and it was Haunting Adeline, and I haven't read one since because it just isn't my style of book. Not my. I don't know. I'm like a uh, Orson Scott Card or Stephen King type guy. So yeah. No, Anatar.
When there's the market is throwing them.
What's up? Oh, it's Dr. Javier. How are you doing, Dr. Javier?
Doing alright.
Hell yeah. How do you feel about what went on with Charlie Kirk, man?
Good, not good for the country, not good for the world, pretty much.
Yeah, it's probably not a good thing. People are getting one-tapped.
People getting shot is not a good thing.
Yeah, don't like seeing that.
Political assassinations especially piss people off.
Piss people off? I mean, sure if you want to look at it like that. I just think it's just not a good thing that there is people dying because of political related reasons.
Yeah, the crazies are gonna come out. There's gonna be extremists coming out, and there's gonna be people killing each other, blaming it on other people that isn't really true. Now all it takes is like a left winger to get shot, and then they could easily blame it on a right winger.
I wouldn't.
Which is probably going to happen next.
I'll never blame it on anyone. I just look. When it comes to, you don't blame it on the left. You don't blame it on the right. You blame it on the people that are that are sowing division further. Instead of taking this opportunity to say, hey, America, we need to calm down. We need to chill out. We need to all lower the fucking temperature. The people that are calling for like war, people that are celebrating and laughing and mocking, and like those people are all the problem. They're all problems in my book.
Yeah, those people are just fueling the flame.
Yeah, there's an issue when we can't have senators, governors, representatives in the Congress, mayors, and the president come out and say, "Hey, everybody needs to chill the fuck out." Until that happens, people will keep getting one tapped, and it is what it is.
Man, it's starting with our fucking politicians. They start it trickles down, and then somebody ignorant at the bottom takes that big leap and shoots somebody because they ain't got much to lose, or for whatever reason.
Yep. And until people chill the fuck out, until like our politicians and our thought leaders chill the fuck out and tell everybody to chill the fuck out, more people are gonna die. That's just how it is. Crazies will they people are like, people don't do bad things because of what they hear from like famous people or influential people. It's like, yeah, they fucking do. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, they've been stirring this shit for years.
So, yep. So I'd say about that.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of nobodies or podcasters calling for like what Destiny said, that more Republicans need to get shot so that they're too scared to come out and talk.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah,
just so you know, I've watched Destiny almost every day since that happened. He's never said that, so I don't know why the fuck you would lie, but that's cool.
Just because you never saw that doesn't mean I'm lying.
Yeah, you are lying. Link it in the side chat. As soon as you link it in the side chat, Dr. Javier, you can get unmuted. By the way, Casper, I've talked to this guy before. He is brain dead. I knew the entire time he was thinking that I was talking about people on the left. Alright. Oh, he left.
I was doing mob things on the other side, so.
What a actual retard. Wait till you link the clip in the side chat of Destiny saying that more Republicans need to die, Dr. Javier, and then we can keep talking. Because I don't think I'd be a fan of him if he said that. Or I know I wouldn't be a fan of him if he said that, so. Yeah, if that came out, that would be pretty fucking rough for me to square in my mind. God, fuck.
I don't think Destiny would say that.
Yeah, of all things, like, I could see him making like not maybe, an insensitive joke. I could see him making insensitive jokes, yada yada, but I've explicitly heard him. Oh shit, okay.
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. It's unacceptable that feeling doesn't exist over there.
Wow.
And the reason why it doesn't is because
it gets worse.
They're just like infinitely hyped up on their civil war machine.
Wait, Dr. Javier, all he said was that conservatives, like in the media, need to be scared to go out, and the feeling is they need to be scared to get shot because this is gonna happen to them if they don't like chill the fuck out and pressure the people above them to chill the fuck out, which is the whole argument me and you were making, and that you were agreeing with.
If I understand you correctly, you're basically saying like Destiny is saying that, yeah, conservatives are going to, like, this might happen, but it's not like he's encouraging it. It's like
Nor does he
making a
want it.
commentary.
He's making a
He's like,
point
yeah,
to
this is gonna
say.
keep on happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
and until they realize that and get that through their fucking head, and until they start pressuring their leadership, the thought leaders on their side, to ratchet down the fucking temperature and bring everyone down to like a sane fucking place, then yeah, more of them are gonna keep getting got. Just like more people like Destiny on his side are gonna get one tapped. It's just what's gonna happen. Until we unilaterally together bring this shit the fuck down.
Killed when they go events.
You're unmuted, Dr. Javier. So you're wrong. He didn't say conservatives need to get shot. He said that they should be scared to get shot.
Afraid of being killed when they go to events.
They should be scared to get shot, yes.
No, we need conservatives to be afraid of being killed when they go to events. That's what he said.
Did you hear what he explained after that, Dr. Javier? Explain what he said after that. Explain what he said after it.
YouTuber.
What did he say after that?
No, you're the one who has a strong opinion about this. What did he say after that?
We need conservatives to fear death or whatever.
Do you just operate in like quotes, like taking things without their context? Huh?
Everything is a 30-second clip. Everything you guys
have I made an argument off of anything that's just a 30-second clip?
Yeah. Trump is racist. He's a Nazi.
I never said Trump was racist or a Nazi. How about you talk to me instead of whoever you're shadowboxing right now?
I'm not shadowboxing anybody. I'm talking to an idiot.
No, you said that I said Trump is racist and a Nazi. I don't remember ever saying that in this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what everyone's losing their heads over. I don't think Charlie Kirk was that important. Yeah, I also don't think he was a good guy.
Based.
Doesn't matter what you think, buddy.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter what you think either, right?
Nope.
All right. Well, I'm gonna stand on my opinion anyways. At the very least, I'm allowed to have an opinion, even though a lot of people are trying to take that away from us. Right?
True. There are government officials that are pushing to somehow like mandate or like put policies in place to criminalize hate speech, which is fucking absurd coming from the right-wing party in America, but that's cool.
Calling speech
no,
hate.
I had a guy.
Now, right?
I was having a conversation with a guy yesterday on the server, and he was explaining to me that he cried when he saw that video of that Ukrainian girl being stabbed, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. To me, that kind of like proved the point that a lot of these conservative people are they're actually just like very sensitive, but they've just never been challenged before. Because I don't know, I think I've seen enough violence on the internet on both sides to like sort of be desensitized at that point of. So yeah.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, fuck. I'm at past the point of like of anything really bringing me to like emotion when it comes to seeing shit randomly online. But like in my own personal life, yeah, that would be fucking be pretty fucking horrible for me.
No, you're right. But the thing was, this guy was like, he was trying to make it a race thing. So he was racist. He was like, I just imagine my girlfriend being on the train with a bunch of black people, and it just brought me to tears. And honest to God, this
what a
was his point.
retard! He should have more concern about his girlfriend being on a train with white people.
I learned how to tie my shoes today. I learned how to tie my shoes today.
Because that's like the highest chance that she has to getting killed or getting murdered is by a fucking white person. So I don't know why he'd think that.
No, this is racist. Like you said, he wasn't a very smart person either, but not a lot of people on the server really like that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't care if you call me extreme, but I honestly don't want to live in the same country with these types of people. Like if we can imagine make it to like there were two Americas, I would appreciate that at that point. And not even because like I disagree with them politically per se. Well, like that guy who I was talking about is extreme, but I just want to be in a situation where at the very least we could be tolerant to one another. Like I think that it's all right if people want to be like I don't like transgender stuff because I'm a Christian. I think that's okay so long as you don't like actually like make laws against transgender people or like You don't go on live television calling them trannies or whatever, like that one governor did. Yeah, I want us to be civilized, and I don't think that we can be civilized. What?
What laws are out there that are against transgenders?
What laws are out? I mean, I don't think that there's any like straight laws against them, but like I think that they are making laws that are like making it harder for transgender people to live, right?
Yeah, if it means they got to break existing laws like molesting kids.
What?
Yeah, that's gonna make
what a retarded thing to say.
I'm not sure how to answer my question or point at all.
What laws are making it harder for them to live?
I think they had one about like I don't know, the bathroom stuff.
Yeah, bathroom and facility and, like, access. They did do that. That is correct.
Yeah. Also about the prison laws about like
sports participation, education.
Actually, what do you mean the prison stuff?
Here's the worst one, I think. I think the worst one is they made it so that like if a child expresses like homosexual or transgender sentiments in school, like the school is mandated to tell their parents. I don't think that's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of fucking
weird. I think that's very gonna be hard on a lot of people.
What was your problem with the prison?
Oh well, I
fixate really hard
on a while back, and I think that they said that transgender women and men are like being molested and raped, and the prisons that they're sent to.
Yeah, but you have trans women raping and molesting the women, the real women, in the women's jail.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean that doesn't just because you do a bitch little voice, it doesn't change anything.
True, you're so right, King. You're so smart.
Dick in a female prison, bro. You can't have swinging dick in a female prison.
Yeah, I mean, like, like you're acting like you're coming from the rational position of putting.
You're definitely in the. I'm not defending that. I don't know why you'd say that. Well, you just don't actually care about this. It's just interesting to hear you virtue signal.
Right? I mean,
it's interesting to hear you
virtue signal about it.
Emotional? Wait. Who's saying that I'm getting emotional? Who's that?
Me.
Perfect.
Be with the women.
God, I can't wait to shit down your throat when Battlefield 6 drops, by the way. You're probably dog shit at the game anyways. Anyways, back to whatever you guys are talking about.
I don't play video games, that's for losers.
You muted the guy I was talking to, actually.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that was the guy you were specifically talking to. Fuck.
Yeah.
You know, I mean... What's a trans surgery cost? What's a trans surgery cost nowadays?
Wait, how many people in America are trans? Do you know the percentage of people?
Like 0.01 or something.
So why the fuck are we talking about this right now? What a waste of fucking time. Holy shit.
Just to like make sure I get this right.
Can we all agree that mental illness is bad for people?
Hell yeah.
Well, no shit, by definition it would be bad for people.
There you go.
Minister in 2020. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to have a conversation on stuff because this administration been like things have been going so fast. You know, it's kind of hard to like keep everything in mind. So I'm gonna kind of search it up real quick.
Oh, there's so much shit. Yeah.
I mean, it's been building with every single administration. The next one builds off of the control of the previous one. I mean, you know, I was anti-Obama for so many years, but the one thing he did that I pseudo agree with was like the.
So, hold on.
Let me finish my thought, then you can jump in, please.
Okay, fair enough.
The one thing is that he was actually not an Israel shill.
Dude, okay.
That was probably my very favorite thing about President Obama.
All right, man. Cool. Yeah. So, what do you guys think about banning transgender people from military service? I don't know. I think that's unfair.
I think that's kind of fucked.
Yeah. What else? Let me see. Removing gender affirming care from federal worker health benefits. Well, you know, maybe you can justify that, right?
There's some degree, maybe.
If there were women that could go into the men's sports, nobody would be complaining. But it's
holy shit, nobody cares about the women's sports thing.
Would you agree that gender affirming care is an elective surgery?
Holy shit.
An elective surgery?
It's human mutilation.
It depends.
Do you realize the point he's making is not like, oh, well, I have some harsh. I think that these things all need to exist. He just is pointing out like it feels as though they are being targeted, and by all these weird nuance like that are very specifically targeting trans people, like laws and legislations and policies, that doesn't sit right with him because it's kind of like punching down for like absolutely no fucking reason on a group that's already very small.
Is weird and nuanced.
It being trans has existed in the in humanity for hundreds of years.
Thank God we live at a time where you can get top tier surgery to be fully trans, right?
Why do you care though?
Why do you care?
Why should we honestly be pissed off about this, right? Like, I'm not saying that we should all go out and be trans. I'm not even mad about the fact that like you think that trans people are weird. I think that
don't
you
care
should be able
either.
to have your opinion. But like, why should we like condone or justify?
Because we're having this universal conversation in 2025 about dudes who think they're girls and girls who think they're dudes.
Why do you have to normatively load every single?
Why do you
normatively load everything you say instead of just like talking like a normal human being? Like what?
Normatively
so weird.
Loading. What do
So
you mean
wait, you're okay with guns being legal even though hundreds of thousands of children get murdered every single year because of it? Oh, that's why you're okay with guns being allowed to be legal for people to own?
We haven't even discussed guns yet. If you'd like to.
No, but it's just like, do you realize like how fallacious it is when you say shit in the way you say
it's
it?
just left obfuscation, dude. You're talking about trans. You got to go to something else.
Bro, I don't care about trans people. Like, I don't care.
It's a classic tactic. Just let him get his thing out, and then we'll address it.
Oh, okay.
All I was gonna say is that I don't think that anything you said just addressed my point or question at all.
True. That was obfuscation, what you said.
Yeah, all I said was like, why should we? Okay, so like you're allowed to have your opinion. I think that you should. Like maybe you can be like a Christian or whatever. Like I think Christianity would kind of be against transgenderism probably, and that's fine. I think that we should be allowed to have different values, but I just don't understand why we have to like make people's lives harder based off our different values instead of like mind their own business.
Let me rebuttal that with a question. Why does society have to bend around the psychological needs of these?
How is society bending around
you
it?
Don't.
Dude, are you kidding me?
Wait, tell me one thing. Tell me one thing where society bends around it, and I'll tell you if I agree or disagree with it.
I'll go as
give me one. Just give me one.
I'll go as simple as calling a man she.
Yeah, I don't think that should be societally something you have to do. I don't think you should have to do that.
Why is my participation?
Who made it a law where you had to do that?
For this?
Who made it a law where you had to do it? Where? Is it in law, in doctrine, anywhere that you have to do that? Just give me an example. One place
who's
where.
Who's gonna be upset if I don't? Who's gonna be upset?
I bet lots of people get upset if there's certain things you do or don't do. Do you really give a shit about what every random person gets upset about? Is that how you operate?
I'm not the person to ask about that. Because I don't care about trans. I think mental illness is bad. And I think treatment should be the top priority, not treatment to affirm their delusions by
should men that are older not be put on like TRT or like have like not like the care that helps them to not like recede as quickly? That affirms their gender, that helps them to reaffirm their gender? Should we make boob jobs illegal? Should we make facial reconstruction surgery illegal? No, this is all gender affirming care. You don't like any gender affirming care, so all of it's on the table if that's the case. All that stuff is gender affirming care, whether you want to agree with it or not. Just by definition, that's what it seeks to do, is to reaffirm people's gender.
Well, I mean, shit, let's just give fucking Oxycontin to everybody. You can give it to one person for pain, you give it to everybody, right? I mean, fuck, who cares? Right? Is that kind of what it is?
Interesting little obfuscation there instead of actually responding to what I said, but that's okay.
Just a quick question before you guys continue. Who made the room?
Why? What's up?
The name. Just
Yeah, I think you should rename it to like trans discussion or something, because I'm yet to hear anything about guns.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Retard. Sorry. Whatever you're saying now. Continue.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is I don't think that society should bend over for trans people. I don't think that society should. That wasn't a claim I made.
Agreed.
Yeah, but you claimed that you claimed the opposite, so I rebutted.
What do you mean claim the opposite? Because we're like going back and forth? You think that I believe in unlimited, forever free rights towards trans people?
It wasn't even you, Llama. It was the other guy, because he addressed the question to me, and then I rebutted with that question.
Yeah.
True. You're so right.
I gave my answer already, so I don't know.
I don't understand why we're sitting around talking about a fucking 0.5% of the population bending over backwards.
Again, I don't know what the bending over backwards is. You still haven't been able to produce an actual example of that.
He just did.
As far as like the military thing, you know, I mean, why is gender dysphoria the one mental illness that we treat by further reinforcing it?
How is that? That's not an answer. None of what you said addresses like any point I've made, or like what I'm trying to say. Like, okay, so I don't know. Okay, you disagree with like the way people treat gender dysphoria. That's fine, right? How does that relate to like trying to like ban people with gender dysphoria from the military?
Well, I mean, if how is that not apparent to you? I mean, that you wouldn't want someone who's not in clear right thought to be fighting beside you. I mean, I'm not even a person in the military. I've never served, but
I mean, I'm in the military, and the thought of that has never bothered me.
No, I don't think it bothers me either. Right? I think that going on in the future, a lot of people are going to have mental illnesses. And I don't think that is necessarily like debilitating to the point where you can't serve. And I think that a lot of service members are going to either go in with mental illness or develop mental illness within their service, but they're just going to like either try to hide it. Or,
maybe they should allow trannies in the military if they take the women's spots. The dudes that think they're chicks.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What in the retarded thing did you just say just now? Do you think there's like DEI for military? You think that people are suffering like the military? It's hard to get in.
Chicks can take the women's spots.
That doesn't happen. How fucking retarded are you? There's no. This isn't like colleges. This isn't like college admissions. The military will literally take anybody who like isn't licking windows when they're on the way to going somewhere. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they took you, right?
True, you're so right. True.
Yeah.
Do you think everyone that's in the military is retarded? Is that your like thought process? You could just say that if you want. You could just say that out loud right now. Bixie. Do you think everyone in the military is retarded?
Of course not.
Then why would? What was that little generalization? What was the generalization? You're the one who made the generalization when you said that about me. So I'm just curious.
Well, I was just, you just sound like the type of guy that doesn't lick windows. I don't know.
Okay, I don't lick windows. That is correct.
Well, there you go.
I think that the right in America is actually like the most unpatriotic people that exist today. That's what I think. I think you guys don't have pride in your country, and I think that's pretty fucking unfortunate.
I think that's massive cope.
Massive cope from the guy who actually served in the military. Actually, yeah, I'm the one who's coping. You're right.
It sounds like
I think he has a point. Because what happened when the right wing
generalized
what happened when Trump said that he likes he likes his soldiers, that he doesn't like prisoners of war. He likes his soldiers to not have been prisoners. What would you think about that?
Oh, you mean when he was referring to John McCain? Yeah, I think we can all agree that it was more a shot at John McCain than it was
at the military
to who he believes.
At the military, I think that's a shot at the military.
You see, John McCain was a POW.
Yeah,
right?
A prisoner of war.
When he made that statement, he was talking about John McCain. He was discrediting John McCain.
Oh, wait, hold on. What does that even mean? Like, you lost, R.I.P. Bozo. I don't want losers on my team. What? How is he owning John McCain with that? I'm so confused.
Well, because he was a POW.
How was that a own though? Like, what?
I didn't say it was a good one, but that's what the statement was about. That's what he was talking about.
Sense?
True.
That's crazy. He just
Coming from
disrespected
the
every American soldier who was
he
a
did.
prisoner of war.
He did do that.
John
yeah.
McCain was
coming
a
from
fucking war hawk.
coming from the
Now
guy.
you're gonna,
yeah,
now
Trump
you're gonna
coming.
claim that
Do you think
John
that you
McCain
think that
was an honorable
I'm not
do you
fucking
hey
member of our
Bixie
country?
Bixie do you
of
think
that.
do you think I'm anti
That's the insinuation of the
Bixie
statement you
no
made.
Bixie do you think that I'm
No, it's not.
anti-hawkish presidents or
Look,
anti-hawkish
I'd love to sit here and continue debating two faggots at once, but I'm gonna go find
he couldn't help himself. He couldn't help himself. Like the bigotry is just so ingrained in retards like that. They can't help it. It's either a hard R or
I don't
like
know
the F
anything
slur.
about John McCain. I was just like that. Dude, I was born in 2003, man. I don't know anything about John McCain. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and also, what's wrong with being
No,
hawkish? I don't understand the argument there. The party that's celebrating the boats being fucking blown up out like that from Venezuela is the apparently dovish party.
They blew another one up yesterday, I think.
Yeah, there's been 2 total. Yeah, this is the dovish, anti-hawkish president. The president who named the Department of Defense the Department of War. Yeah, what a fucking non-hawkish guy that guy is.
Oh, I think that guy was kind of a loser though. Like, yeah, I didn't
Talking
say
about Trump.
I feel like a rational person wouldn't assume that I'm defending John McCain. All I was doing was pointing out that like if you're making fun of somebody for being a prisoner of war, you kind of like making fun of a lot of other people.
Yeah, people in the military. Yeah, because he wasn't just like John McCain specifically. He was making a very specific. He was making a very specific thing about him being a POW, and he doesn't like losers who were prisoners of war. Like that literally indicts any POW ever in the entirety of American history.
No, he was talking about John McCain.
He was talking about all POWs when he made a statement like that. I got you, Jordan. Let me give you that invite. Sorry, whatever. What are you saying? What are you trying to slop onto the, I guess, the public square right now?
Why does it feel as an outsider looking in that the Republican Party have really gone off the deep end in the last week?
I don't know if it's just the last week, but they've definitely especially gone off the deep end.
But they were the party of free speech, and now you're gonna get fired for talking negatively about a guy dying. Okay, well that's the antithesis of free speech, correct?
The party of no speech because they're getting shot.
Oh, so that means that we can't protect people's First Amendment.
That's the really weird thing, yeah.
I hate the First Amendment.
What the fuck?
I'm the best Republican. No, I'm kidding. I'm just saying shit now.
God, I was about to talk so much shit.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. At this point,
I invited Jordan, by the way. Casper.
I don't know who Jordan is, but yeah. Seems like at this point things are getting bad. Honestly, you might just need 2 different countries, man. I don't know. I don't know how that we would achieve that, but
all the Chinese on one side.
Trannies on one side? There's they're literally like less than 1% of the population. What is wrong with you? God,
why do you care that much? What?
It's so fucking weird. It seems as though like you saw a porn video one time, Dr. Javier, and you saw a trans like chick with like a dick, but she was like really hot and it confused you. And it made you like immediately just like spur out and hate trans people. I think that's what happened.
It's the party of you can't look at dick, but we want to think about dicks. It's like
true. No, I think that trans women confuse Javier, and they makes him uncomfortable that he's attracted to attractive trans women. I think that bothers him. I think that's what this is.
I don't get it. That's what I mean. I think since Charlie Kirk died, it's just gone really off the deep end.
Where are you from, Epic Pants?
I'm from the UK. Trump is paying us a nice little visit today for the week.
Didn't you guys like pull up a flag of like Trump and Jeffrey Epstein? Did he see that?
The balloon will be coming back out as well. Like we have a big baby Trump balloon. Like it's literally him.
So based.
Which is our big orange baby Trump there's a balloon, so it just gets floated everywhere. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm gonna start practicing my Chinese because at this point, I'm not sure how long Western society has before we all have to learn
No,
Mandarin.
don't be that doomer, Michael. Come on.
I'm gonna be that doomer, man.
I gotta add you as a friend though. You seem chill. But no, you don't gotta be that doomer about it, buddy. I think we'll be fine. I think
It'll only take about 20 years.
I think when the next general election comes in, the next general election for the Democrat Party, hopefully I made enough money to be able to do some lobbying. I intend on making sure we have a Democrat comes in that once they do get elected, this is the type of person. You want to talk about hawkish like domestic policy? I want them to exhume Charlie Kirk's body from the politician grave that it's going to be at and dump it in fucking Erica's front lawn. I want Trump arrested. I want every person in his cabinet arrested because these are treasonous fucks that are anti-American, unpatriotic, and they do not stand for anything that America was built off of. That's what I think.
Lost the last election.
You want to talk about neoliberalism, like you don't even know the depths of like depravity that's going to go, Dr. Javier.
Right.
Your side has shown a willingness and a capability of cheerleading political prosecution or intentional political lawfare against your political rivals. Just wait until it happens. You're on your side, because you guys live in this delusional fantasy land that like Democrats have engaged in political lawfare. Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break, Dr. Javier.
The whole last year when Trump was trying to run for president, he was experiencing that.
Yeah, oh yeah. Getting prosecuted for crimes he committed. Yeah, getting prosecuted for credible crimes that he committed. Yeah, true.
Yeah, but
such lawfare there. Such lawfare there. True, you're so right, King. You're so right, Dr. Javier.
Touching that woman in the bathroom thing, that was past the sexual limitation. Bringing up old ass cases from like 20 years ago, just because he's running for president, that's lawfare.
Yeah, true. People bringing a civil court against him for sexual assault that he was convicted of is, oh yeah, that's lawfare there.
He wasn't even convicted.
He was held civilly liable for sexual assault. That's just, and he was ordered to pay like some in the millions amount to her.
Fake news.
It's not fake news. That like literally happened.
It's
but
fake
okay,
news.
That's cute.
I do like the fact that
the court case he lost was for defamation, right?
Nope, he was held civilly liable for sexual assault.
How can you be civilly liable for a crime?
It was just money instead of a criminal going to jail.
No, he was held civilly liable for sexual assault.
Remember when Tony Podesta ordered $60,000 worth of hot dogs? I wonder if he got prosecuted for that.
Nope, he just got prosecuted for credible crimes that he committed, but it wasn't even prosecuted. It was a civil suit. Like she brought this suit against him. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw, but we had to send our U.S. ambassador back to the UK because he has links to Epstein. Like supporting him when he was getting when the first few charges were coming through. You know. About
Is Jordan able to get in the room, Casper?
No, I sent you a DM of like what his screen looks like. It's like there's like a lock on the side of it, and don't have the permission to join.
Oh, he might need to make it to where he might need a when he joins in. You know what? Actually, let's just go into stream wait room on his server. I'm done yapping with these retards. Do you know that Charlie Kirk's getting buried in a politician graveyard? Did you hear about that?
Tell you that. Oh, no, I was talking to Jordan about it.
Yeah, that might be a little harsh, but I might have been a little harsh what I said, but I feel that way. Like,
well, no, I was talking about it yesterday too with Jordan. I said, dude, they're saying that he's gonna be laid in state or whatever the fuck that meant. And so I googled what the fuck that meant, and I looked at the history of people who were laid in state or whatever, laying in state, and I was just like, what the fuck? He was an influencer.
Yeah.
A social media influencer. He was the equivalent of just being a celebrity.
Jordan, did you hear my tirade about what needs to happen when a Democrat gets in?
Yeah, real quick though. So, like, I just want to figure this out because I want to be able to join you. What is like? Why am I not able to join?
I think you
any
need.
Of these?
I think you need to go through the rules or whatever and accept. Like, you have to do like there's like the roles page, roles tab, or it exists somewhere in the community rules. I think you have to accept that. You'll get a role, and then it usually allows you then to join a voice channel.
Oh, rules and info, announcements. Rules and info I went through, so I think.
Sorry, I was shitting on
Javier.
Politics, it's like a daily.
Channels and roles, right?
Yes. Yep.
What do I have to pick?
Oh, whatever you want.
Do I have to pick all of them?
You can pick whichever ones you want, man.
I stand with Israel. Do I have to like pick one from each thingy?
I don't think I did. But I chose all of them to where it looks like I'm super Republican coded without putting Republican conservative. So it's always interesting when people get the slap in the face when I hit them with very, very raging blue hair liberal talk.
That's funny.
Man, I really do low-key want to get my hair dyed blue. I really low-key want to dye it blue, but I don't want to just be a copycat. Maybe we should dye it purple.
What do I want to be pinged for? Nothing?
Yeah, I have it on nothing. Screw that.
Okay, but there's not like an accept thing.
I think they should just show up. You can check and see if you can join a VC now, though.
There's a lot of them that are locked.
Is there any that aren't locked? You might not have still accepted everything you need to.
Yeah, I don't understand. I know that Charlie Cuck is still locked.
I could, I'll try tonight. I'll make a different Discord account and figure out what exactly you need to do.
Maybe I should just like leave the server and join it again.
That might be.
Yeah.
Maybe. I have no clue.
I'll do it and see what happens. Okay.
I got rules, politics, journeyman. I don't really know. Did you go through channel and roles like under the 6 events kind of thing, under channel and roles and like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, see, I joined ages ago. It never had me go through this.
I don't have anything on there that.
Yeah, it was probably an update.
The thing that I am doesn't even show up on here.
I don't know. I'm like a politics leader.
On my phone anyway.
No, wait, no, it didn't. Charlie Cuck, I mean Kirk. User promotion. You've been promoted in Politics Discord. I'm now Politics Journeyman. Cool. So let's see. Set voice channel status. Okay. Okay. I have the Politics bot now. Wonder. It still shows that Charlie Cuck is locked. Oh, I'm getting a call. Hang on.
You're good. Just a sec.
Poison ivy?
Sorry for the chair stream. I'm going to run to the store and cook dinner.
Hell yeah.
So we'll just go to my break scene, and I will be back.